out like starting tomorrow. I'll get here early enough to build up. Hi, everybody. Hi, everybody. I'm Troy McClure. uh, hmm? Welcome into the Insiders. I am James Ham here on ESPN 1320. Joining me, Kyle Matson. Kyle, how are you this morning?
I'm doing great.
All right.
I'm doing much better today than I was yesterday at this time.
I think that's the rule. You got to do today has got to be better than yesterday.
Yeah.
We are the Insiders. Welcome in. Thank you for joining us here on ESPN 1320. We got your basic run-of-the-mill, spend 2 hours talking about one topic yesterday, only to have that topic dissolve right before our eyes as soon as we went off the air. Nick Bosa is back. Nick Bosa Watch 2023 is officially over.
It's all over. It's all over.
It's all over.
It's a good thing that you and I spent so much time chatting after the show yesterday.
Yeah.
Because had that not happened, this is one of those fun sliding doors moments. So one of my jobs is I am the managing editor of NinersWire.com, USA Today Sports Media Group. I publish basically everything that's on that site.
Yep.
And so when breaking news happens, it's like, that's got to go up because as you know, in the online media space, when breaking news happens, if you're 10, 15, 20 minutes, an hour behind, you might as well not even write it.
I agree. I think that's one good thing about being able to break news.
Yes,
Is sometimes you can get out in front of it and then you can slow roll what happens after.
Right. And then you're getting aggregated instead of what I do, which is I aggregate people.
Yeah.
So I pre-wrote that Nick Bosa post in mid-July.
Oh, yeah.
Just right about towards the end of July. Like right about the time I thought, stuff might start happening. And then just after every couple weeks, I'd have to go in a little update because Nick Bosa signed is burying the lead. Nick Bosa signed the Wednesday before the season started is very much prominent in the story. So luckily I had that ready to go and I was coming out of the restroom and I get a text from my mom that says woo with a bunch of O's and an exclamation point. And I'm like, what is she? And then as it was dawning on me what she was talking about, I got an alert from Adam Schefter. So I go in and I had to do all that. And I was going to get out of here. I ended up getting out of here about an hour later than I was supposed to because of all the hullabaloo, but it was fine.
It's fine. And, people who don't know this, Kyle is actually pulling double duty here at the Odyssey world, in the Odyssey world. He is on early. He gets here at 5:30 in the morning. So by the time we're here on this show, Kyle's already been here for, I don't know, like 6.5 hours.
So 4.5.
4.5.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. My math is bad today. Yeah.
My math's bad every day. It's fine. I've been awake for 6.5 hours. I wake up at 3:30 in the morning.
Oh, that's brutal.
So that counts.
You're
on the right track.
I can't do that. You're telling me this story, and it reminds me. I had a boss at NBC that said, "Hey, it sure does feel like Luke Walton's going to get fired anytime." And I'm like, "Okay." I'm like, "That's not going to happen," but okay. He goes, "Can you pre-write that story?" I'm like, "Yeah, I can pre-write it. That's fine." So I pre-write the story, and of course, he doesn't get let go. And then the story just sits there in the can. Like it's just waiting.
Mm.
Well, then I didn't work there anymore. The story didn't work. But
Oh no.
I still had the story going into the next season. I'm like, hey, that's my story. I wrote it. I worked on it.
Stop. They published your version of that story. Oh, okay. Ooh.
I published my version at the King's Beat.
There you go.
That's
okay,
what
very
you
good.
do. I published that story at the King's Beat. And
my man.
that's the way it goes. It's my story. I don't care where I was. I wrote that. It's my words, and that's the way it goes.
Yeah,
so,
no, I love that.
Let's get into this Nick Bosa's signing. I mean, it's 5 years, 170 million. He is the highest paid non-quarterback in the history of the NFL. $34 million a year, 22.5 million in guaranteed money. Did they get it right? Did they overpay?
No, they got it right.
They got it right?
This is just how it goes. Like it looks like a lot right now. And it is. But there are 4 players with more guaranteed money on their contracts than Nick Bosa right now. And it's Deshaun Watson, who got $230 million fully guaranteed. And then I think it's Justin Herbert, who just recently signed his deal, Russell Wilson, who signed his deal last year, and
I'm waiting for the really star player.
Is it Mahomes?
Oh yeah,
it might be Mahomes, but Herbert, I forget that.
Herbert
yeah, but that deal. Okay, but Herbert is a very good quarterback. Mm-hmm. He's not Deshaun Watson's certainly not the best quarterback in the league with his $230 million guaranteed.
Yeah.
Justin Herbert is on that list and a very good player, but has not worked his way up to where if you're ranking players, he's not going to be the second player in the league when you're ranking them. So contracts are always going to look inflated based on how that player is quote unquote valued.
Got it.
Is Nick Bosa the 5th best player in the league? No, he's not. But given his value to the 49ers, given the position he plays, he completely upset and reset the market, which is what it was going to take. Like that's what it takes to land a star edge rusher. And the next one who gets signed, I don't think Chris Jones will necessarily eclipse this mark because he's almost 30.
Yeah.
But the next edge rusher who gets signed, the next star edge rusher, Myles Garrett or Micah Parsons or whoever it is, they're going to be a tick above what Nick Bosa got.
Yeah, that's intriguing. So it always reminds me of the Jerry Rice clause, right? So he had it written into his contract that he would always be within the top 3 at the wide receiver position.
Mm-hmm.
So when other players got raises, he would get a raise. It was
smart move.
It also reminds me too, like what you're saying, this is just the beginning, right? And when we look at like Major League Baseball, I remember like in one summer, Ricky Henderson becomes the first $2 million player ever. And then right after Ricky Henderson, Kirby Puckett becomes the first $2.5 million player. And then the summer ends with Jose Canseco becomes the first $3 million player. And it boom, 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 boom. It all lays out in one summer. And this is kind of what you're talking about. Like he's setting the standard for what's going to be next season. And it's pretty startling.
I was mistaken. Lamar Jackson is the other player on that list of the most guaranteed money in the league. Patrick Mahomes is 16th on the list right now. Whew. But again, that's guaranteed. Patrick Mahomes signed that $450 million contract with $63 million in total guarantees. He's going to see more than that $63 million.
I think it's possible. They've told Patrick Mahomes, like, we'll give you whatever money you want, but your brother's got to go away. He can't be here anymore. Like,
yeah.
We're done with the TikTok,
which is fine.
Yeah, we're done with the TikTok. Let's go.
I'm not sure I've ever seen anybody who's gone from, because I like to give people the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah,
like I really do.
I don't. I'm pretty judgmental. Like,
That's fine.
it is what it is.
As long as you're self-aware about it.
Of course.
But I really do try and give people the benefit of the doubt. I try to see the good in people, like, second chances, all that. Like, I'm there. I'm with you.
Yeah.
It's so rare that a person comes into my conscience and so quickly hits the I'm out on that dude or woman. I'm just out on that person.
Yeah.
Jackson Mahomes made that TikTok dancing on somebody's a dead player's number. Was it Sean Taylor?
Yes, I believe it was
in
Sean
Washington.
Taylor. Yes.
And he's dancing on it. Clearly, it wasn't like he was trying to be disrespectful, but it's like, wow, that guy has no self-awareness. What a dummy.
Yeah.
But, whatever. He's 22. He's just a, fine. He's a product of his generation, whatever. But then he just kept finding his way into headlines. Nah, man.
We're done on him.
There's not enough deeming Jackson Mahomes qualities that I'm aware of to want to be in on Jackson Mahomes.
I think the only one that I see is that his brother is Patrick Mahomes, who wins me Super Bowls in fantasy football.
That's fine.
That's the
fair.
only redeeming quality I've seen. So, okay. So Bosa gets paid. And this is the way the radio works. I mean, we work a 2-hour show. We talked about it nonstop. I mean, this is exactly what we had planned on talking about. We knew that there was potential for this. Is it surprising to you that it unfolded that quickly?
No, because I personally thought, we kept hearing significant breakthrough is needed and they're not close. If they weren't close, we would have known about it a lot sooner than the last couple days. That would have been reported and gotten out like a while ago.
Yep.
And honestly, I don't even think it was the number. The fact that the average annual value is $34 million. Like, that's a huge AAV, but it's always going to come down to the structure and it's always going to come down to the guaranteed numbers. We know that. So to me, the 34 million, that to me says the Niners didn't suddenly capitulate on the AAV. They didn't suddenly wake up today and go, fine. Like, there were small details in how this contract is structured and the guarantees and when he's getting the money that the Niners finally decided to go, okay, we're in the building. We're ready for week 1 and he's not here. The defense is going to meet today. They've been meeting and Nick Bosa is not going to be in the room for Wednesday, the first practice of the week. Fine. And that's always how it felt. We talked about this yesterday. Neither of us could reach the point where we go, okay, the Niners are fine going into week 1 without this guy.
Yeah.
And the Niners know that. They know that they need him. So the fact that it came together in the blink of an eye was expected for sure.
Yeah, I think so too. And we're going to keep hashing this out as we go into the break here. We got a packed show today. We've got Nick Wagoner from ESPN coming in at 10:30. We've got Scott Gulbransen from Silver and Black Today coming in at 11 to break down Raiders chat. So all of this is great. We're going to focus on football as we're careening towards opening night and opening weekend of the NFL. So you're listening to The Insiders on ESPN 1320, 98.5 HD2, and the free Odyssey app. We'll see you in just a minute. Hello, everybody. What's going on, Chatty House? We do have some, I don't know, maybe we don't have opening music. I don't know. We got to work through all this stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I did. I did not almost slip. That was just too much coffee. Katrina, I don't know if Travis Kelce is a go tonight. They're going to have him warm up and see how that goes. What's up, Tyler? How are you?
Ramsey's right, by the way. Garrett, Myles Garrett, Ramsey pointed this out in the chat, did just get a new contract last year. So,
okay, gotcha.
Micah Parsons will be next.
Yeah, and have you ever met Avery, King's Media Relations guy?
Negative.
Okay. Micah Parsons is Avery's first cousin.
Good for Avery.
Yeah.
Fam's about to come into some money.
Yeah. Lots of money. Yeah.
Facts, David.
Facts. And the immortal words of Buddy Hield. Facts. What else? 2 minutes? Okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, I got you. It's right in line. It's right above you. Yeah, it's no big deal. The thing I was working on was looking at the right timer. Yeah, the segment timer versus I'm like, I don't know what that is, and then I'm like, oh no, I need to just worry about the time. Yeah. Good question from Sal. Kyle, what are your top 3 fitted hats?
I'm gonna have to think about that.
Okay.
I know number 1 is the A's black fitted with the green A. That is my number 1.
Just a basic
fitted of all time. Yeah,
Okay.
they wore them in 2000.
Okay.
2001, I think. Yeah, when I was younger, I had the Johnny Damon version of that jersey. It was the first fitted I ever had.
Ooh.
And they re-released them. Gosh.
You have a Johnny
4 or 5
Damon
years.
jersey.
Not anymore. I used to.
Oh, you didn't keep it?
No. No.
My first jersey ever?
Yeah.
Freddie Solomon, number 88.
Oh, R.I.P., man.
Yep.
I had a boss one time. I'll tell this story. Remind me to tell the Freddie Solomon story at the next break. We got about 10 seconds.
All right. Welcome back into the Insiders here on ESPN 1320. We've got so much to talk about today. The Bosa thing is still going to be like top at everyone's list. But we're starting to see power rankings come out for the season. And Kyle, I just wanted to get your take on this. Bo Wolf of The Athletic.
Yeah.
He does his power rankings to open the season. And he has the San Francisco 49ers at number 10. Like I'm watching shows this morning and they're debating and, one person has the 49ers winning the Super Bowl. One person has the 49ers losing the Super Bowl. How do you get to number 10? Because when I look at this list with the Chiefs and the Eagles, I get that. The Bengals, the Bills, we can discuss. The Jags, Ravens, Cowboys, Jets, Chargers, and then the 49ers. Is there anything that stands out there to you?
I don't think the Niners are the 10th best team in the league, but if you heavily weight your power rankings toward quarterback play, then I could see why you would put the Ravens up there. Lamar Jackson, he's back, he's healthy, got his contract signed. Todd Monken's their new offensive coordinator. They're going to start airing it out more. Okay, fine. Justin Herbert just got his new deal. He's also a very talented young quarterback. Trevor Lawrence took a big step last year.
Huge.
I think he could take a real leap this year, and a lot of people think that. So if you're looking at quarterback play and weighting your rankings that way, I could see how you'd put the Niners down at 10. It's not where I put them personally, but I wouldn't, if somebody went, I believe in these quarterbacks more than I believe in Brock Purdy and what the 49ers are doing. Oh, okay.
We got into this discussion yesterday about lists, and
you are anti-list.
I am anti-list.
Nobody dislikes lists more than you.
Well, I think my problem is that they're so strangely subjective.
Yeah.
And then I'm looking at their list, and they project the 49ers to win 10.6 games, and then a team like one of the other teams, the Jags or the Jets or someone, to win 9 games. And I'm like, how do you put someone above another team when your own metrics say that they aren't as good, that they're not going to win as many games. So what exactly are we basing our list off of?
Yeah, that's where I'm not.
I'm so confused, man.
Like this is a like really meta media conversation, right?
Yeah, it's very strange.
Well, because almost every power ranking I've looked at over the offseason, and as an aggregator, I look at a lot of them.
Yeah.
It's Chiefs or Eagles 1 and 2. You just flip-flop those. And then some combination over the next 3 teams of Bills, Bengals, 49ers.
Okay.
In some order. It varies.
Of course.
And that's where that makes sense to me. If you want to say the Niners are 5th in that group because of Buffalo's got a very good defense and it's Josh Allen and they're just looking to get over the hump, and the Bengals are recently in the Super Bowl and they have Joe Burrow and their defense is awesome. Okay, like great. I'm there.
Yeah.
And if you want to put the Niners 5th. So I think this is somebody who, like I said, maybe the way they do their rankings, they just really weight quarterback play differently. And maybe they were also reading all these power rankings and going, I got to do something different here. So here's how I'm going to do this.
Is it fair to say that the 49ers entire season does really bank on Brock Purdy?
Yeah.
And you think so?
Yeah, for me, it does.
Okay.
Yeah. I that's just
understand that.
If he's the same guy, if he's a guy, so you have him, you said 4,200 yards, 30 touchdowns.
Yeah, I think that's where he can be. I mean, I think he'll be between like 38 and 4,200 yards, between 27 and 31 touchdowns.
And if he's that and he's limiting his turnovers while doing that, I think Niners are going to be excellent.
Yeah.
So the other thing I would question with this particular list is, are the Niners 10 now because he needs to see it with Brock Purdy, or the Niners 10 like he's predicting them to finish 10th? Like
I'm with you.
I'm of the mind that he's probably putting them 10 right now because he's agreeing with me that Brock Purdy is a big factor in this.
Yeah.
And he needs to see, okay, if Brock Purdy goes out against Pittsburgh and goes 19 of 27 for 212 yards with a couple of touchdowns and a pick, and the Niners offense puts up 30 points, then all right, maybe you tick him up. Maybe tick him up a couple spots. Yeah. But if he goes out against Pittsburgh and struggles, it's hard to now say, yeah, the Niners are a top 5 team in the league.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I do understand, like, if we're looking at the other top teams, the other, like, what I would look at, like, almost a consensus board. So when I do my mock drafts and stuff, a friend of the show here, Brett Huff, he does what he calls a mock draft consensus board. He goes through and he checks out all of the mock drafts that are around and he builds a consensus. And I do think it's a strong way to start. Like, if once we get deep into mock draft season, I usually get far away from that. And I think I use the insight that I have, the intel that I have, and then I start rating my players in the way that I would draft them based on many things, including who's drafting, what kind of needs that team has, all this thing, all of these different items. I do think that there's value in looking at some sort of consensus, but then I see these lists, and from like, look, if we're looking at the big, like, news reporting places that are left in our world, it's become like ESPN and The Athletic. Like, and then you have your daily papers and your guys like me who cover teams in different ways, but really, like, those are your primary where so many people are getting their information.
Yeah.
And I just look at these things and think, man, are they accurate at all? Do they need to be accurate? Do they even have to be in the ballpark? Or is it like you're putting your own opinion in and hot taking during a list? And I think that, again, Brock Purdy showed to me last season that he was ready to play, that he was like on board and fully in this thing and was ready to take a team as far as he could possibly take them. And I just don't understand, like, how that doesn't translate at all. I will fully admit he's the 5th best quarterback of the top 5 teams.
Yeah, by like a lot.
By a lot.
But here's Lizzie brings this up in the chat at youtube.com/ESPN 1320 if you want to hop in there. But Lizzie says Niners fans never talk about McCaffrey, and then said Purdy had McCaffrey helping him out. that's baked in to the Brock Purdy conversation for me. I know what I'm going to get out of Christian McCaffrey.
Okay.
I know for the most part what I'm going to get out of Deebo Samuel. I know what I'm going to get out of Brandon Ayuk. George Kittle. All of that is baked in. This offense should be very good because of guys like that.
Yes.
Right. And Christian McCaffrey had a massive role in Purdy's success last year, no doubt.
Of course.
But again, that's baked in here. My deal with Purdy is, can he just do what he did last year? And is that going to be enough? And if he does what he does last year and they go through this whole season averaging 33.5 points a game, I don't think they're gonna. That's crazy. But if they just do that, that's part of it. Brock Purdy playing well, he needs to play well independent of dumping it off to Christian McCaffrey. And Christian McCaffrey turning a 2nd and 12 into a 3rd and 1.
Yeah.
He has to be good independent of his playmakers.
I think he has to be good independent of his playmakers, but at the same time, he has more playmakers than almost any one of these other teams.
1,000%. And I think that's why some people knock him down a peg when it comes to ranking quarterbacks, for example, because they're going, look, yeah, he made some nice throws and he completed 80% of his throws into the intermediate area of the field last year, which is a bananas number. But he also had Christian McCaffrey. And he also, when he would bail out of the pocket, he was throwing to George Kittle, who turned a 15-yard pass into a 40-yard touchdown.
Yep.
So I think those are the little things that people look at and go, okay, well, Purdy's success last year was a product so much of his environment. Now can he carry that out over a full season? And when the 49ers do need him to make a play, Deebo Samuel slips and falls on a route, and Brandon Ayuk is all covered up, and Christian McCaffrey's in the flat, but they need to push it down the field. Like, can he go make a play? Can he find somebody down the field and accurately deliver the ball? Those are the questions that come up to me about Brock Purdy, because it's not about can he get him to the playoffs. It's about can he win them a Super Bowl.
Okay, so I would answer that this way. He did enough in the games that he played, and he had enough games played to show me that he can do those things and that he could do them better than Jimmy Garoppolo. I mean, watching him, like, there's some things that Jimmy Garoppolo did that were perfectly spectacular. But there are also plenty of times where he just couldn't make the throw, or he overthrew, and he cost his team. And I'm watching Brock Purdy, like, if he can stay healthy, I think he will have a perfectly fine season. And, we like some of these boards and stuff, they start instantly talking about Sam Darnold. Like, if Patrick Mahomes goes down, who's the backup quarterback in Kansas City? Who's the backup quarterback?
I genuinely have no idea. I should know this.
In Buffalo. Well, it used to be one guy, but now
Buffalo, gosh, I don't even know who it is in Buffalo anymore.
Okay.
Boy.
We can keep going.
But that's because those guys typically play their full season. The 49ers have had 1 year under Kyle Shanahan where their quarterback has started all the games.
Yeah.
So that it definitely matters. So that's the thing for me with Purdy is I disagree with you that we saw enough. It's sustainable. He can do it. 5 games is to me, 5 games plus 3 playoff games, 2 playoff games is not enough. I need to see it over a full season sample where it's okay distributing to playmakers, but also when the team needs it, you're making that big time throw it on the field.
Okay. All right. We're going to continue this discussion in just a minute. We're going to bring Nick Wagoner in from ESPN.
Yeah.
And we're going to keep hitting this 49ers subject as we head towards opening weekend of the NFL. You are listening to The Insiders on ESPN 1320, 98.5 HD2, and the free Odyssey app. We'll see you in just a minute.
$5 on any NFL game. Plus, all customers can take advantage
Thank you.
of 2 new offers.
Mitch Trubisky was with the Steelers last year. I believe he still is.
Well, no, I mean, I think
that's right. Blaine Gabbert's the backup in Kansas City.
Okay, so but this is my point.
I've got to run. I got to call Nick. Sorry. I didn't.
Oh yeah, go.
Yeah. You can continue.
All right. Hello, everyone. Rob Bay says Niners are trash. That's a hot take. Not quite sure where you got that, but the Kings legend. Here we go. Niners are trash. They're going to be really good. I don't think it's difficult to say that they're not going to be really good. We got Matt Barkley out there somewhere. I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, we don't have any. I did not bring the fedora today. How's the back ham? David, it's doing okay. 2 hours is much easier than 4. That's the biggest thing. Leezy asked, do I think Debo will have a big year? I think it's interesting because Kyle said something there that I didn't quite didn't quite agree with when it came to the 49ers. And he said, you know what you're going to get out of Debo, you know what you're going to get out of Ayuk and Kittle and McCaffrey. I agree with you. Got Nick? Yeah, I agree with 3 of the 4 there. I definitely think that you know what you're getting out of Kittles. You know what you're getting out of Ayuk and McCaffrey, but Debo is like really the wild card. He was so good 2 years ago, and like he was electric when he was healthy and stuff like that last year, but like all over the board. Will Ayuk hit 1,000 yards receiving this season? Yeah, I'd peg him for like 1150 and 8 touchdowns. Oh, Sacktown Tony, I need to reply to that email, don't I? Yeah, I'll be back in fantasy basketball. I'm not very good at it, but
Welcome back into the Insiders. That's my bad. Kyle Madsen, James Ham. I'm learning how to get a guest on the phone because we're going to talk to Nick Wagoner, ESPN reporter, covers the 49ers, and does a great job in doing that. Nick, thanks so much for taking a few minutes. I know you're probably super busy today, but thank you for taking a few minutes to hop on with us, man.
Oh, well, of course. I've got to say, and first of all, congratulations to both of you guys on the new show. But James, I don't know you, but I'm happy for you. I just want to make that clear. But Kyle, man, it's just so cool to be on the air with you on your show, man. You have earned this. You are a good friend of mine. I know all the hell you've been through over the last few months, and you deserve every bit of this. So not to get sappy on you guys, but this is cool for me to be on here and getting to kind of bask in this with you because you've earned it, my friend.
Oh, perfect. Checks in the mail. We'll talk to you next time. Thanks, man.
I didn't say you were good.
Congrats on your terrible new show. So Nick, Jake Moody, your thoughts? No.
Yeah, Jake Moody's really happy for Nick Bosa, I'm sure. So.
Yeah. Let's talk about that. Nick Bosa deal comes down yesterday. 5 years up to 170 million, 122.5 million guaranteed. What does this mean for the 49ers, I guess, kind of moving forward, both small picture this year and then big picture?
Yeah, I think first of all, it was interesting because Kyle Shanahan, as the season gets closer, you cover him for 7 years. As the season gets closer, he always gets a little tighter as the season gets close, right? Like the answers in the press conferences are less expansive. He's a little less loose and things like that. He came in with the biggest smile on his face yesterday and was basically giddy for that entire press conference. And the thing is that kind of permeated the entire team yesterday. And you could just tell it was such a huge relief to get this done because I think this is the first time the Niners have felt whole since they entered the NFC Championship game in January, because they went through so much with the Purdy injury and all that kind of stuff too. And so having Purdy healthy and having Bosa under contract were like the 2 big pieces of off-season business. I think a lot of people would have liked to have seen them finish that business much sooner, But getting them done, I think, is a load off for this team. And I think they feel like they're locked and loaded now to make a run at this thing. So that's kind of the short term. The long term, to me, I wrote about this yesterday. I think what's interesting is people forget Nick Bosa is only 25 years old. And this is a team right now that has an older nucleus. So guys like Kittle, Armstead, Trent Williams, Kyle Juszczyk, even Debo's getting up there a little bit. That's the older nucleus that's not going to be around forever. And then there's kind of a younger nucleus, which is guys like Greenlaw and Ayuk and Purdy, if all goes well. And I think Bosa and Fred Warner are kind of in the middle of those two, and they have to kind of be the bridge that keeps this train rolling. If this team is going to sustain success, which is what they say is their goal long term. So I think getting Bosa signed is huge because he can do that both with his performance, but also in kind of the example that he sets for those younger players.
Yeah, Nick, I think that's a good place to start too. The window here, it feels like, they've been knocking on the door the last couple of years. They haven't been able to get over the hump, but it seems like they have a pretty great window, especially now that you have Bosa locked up for 5 years. How much does that sort of help to have the stability of one player that can anchor your defense and kind of push you forward with the hopes that a guy like Purdy will step up and become that sort of offensive anchor as well?
Yeah, and you touched on it there. I mean, so much of what the future holds is going to depend on Purdy, but getting Bosa signed is significant because you would argue that it is the second most important position in football is the guy who can knock down the quarterback after quarterback. So Bosa checks that box certainly. I think yesterday was a good day for that. And so I think they have to find a way to continue to build and find stars. Like that's the kind of people talk about like the Rams window versus the 49ers window and how they've both kind of been these all-in teams. And I think there's certainly truth in that, the way that the Rams did it was less sustainable, but they got the job done. So we can't take that away from them. They won a Super Bowl. But the biggest difference between the two approaches is the Rams were finding serviceable starters in the draft, but they weren't finding big stars. They were finding the guys who could just be there to kind of help prop up their stars. And when their stars stayed healthy, they were great. It worked out fine. But when they didn't, they were lost, which is what we saw last year. Whereas the 49ers have had an act for not just finding starters, but like legitimate stars, the guys that they're paying now, Bosa, notwithstanding, of course, he was the number 2 pick, but the guys like Hufanga and Kittle and Warner, where they're taking, Purdy, 3rd through the 7th round, where they're finding, and that's tough to sustain. I don't know if they can do that, but having a guy like Bosa certainly gives them a leg up and gives them a little bit more wiggle room to keep looking for those guys if they're not finding them.
Talking with Nick Wagoner, he covers the 49ers for ESPN. Now, Nick, you reported last night that Bosa was in Florida, flying to the Bay Area, got in last night. He's supposed to be in there today. And I knew some more information on top of that as well. But is he set to practice today? And if he does get in practices Thursday and Friday, how much do you think he plays on Sunday?
Yeah, my understanding is he is going to practice today. He's going to practice tomorrow. The Niners were going to make a determination on if he plays, which I think is just academic. I think he's definitely going to play. And then the question would be, like you said, how much? And look, Kyle Shanahan, it kind of was a viral quote yesterday. It was pretty funny. He said, unless Nick comes in with a beer belly and that kind of thing, that he's probably going to play on Sunday. Well, we saw Nick Bosa arriving on some late night videos. He certainly didn't look like he had a beer belly to me. So I think he's definitely going to play. It's just I really don't know that they're going to limit his snaps all that much. Now, do I expect him to play every snap? No, of course not. But if he plays, 45 to 50 snaps, I would not be at all surprised by that. And there is, kind of in an interesting coincidental twist here, there's precedent for it. TJ Watt on the other side of the field in 2021. Now, he did a hold in, so he was around, and he was doing some individual drills in practice that year. But he didn't have a contract. He signed 4 days before the game, went out and played. I think they played the Bills and beat the Bills in an upset win. And he had 2 sacks that day and 5 tackles and pressures or something like that. So I wouldn't be at all surprised. I think guys like that are just built in a way that they don't necessarily need all that build up. So I wouldn't be at all surprised if Nick Bosa goes out there and plays and has a good day on Sunday.
Nick, in order to make this deal happen, they had to clear a bunch of cap space. And so they restructured the deals with Trent Williams, George Kittle. What exactly does this mean for the future of the San Francisco 49ers? How much does this hurt them and their ability to be flexible and do the things that they need to maintain and to sustain this run?
Yeah, I think what you saw yesterday with those restructures is just the beginning of more restructures to come, honestly, James, because I look at their situation going into next year. We don't know exactly what the salary cap is going to be, but over the cap projected like $256 million. The Niners are already over that, and that was before adding whatever Bosa's contract is to that. So I think we're still going to kind of wait to see if they did anything with Bosa's number for this year. If they increased it, so maybe he gets paid a little bit more up front, has a bigger cap number this year, and they use some of that cap space to do that, or if they're just kind of keeping their powder dry in case there's an opportunity to keep adding to the roster during the season, which is something that Jed York has said he wants to do after having such a good experience with it last year with McCaffrey. So I think they just want to kind of have that available to them this year. And if they don't use it, fine. If they're rolling and they don't need to make an addition, I think that's fine. They can roll that cap space over to next year. Like I just said, they're going to need it then. But the reality of this thing is with the NFL salary cap, you can kick the can down the road as many times as you want. The bills will eventually come due, but the 49ers are in a place where I know a lot of people are freaking out that, oh, Nick, they signed Nick Bosa the chief contract. They're not going to be able to sign Brandon Knight. Yes, they will. If they want to, they will. I'm not saying that's great business, but it's possible because you can always find ways to create salary cap space, and they're building this thing in such a way that they can. The cap is going to keep going up. They're probably going to keep adding dead money because they keep doing these restructures with void years at the end. So that will come back to bite them at some point. But if the cap keeps jumping in a significant way, they will feel it less than previous teams have. Look no further than the Saints for an example. They've been kicking the can down the road for what feels like 2 decades. So.
Nick Wagoner covers the 49ers for ESPN, does a great job there. Talked about, you just wrote a big piece about the 49ers urgency to win a Super Bowl. You can find the full link on his Twitter at @NWagner. Nick, thanks so much for taking time with us today. I know you're going to be busy, so get out and do what you got to do, and we'll talk to you next time.
You got it, guys. Have a good one.
Thanks, Nick. All right, there goes Nick Wagoner.
Dude, that was great
49ers.
stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He does a really good job.
Yeah, I haven't been on the air with him before.
Oh, really?
Yeah, super insightful. I mean, he comes on with the guys, but I haven't been on during his stretch. So
okay,
yeah. All right, well, we're gonna disappear for a few minutes. We're
out of here.
Yeah, we're gonna vanish. No, we'll still be here on the stream, but we're gonna take a break. You are listening to the Insiders on ESPN 1320, 98.5 HD2, and the free Odyssey app. We'll be back. Kyle. I hear. There we go. Hello, everyone. Katrina is asking, Kyle, what size hat do you wear? Yes, you do have to. Go for it.
7 3/8.
7 3/8. Okay. I don't think I own a single fitted hat.
Yeah, 7 3/8 or 7.5. They're not for everybody. Admittedly, they don't work on everybody. You seem like a dad hat guy.
I'm a trucker hat guy. A bent bill. I'll wear a hat tomorrow. How about that?
A fedora?
No. I'll wear I'll probably wear my Paps hat, my Paps blue ribbon hat.
Strong.
All right. Cool. Got all kinds of people in the chat today. Hello, everybody. If you don't mind, give us a thumbs up. That helps the algorithm and all that stuff. Fedora Fridays. I could do Fedora Fridays. I will see. Yeah. No, not really. Fedoras aren't a fitted thing. All right. Kyle, we have so much to cover today. I mean, it really does feel like it's a packed show, and these shows 2 hours long. They go so quickly, but I am enjoying this. The Insiders, a 2 hour like sprint. That's what it feels
I'm having
like.
a great time, dude.
Yeah, this is cool. Kevin Clark from This Is Football had Robert Griffin III on to talk about Kyle Shanahan and his experience with Kyle when he was back in his rookie season with the Washington at the time Redskins.
Yeah.
I thought it was an interesting conversation, and like I want to digest it. What do you have the audio for us? What are we gonna do here?
Yeah, I do. So a couple of really interesting things from RG3 on Kyle Shanahan, and he says at the end, you'll hear it at the end of one of these clips, he was only with him for 2 years, so it's not like he has this wealth of experience around him as a coach, but those 2012, 2013 years were fascinating from as an outsider. So getting his point of view on Trey Lance and the 49ers quarterback situation was really cool. However, this first clip, he calls Kyle Shanahan a control freak.
Yeah.
And I want to dive into that, but here's what he had to say.
My issue with Trey Lance and Kyle is that I thought that Trey Lance would allow Kyle and the 49ers to take that next step as a team, because Kyle loves guys that are predictable, right? Even our team in Washington with myself and Kirk Cousins. Kirk was a guy that they knew, hey, if we draw this play up, he's going to go boom, 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 get it to where we think it should go. Whereas guys like myself, Jalen Hurts, Patrick Mahomes, all these guys, there's a little more creativity to the game. It's not that you're trying to draw outside the lines, but you do. And I thought Trey could provide that for Kyle. Kyle's a control freak. Brock Purdy gives him a little bit of both worlds. He gives him the predictability of, hey, he's going to go through his reads and do this, but he can also create on the back end. And they just liked it more from Brock than they got it from Trey.
You know what, Kyle? Like I played high school football, and my high school football coach was a control freak.
Mm-hmm.
I think that almost every football coach you're ever going to run across is a control freak.
Right.
If you're going to reach the pinnacle that Kyle Shanahan has reached,
mm-hmm.
you have to be a control freak.
I agree.
There are so many things to that. Like I don't quite get it. Like when I was in high school, my football coach said, "Hey, I'm moving this weekend. Everyone come to my house and help me and my new wife move to a new house." Okay. 9 of us showed up. And, I played for Nevada Union. We had 55 kids.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was bad. Yeah, 9 of us showed up. He was expecting 55 to show up.
Oof.
And so 9 of us showed up. So we get to practice on Monday morning, and it was probably 30 degrees outside. The ground was frozen. It wasn't even mud. It was just frozen. And I think we did like 300 down ups. All of us.
Even the 9 that pulled up.
The 9 that rolled up and sat there and moved him for
Dang.
like a good 12 hours.
Yeah.
We still had to, because we're a team, right?
Right. Nobody's above the team.
Well, the dude decided to move again 2 months later. And we all showed up, all 50 something of us. And then it was chaos. It was chaos because now you got too many people, too many trucks, but the dude didn't even have to pay for moving. Like, this is what a football coach is. They're on top of you. They're in your grill. Like, and so while I get some of his understanding and his take here, I also think, look, you have to be able to progress. You have to actually follow the game plan and be part of what the coach wants to have happen on the field.
If Kyle Shanahan wasn't a control freak, his offenses probably wouldn't have as much success as they have.
No.
Like, that's just it. It's, in fact, I would go as far as he might be more overbearing than Andy Reid when it comes to, just to pick another very good offensive mind, when it comes to line up here, do this. If you're half a yard off and you can't figure out where to line up, you're just not going to play. Like, that's one of my criticisms of Kyle Shanahan, actually, is I think he leaves some talent off the field at times because that talent doesn't know exactly what to do on an exact specific given play, or they can't run block very well. So he's afraid that the defense is going to know they're going to pass when that guy's on the field. I get, like, fine. If that's a critique of his, I'm totally there. But every coach in the league, head coach, offensive coordinator, whoever, wants their players to do exactly what the game plan dictates or what the specific play call dictates.
Yeah.
That's why you game plan.
I totally agree. And it's also why you put specific players in specific positions and you give some players more leeway. Debo has more leeway than Brandon Ayuk.
Sure.
Like, that's the way it goes.
Maybe used to.
Well, yeah, but still within the run game and everything else, he has the ability to dip and duck and dodge, where Ayuk is, he's running around and doing his thing. Yeah. And, and then Juwan Jennings, even less, right? And then I'll take it to the Sacramento Kings. Like, we hear this term when it comes to Mike Brown. He's OCD. That means he's a control freak.
Yes, exactly.
But that's okay. Like, when we watch him, like, during a game, take a timeout, angry, he takes a timeout 9 seconds into a game. You don't think he's trying to control something?
Right.
He pulls aside a guy like Terrence Davis and literally coaches him on the court. Like, that is what we're talking about here. That is how, if you're going to be excellent at your job, if you're going to find success, it can't just be like this laissez-faire. Everybody gets to have a good time. And like, this is like that, because that's not what, guys like Nick Bosa, we talk about him all day, but you look at Nick Bosa, that dude hasn't missed a day in the weight room. And like, since he's probably like,
he exercises for
8.
sure.
Yeah. So the fact is, like, these guys know that this is a drill. This is a job that they're put into. And so I understand some of it, and the freelance versus the guy who follows directions.
So I think that part of this, though, is him saying, and maybe I think this is what he was trying to get across, that the reason that Trey Lance did not work out with the 49ers is because there was an expectation that he was going to be what Brock Purdy is in terms of being the best of both worlds. It's super high football IQ. That's how he won the 49ers over. In Zoom meetings, because that's the pandemic year. They were in Zoom meetings. He's on the whiteboard and crushing it. And they went, wow, this kid's brilliant. Not a lot of tape, but he's going to get the offense. And then that just didn't quite translate all the way in the limited reps that he got. And so there was way more freelancing than Kyle Shanahan was comfortable with. Now, if that freelancing had turned into, and this is where I would push back a little bit on RG3, I don't think it was freelancing or not knowing the offense or not executing the offense. If Trey Lance was quote unquote freelancing and the 49ers were scoring every time they had the ball while he was at quarterback, that would be way different. But it wasn't that. It was, he's not executing the offense and the offense is stagnant because of it.
Yeah.
So,
no, I mean, I think it's really interesting. And there's another clip here we have for him, right?
Yeah. There's this other clip, and this kind of plays into, I think, another reason why the Shanahan Lance thing didn't work out
Okay.
and why, even if Lance had been really good off script, why it still might have not worked out. Here's RG3.
For me and Kyle in Washington, I don't think there was any creative differences at all. I think it was more of, how do you say this? Coaches, players, all throughout the league, you've ran into this probably. Everybody's got somewhat of an ego, and everybody wants to take credit for whatever is going on. It's a lot harder for a coach to take credit for what a guy like Patrick Mahomes is doing, who is super creative, as opposed to taking credit for taking Matt Schaub or Matt Ryan or Jimmy Garoppolo to the NFC Championship game. So I never had any issues when it came to that. We just didn't have enough time to work together. We only got 2 years there in D.C., and that's a whole other can of worms.
Kyle, I mean, I understand what he's saying, but
Mhm.
you have to prove that you can be at this level.
Yeah.
And then you get the opportunity to go to this level.
But also, right. But is anybody not giving Andy Reid credit for the Chiefs?
They give him all kinds of credit.
He gets so much credit.
If there's someone who doesn't get credit, it's Eric Bieniemy.
Yeah, sure.
That's who it was.
Sure.
I mean, like, he's not getting any credit where everyone else is getting all the credit.
Yeah.
But it doesn't always work out. I mean,
I don't have the sound of it, but Kyle Shanahan said on the Play Callers podcast with Jordan Rodriguez, really, really good series that highlighted Kyle Shanahan, Mike McDaniel, Matt LaFleur, and Sean McVay, the kind of the Kyle Shanahan tree, if you will.
Yeah.
And Shanahan had a quote in there about how he can, and I'm paraphrasing, he can live with a result if he thinks he made the right play call. If he believes strongly in the play he called and it doesn't work, he can sleep at night. And that, to me, is where ego becomes a problem, or potentially a problem.
Okay.
Where if you believe as a coach, and I don't know this, I'm not inside his head, but if you believe as a coach that you have that much control over the game, and that, hey, as long as I do the right thing, like, no, this is the players, man. It is on the players to execute. You got to let them go make plays.
But there are times, Kyle, where I've watched his play calling and thought that he hurt his team.
Yeah, that's right. That's the issue.
Yeah.
Is, okay, maybe that was the right play call, like, in your mind, but was it if it didn't work, it was there's so many instances of a play that the Niners play out and it falls flat.
Yeah.
And Shanahan goes, and there's times he says after a game, I wish I had that one back. That wasn't the best. But the fact that he said that and believes that, hey, even if we lose, as long as I called the plays right, then that's
interesting. And I think a lot of it comes down to trust. Like, and I think that's something where if you can't get his trust, he's not going to call the play. And so basically this word trust means so many different things. In order to earn the trust, you've got to be able to, do the basics. In order to take the next step, you got to show that you can do it and that you can be, stable and do what it is that he needs you to do in order to find success.
Yeah.
And that's where I think, a guy like Trey Lance just never got to from point A to point B. Again, I'll compare him again and again and again,
right,
very specifically to Marvin Bagley. It just never quite worked out.
Yeah.
All right. We're going to take a break real quick. We'll be back in just a minute. And when we do, we will have Scott Gulbransen from Silver and Black. And
he's already in there. Let's go.
Yeah, we'll talk Raiders. So you're listening to The Insiders on ESPN 1320, 98.5 HD2, and the free Odyssey app. See you in a sec. That's my bad. Scott.
What's happening, guys?
How are you?
I'm doing all right. Getting geared up for the first busy Sunday. So I'm going to get my rest the next 2 days.
I hear you.
Although we're lucky, NFL. I mean, you're covering NBA. You talk about a long season.
Well, it's long, but we have like this 6 weeks here where it just dies. Where I feel like the NFL never does die.
True.
Like, like how long do they drag out the mock draft season and draft season? It seems like it's the worst like elongated ridiculousness of all time.
Yeah. 3 months, something like that, right? Congratulations on the show, though, guys. Very cool.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
glad. I'm hoping we work it out where you join us here on Thursdays or Fridays to talk Raiders.
Yeah, be happy to anytime you need me.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll be cool.
Oh, Kyle's.
Well, Echo, it's fine.
He's going full Lou Gehrig on us. Yeah.
I consider myself. Yeah.
Today,
Today.
consider myself
I love it.
the luckiest man on the face of the earth.
Yeah, there we go.
That's great.
I'm glad you went through the whole thing there.
Oh, yeah. Got my alarm going off in here.
That's alarm making sure you're here.
If I do nothing else, I'm going to run a bit into the ground.
I've been known to do that.
I'm not so much a bit guy as I like to hit hard with like witty sarcasm at weird points.
That's good.
That I don't usually stick with a bit.
I do a lot of movie references, cultural, like pop culture references that
Oh yeah.
I'm going to assume 70% of people listening or watching don't get, but I kind of like that because the people who do get it will laugh and they'll understand.
We have this bit that we do on the King Speed podcast, where again we're Scott. Just so you know, we're on break.
Yeah.
So with Brendan Nunez, who's a great kid, Brendan has not watched any movies at all. He does, so we like try to force him to watch movies, and he doesn't get any references. Yeah, it's a disaster.
Oh yeah, I know. I this shirt I'm wearing right now is a movie shirt, right? So I'm wearing this shirt one time, and I do my Raiders show, and people are, "Why are you wearing a Chiefs shirt?" And I'm like, first of all, is it red? No. Okay. You've never seen the movie Slapshot.
We are.
Welcome back to hour number 2 of the ESPN 1320 Insiders. Get ready for the most up-to-date sports news and talk with the ESPN
My bad.
Insiders.
And we are back here. I am James Ham, Kings Insider, here at ESPN 1320, and joining me is Kyle Madsen, and we have a guest, a second guest of the day. We're bringing in Scott Gulbransen from Silver and Black today. Scott, how are you, man? It's good to see you.
Doing good, guys. Congratulations on the show. I know you and Kyle are gonna tear it up, and it's gonna be fun to come on each week with you guys, talk a little bit about Raiders football and whatever else pops up, like echoes and baseball legends and whatever.
Slapshot. Yeah. And I definitely, we're only having guests on that will like say we're awesome. So thank you.
That's 2 for 2 today.
That's 2 for
This is
2.
big
Like
time.
everyone is excited that we've got a show. Hey, this is opening weekend. Everyone's super excited. This is, what we all live for if you're a football fan. You've got Chiefs Lions tonight. You got Raiders, like big game to open the season. Just where are you at with this this Raiders team, like coming into the season, like this first week? Are they ready?
Yeah, I wrote a piece up on sportsnot.com about the Raiders seemingly are very focused. Of course, they had some weirdness this week with Chandler Jones, who seems to be having some breakdown issues and whatnot. And from a human level, you hope he's okay. But they don't seem distracted by that. They seem very focused. It seems that the team a little more focused and I think comfortable going into this season versus last season with Josh McDaniels and his coaching staff were new last year. System was new. You had Derek Carr there. Darren Waller was still there. So these were guys that were holdovers from the previous regime. Now with a lot more of quote unquote their guys in there, it seems like it's just a more comfortable environment. So they seem focused on it. There's a lot of question marks. So I think the Raiders offense is going to be pretty dang good if Jimmy G can stay healthy. That's the big caveat. But other than that, I think all the questions are on defense. Can the Raiders defense move from 28th, where they were ranked last year, to maybe high 20s at best, so that they can stop people and give their offense a chance to keep games in view and in a point where they can win them?
You brought up Jimmy Garoppolo. and out here, obviously, with the 49ers, that's going to be a person of interest all season. Did their offense get better by moving on from Derek Carr and bringing in Jimmy Garoppolo?
Well, I think you have to say yes, and that's not necessarily a slight on Derek Carr. I think what we now know, based on what Carr said after he left and went to New Orleans, was he was never really comfortable with Josh McDaniels or his system. And it showed, because Derek Carr had the worst year he had since 2014, his rookie season. So I think for him, it was good. And I had said midseason last year that I thought an amicable divorce was coming, that, hey, let the guy go try to win somewhere else. He's been part of in the past dumpster fire that was the Raiders organization. And so now he gets a chance to go somewhere else. And then for the Raiders, Josh McDaniels gets to get one of his guys, whoever that was at the time. It ends up being Jimmy Garoppolo. And Jimmy Garoppolo, when he's healthy, is a good quarterback. Is he a top 5 quarterback? Of course not. He's not a transcendent quarterback. He's not a Mahomes. He's not one of these guys who's going to go down in the annals of NFL lore as one of the best ever. But I think he is a pretty good bridge quarterback. I think the Raiders have the next couple of years to decide what they're going to do, who's going to be the quarterback that's going to lead them into a string of winning seasons, which they have not had so far in quite a while.
Scott, you're talking about Derek Carr there. And then we also have the Chandler Jones situation. And I think it brings to a larger point. Is there still this weird disconnect with McDaniel as a head coach? And can he get through this? Can he grow and find a way to find balance here where he isn't in these types of situations?
Well, I think the Carr situation and the Chandler Jones situation, two very different. Chandler Jones, I don't think it has anything to do, although he's sharing these private texts between him and Josh McDaniels, and he's saying that, obviously he's saying negative things about the organization, including general manager Dave Ziegler. I don't really believe, in every indication that we have, there's no belief that was because of something that happened, more so than it is that Chandler Jones is going through some difficulties. Derek Carr, different issue. They never listen. The Raiders gave him, Dave Ziegler, Josh McDaniels gave him a new contract last year that included a no trade clause, which wasn't good for the organization. So they went into last year, I think, really believing that they could get out of him what they wanted. And that didn't work out. So that's on the organization, I think, more than the player. So I think that question, though, is one of the question marks heading into the season based on what he did in Denver. And the only record we have of him being a head coach. So he's got to change that perception, but that's certainly the narrative across the country. And you don't change that unless you show something that you've gone past that and that you have the guys. But I will tell you, in this preseason, in this camp, it seems to me it is a different feel, and the players there all seem to like him very much and seem to be bought in on his concept. Now it's got to translate in the field. When things get rough this season, we'll kind of see how things hold together.
Talking with Scott Gulbransen, the host of Silver and Black Today. That's an Odyssey podcast. You can find it on the Odyssey app. You can find it wherever you get your pods. But Scott, the Raiders drafted Tyree Wilson out of Texas Tech, player I like a whole lot. What did you see from him in the preseason, and how productive can we expect him to be in year one?
Yeah, and it's interesting because fans are all or nothing, right? It's like the guy either is God or he sucks, and they shouldn't have drafted him.
Fact.
Tyree Wilson got a late start to camp. He didn't really start camp until just about a week and a half before it ended and before the first preseason game, because he had that foot injury at Texas Tech. He hadn't been on a football field since last November, and the Raiders knew that when they drafted him. So they took a risk there. But as you said, I mean, you watch this kid on film and you know how powerful he can be. So he played in the Dallas game. He played one series. He showed a little bit of rookiness, right, where he got beat up a couple times, but he also showed his explosiveness and the speed. And you saw that and you said, wow, if this kid puts it together, he's got that capability. Remember, he was a kid who at earlier on in the draft season, people were saying could go as high as 3.
Yeah.
So this is a really good talent. I think he's going to come along a little slower. Now with the Chandler Jones situation, though, he might need to step in there faster, but Malcolm Kuntz is there to kind of fill the void. But I think, by game 3 or 4, you're going to start to see him get a lot more snaps. And so I think there's a little bit of patience Raider Nation needs to have with him. But I think by midseason, you might see him reach some of that potential that we all saw as we were building up to the draft.
Now, Scott, this team wasn't very good last year. The predictions aren't very good this year. 5.5, 6.5 wins. What is it that you're expecting though? You don't have to give me a win total, but
Yeah.
do you think this team has an opportunity to start to climb out of this hole that they've dug for themselves, or is this going to be another sort of wait and see season and hopefully things work out?
Yeah, I early on, right after the draft and some of the free agency moves that they made, I picked them to win 8 games. So
Okay.
they picked 6. They won 6 last year. Now, remember, last year they won 6 games, but this is an indictment on Josh McDaniels, I think, a lot, which is they blew 5 double-digit leads in the second half. Okay, so that was terrible. They could, if they would have won 3 more of those games, we're having a much different conversation, because then they would have won 9. They might have missed the playoffs, but they might have won 9 games. So I think 8. I think a ceiling of 10. You never know how things go in the NFL. AFC West, as you guys know, is going to be brutal, with the Chargers, a better Broncos team, and of course the Chiefs. We'll see how they roll out tonight, even without Travis Kelce. I think we'll see. But either way, I think the Raiders looked at this as a 2-year situation. Okay, you can't go backwards this year, but the progress forward, if you can go ahead a couple games and then build your defense again, because you can't build it overnight, and do that again next year, then I think you're going to have an opportunity. This team will have an opportunity to be in that wild card race. And if things go crazy this year, they could even probably sneak in. It's just going to be tough. The whole AFC is just stacked.
Is it a situation where if they miss the postseason, they are looking at moving on from Josh McDaniels?
You know what? I know a lot of people would say that and think that, especially after what happened last year. I don't think so. I mean, you guys know, you're up there. What has been the problem with this Raider organization for 25 years? And that's a revolving door. Now the Mayock Gruden situation, for all the reasons you guys know about, was different, and not on Mike Mayock, but the John Gruden one, obviously very, very strange and crazy. Mayock and Gruden didn't draft well. That probably the worst drafts in the history of the Raiders franchise. And that's saying something, because Al Davis did, at the end of his years, did do a couple of woozies, but the Gruden drafts were just brutal. There's nobody left except for Josh Jacobs, right? So you look at that and you say, okay, what do we need to do? I think unless he loses the locker room guys, I think he's got another year no matter what happens this year. But if he were to somehow, to your point earlier, James, about how he relates to players and his reputation, if he loses that locker room and it becomes public, because you cover locker rooms, guys will start talking if it's really bad. And if that starts happening, then I think all bets are off. But if that doesn't happen, I think he's got at least one more year there in Vegas.
Yeah, it's interesting covering the NBA. There's only 15 guys. So when you lose a locker room, you feel it. You feel it as a collective.
Yeah.
You see it, and it's time to go. And and so I would hate to be in an NFL locker room with 53 guys and then practice squad guys. Like, you could lose half of it and not the other half, and you could lose the whole thing. And then that's a lot of gigantic.
I wither when one person doesn't like me. A whole locker room of people being out on me, I couldn't do it.
Kyle's gonna struggle here on the insiders.
I need people to like me, bro.
Scott, thanks so much for joining us. You can find all of Scott's work over at Silver and Black Today, Odyssey podcast. We're going to do this every week. We're going to have you on. We're going to talk Raiders. We are the home of the Las Vegas Raiders here at ESPN 1320. So thanks for joining us.
Guys, again, great luck with the show, and look forward to talking to both of you next week.
Thanks, Scott.
All right.
Party on. Do you feel better or worse about the Raiders after talking to Scott?
Better or worse? No, I just don't know. I feel like the Raiders are the Raiders, right? I do. I feel like what we watched last season was embarrassing. It was embarrassing if you're a Raiders fan, and to have a coach who clearly needed to be fired at multiple points in the season, and then to just hey, we're not doing anything. And then all the talk is they're not doing anything because they don't have any money and they can't buy him out. That was, to me, one of the things that stood out. That is Raiders in a nutshell.
Yeah, no doubt. It definitely has that, we're in Sacramento, so I'm going to say Kings, but there's a ton of teams like this. The Jets, for example, that it's that's just until that team shows me that they have taken that next step, I'm going to doubt them.
Of course.
So,
And rightly you should.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just like the Sacramento Kings for so many years.
Yeah.
You got to doubt them until they prove that that's not who they are anymore.
But that said, if Tyree Wilson is half the player that they think he's going to be in year one, alongside Max Crosby, like that can change the entire complexion of a defense. We know Jimmy Garoppolo, every time he's been on the field in the NFL, he's won games. So I feel a little bit better now than I did earlier today about the Raiders.
All right. I just think anytime you're walking into a season and it's if Jimmy Garoppolo stays healthy,
dude, been there.
Game over. Game over. All right. We're going to take a break. We'll be back in a few minutes. You're listening to the Insiders on ESPN 1320, 98.5 HD2, and the free Odyssey app. We'll be right back. Yo. That was my bad. The transition out.
Oh, geez. Getting Scott out of the chat and stuff. That's fine. I'll moving forward, I'll make sure to.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
No, I meant like we finished with Scott and then it was radio silence.
So, yeah. No, I'll make sure to pick it up when we have a guest on the stream while you do all that.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, cool.
All right. Yeah, Scott is a great guest.
I agree.
We're going to have Scott on once a week to talk Raiders, and he really does know his stuff. And, I'm not the biggest Raiders guy, and neither is Kyle. But we do know, at least what's going on, a little bit.
And I appreciate, damn it. I appreciate that he clearly knows the team and likes the team, but he's objective about it.
Yeah. I've never understood Raider fans. I have to be honest. I've made this point, Kyle. I don't think you were on, but if the A's moved to Las Vegas, when they moved to Las Vegas, I don't think I'm just done with the A's. I know I'm done with the A's, but I think I'm done with baseball, which is hard because that's my team. I mean, that's my sport. But it's really, I don't understand Raider fans that follow a team to LA and then back to Oakland and then now to Vegas. And I mean, I guess it's only 9 weeks of a season and only on the weekends.
And there's precedent that they've left before.
Well, yeah, but I don't think that having the precedent that you'll leave the city that has embraced you should be a precedent that actually helps you. I don't know. That's almost like, she cheated on me before and I took her back. So I guess it's okay if she cheated on me again. I'm not that dude. So I don't know. What's going on, everybody? How are we doing in the chatty house? If you're in the chatty house and you don't mind, give us a thumbs up. And remember that it carries over to D-Lo and KC. We have the same exact live stream going, which is really cool.
I have no idea what was happening in the chatty house during Scott there, but Ramsey talking about never ordering burrito bowls from Chipotle was really funny.
I think John Bull's part of that. So you
John
can
Bull
punch John Bull in the face next time you see him.
John at Chipotle ordering a burrito, and I'm in there giving him a knuckle sandwich.
That's right. Pow.
4 seconds.
Welcome back to the Insiders here on ESPN 1320. I am James Ham. Joining me, Mr. Kyle Madsen. Kyle, we're making it through. It's football Thursday. This is opening night of the NFL. Lots of excitement. I know it's NFL heavy. So if you're here for Kings Chat, we'll get to Kings Chat. There's going to be months and months and months of Kings Chat. But for right now, I like this. I like that we're focusing a little bit on football especially with the buildup.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Like there's always there has to be a lull in an off season. And with the Kings right now, there's just not a lot happening.
No.
But as soon as when training camp starts in what, a month?
Oh,
Less than a month?
Yeah. October 3rd is media day.
On October 3rd, he asked me what day it was. It's October 3rd. Mean Girls.
That's today?
No, it doesn't matter. Anyways, shout out to anybody who got that. Yeah, so less than a month away from media day, and then training camp start, and there'll be heavy Kings talk on the show. For sure.
Oh yeah, for sure. All right, let's get back into, we talked about earlier that the Athletic has the San Francisco 49ers as a 10th best team coming into the season. So I don't agree with that.
Me neither.
I think a lot of people out there don't agree with that. I'm not saying that they're number one, but a lot like how I don't think Brock Purdy is number 32. I think the numbers are askew. But NFL executives have spoken, and they believe the San Francisco 49ers to be the number 2 team in the NFC. That seems more realistic. But even if we say that, that doesn't mean that. I mean, that still means that they could be number 5, because the AFC has got some really incredible.
The AFC is loaded.
Yeah, the AFC is loaded.
The AFC, the two conferences are very different in this way. The AFC has, I think, probably 5 teams that you could talk me into winning the Super Bowl. Kansas City, Baltimore, Cincinnati, Buffalo. I'm missing one. I'm missing like an obvious one. Oh, the Jets.
Okay.
Like, you could talk me into the Jets. I picked the Dolphins to go to the Super Bowl. You could talk me into the Dolphins. And I didn't do that just because Jesse's sitting here. I did that independently. I made that pick at home.
I think you're just trying to make a friend. It's like,
yeah, I told you I need everybody to like me. Tell me your favorite team and I'll predict them to go to the Super Bowl.
It's your first week on the job. You're like, oh no.
You just hit the mood lighting?
The lights just died here.
I love that for you. No,
studio.
this is great.
I feel like I'm, I should start singing the song here.
Yeah, no, you've got the spotlight on you right now.
This
is
like
it actually
SNL
looks great.
intro.
It looks great on the stream too.
All right.
I don't know why that happened, but
hopefully the other lights don't go out, because then it'll be really strange and dark in here. And
then we got to start telling scary stories.
Yeah, it'll be like the teleprompter went down on SNL.
Yeah,
teleprompter's down.
But and then there's the NFC, and the NFC you could talk me into a bunch of teams winning, but for like the opposite reason, not because I think that there's that many teams that could win the Super Bowl, but okay, it's Niners, Eagles if they're in the top tier, and then in a very close second tier, it's the Cowboys. I think the Saints are going to be there. If you told me the Falcons were good, I wouldn't be shocked. If you told me that Green Bay was still pretty good, I wouldn't be shocked. If you told me Detroit was really good, Seattle, there's all these teams that, okay, haven't really seen it yet, but if everything goes right, you could, if you told me, if you came from the future, if you're like, hello, I'm James from 2024.
Yep.
Here's what the playoff teams are. And you listed out, yeah, the Seahawks won the NFC West, and the Saints won the NFC South, and the Falcons are right there. They were a wild card team, and Detroit won the NFC North, and Green Bay was second, and they were a wild card team. I would not be floored at all.
Yeah, I think it speaks to the mediocrity of the NFC.
Yeah, right. It's all either very mediocre, or they have a lot of teams that are right there and need 1 or 2 things to go right to go from, okay, that's an 8 or 9 win team to, wow, that was a 12 or 13 win team.
I think it's something that, like, when you see the changeover in sports, like, especially like we see it in fantasy, because we start playing fantasy football like the weeks before, and you start seeing that, okay, like, there are so many rookie quarterbacks this year, and we have no idea what any of those rookie quarterbacks are going to be. And we have so many question marks about who's going to be the running back in this position or this one. That's when I start to get to teams that at least that like structurally have similar players that are coming back for another year. It's where, like, we didn't even mention the Vikings that had a good season. You're looking at, like, that could be a strong team, but I just don't know. There's so many question marks. You mentioned Green Bay. Okay. They have a quarterback who hasn't been able to prove it. Even the Jets, like I'm not convinced that the Jets and the AFC are just going to be a team that instantly is that group that you switch out one player and it means everything. I don't know that that's the case. Now, another year with Robert Saleh, yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
You bring in Dalvin Cook to help out the running back situation while Breece Hall is getting back up and going. They have some talent at the wide receiver. Like, I get it, but the AFC is tough.
I think the deal with the Jets specifically, I'm super happy you brought them up. I think the deal with the Jets specifically is when you watched them last year and you watched them be super competitive, and it was Mike White at quarterback for some of those games, and it's whatever Zach Wilson was doing, and you're going, man, if they had mediocre quarterback play, they'd be really good. And then they went and got Aaron Rodgers, who wasn't awesome last year, but was still a good player and is 2 years removed from being the back-to-back MVP. And so if Aaron Rodgers, even if he's not an MVP, is in the conversation, all of a sudden you're going, wow, the Jets, they got 6 times the level of quarterback play they really needed to be good. Watch out.
I get it. I get that, I just don't know that I believe that Aaron Rodgers has that much left in the
That's
tank.
fair. That's fair.
I don't. And I also, like, he went from being like really likable, like local kid here, to very unlikable, like very quickly.
Sure.
And like, it's kind of surprising that you see a change like that. And maybe that's why I'm not valuing the Jets in the same way.
That's
maybe
fair.
it's because it's like,
so
you have that hanging over your head.
This is fascinating because I think that exact logic is what people apply to the 49ers. Where you say, I just don't think Aaron Rodgers has enough left in the tank to be like that team where the Jets are going to be in Super Bowl contention. I think there's a lot of people, mainly, who is it? Bo Wolf, our guy from The Athletic, who looks at the Niners and goes, I don't think Brock Purdy can be that guy to get them over the hump that they've continued to run into because of quarterback play.
Okay.
I'm not saying like you're
saying.
wrong or anything. I just think that's the logic is kind of the same.
No, I totally see what you're saying. I just think that every time I look at like the question mark about Brock Purdy, it's like, oh, well, then Sam Darnold will take over. And we all know what that looks like. And it's like, okay, we can go through each of these teams. And if someone gets hurt on a Sunday, which happens every Sunday, someone gets hurt, and it's a quarterback for one of any of these teams, they're all question marks from then on.
The wild thing to me, I'm with you on that's always been my thing. When you lose your starting quarterback, to me, your season is probably over. The 49ers have been a pretty significant exception over the last couple of years, more specifically last year than in 2021. Jimmy Garoppolo missed 2 games, but specifically last year, the 49ers were an exception. But the wilder part to me with Sam Darnold is the people that are like picking him to win MVP and going, well, Sam, they're going to win the Super Bowl. This is multiple people, like people on NFL Network and on the 33rd Team, which is a site run by a couple of former NFL execs, and they have a bunch of old coaches and executives and players doing stuff for that site. Smart football people, notable people, going, well, the Niners are going to win the Super Bowl because Sam Darnold's going to take over eventually and they're going to shoot to the moon. That's the one I can't wrap my brain around.
Yeah, this is all weird. I think there is no happy medium. There's nothing in the middle. It's either everything is going to happen good or everything's going to happen bad. There is no middle ground. There's no way to be 500 now at the end of an NFL season because there's 17 games. Yeah. So it's 9-8 or it's 8-9. Either you make it or you don't.
Poor Jeff Fisher got out of the league a little bit too soon.
That's right. All right, we're going to take a break. You are listening to The Insiders on ESPN 1320, 98.5 HD2, and the free Odyssey app. We'll be back in just a few minutes, and we'll continue this conversation as we head towards opening night of the NFL, Chiefs-Lions. I'm going to get up and fix the lights. Oh,
Honestly, I was into the ambiance. I was kind of into the ambiance. I'm going to see if I can mess with my lights.
oh, I could probably change the lights. I probably like, to be honest, I'm not nearly as washed out when the lights go out. Oh, oh no, you're changing. Is that my lights too? No. Oh yeah, look at Kyle. Night chat with Kyle Madsen. All right. Have we got any update yet on Travis Kelce? I don't think we have. Oh, Russell Hunt throwing shade at Jesse.
What'd he say?
He says, "Hey, Kyle, you're doing a better job than Jesse does." Oh,
That's okay. Two things.
sick burn,
One,
Russell.
One, that's objectively false. Two, if Russell really believes that, then Jesse, I'm doing everything Jesse tells me to do. And when I have a problem, I look to my left and I go,
He's a puppet.
I shrug like this, and he goes, "Hey, you gotta do this."
Oh, that's amazing. Allison asked, Insider's Fantasy segment someday. Someday is
Someday.
tomorrow.
Yeah.
Fantasy Friday, Allison. We're gonna do Fantasy Friday with.
Do we have a time on that yet?
Faraz Siddiqui, we do. But we didn't have a whatchamacallit. Faraz will be in tomorrow at, let's see,
1 minute.
1 minute. 10:30. 10:30. Yeah.
Okay, now Russell's spitting facts. Don't read what he said, but now he's talking.
Oh, Russell. Russell's just in here stirring the pot. Come on now, Russell.
Russell woke up, ripped a couple lines, and was like, "Let me get in the chatty house, baby." 30 seconds.
Every time I think of Russell, I think of
Wilson?
Fat Albert.
Oh.
Russell.
That'll be interesting to see historically. Like Russ in 30 years. Does that mean Wilson or Westbrook?
Oh.
Oh, I have another one of those. Hang on, 5 seconds.
Odds, picks, and projections on the ESPN 1320 Insider Show are made possible by BetQL and Odyssey Company. Download the BetQL app today.
Welcome back into the Insiders here on ESPN 1320. I am James Ham, Kings Insider for ESPN 1320 and the Kings Beat. We haven't mentioned the Kings Beat nearly enough. Kyle Madsen, of course, is our 49ers Insider, 49ers Wire. Kyle, what's going on? How are we doing?
I'm doing great. I was wondering during the break if Russ in 20 years will mean Russell Westbrook or Russell Wilson, because right now I typically don't know. If I'm talking to Damian, I know exactly what it means. But if I'm talking to anybody else without context, if it's December and somebody goes, "Man, did you see Russ last night?" Couldn't tell. I couldn't tell you which one.
I think Russell Westbrook has just been so much bigger. I don't know. Russell Wilson, like,
You think?
yeah, like, I don't know. And the way that Russell Wilson is kind of like
A weirdo?
he's kind of viewed now. He's viewed through this weird like lens.
No, it's just he's weird. The lens is fine. He's just a weirdo. The lens is totally fine. No, the other one. This is jarring to me.
Okay.
The youths believe Melo is LaMelo Ball, not Carmelo Anthony.
Oh,
There's like a cutoff. I don't know the exact.
The Utes of America.
No, not people at Utah. No, the youths of America think Melo means LaMelo Ball, and most certainly does not.
That was you missing a My Cousin Vinny reference.
Bro, you okay.
That
look,
was you missing a
look,
My
dog.
Cousin.
when you mentioned
The Utes.
you mentioned the homie Brendan Nunez earlier. All right. Brendan Nunez has not seen any movies. There's a chance he's seen more movies than I have.
Wow.
Name 4 movies right now that you think that I should have seen.
Old School.
Oh, I've seen that one. This
Oh.
would be super funny now if you pick 4
Well,
movies. that I've
okay,
seen.
so the first movie that we tried to force Brendan to watch was What About Mary?
There's something about Mary.
There's something about Mary. Why
I
did
have
not
seen that
believe
one.
that? Okay.
I have seen that one.
And then
2 for 2.
Sean is always trying to get him to watch Life.
Never seen it.
Okay.
That's a serial to me.
Okay. So it is. Mikey likes it. Life cereal.
Sure.
That's probably well before your time.
That's way over my head.
There are commercials. There was a kid named Mikey that didn't like anything, but he liked Life cereal, and their tagline was "Mikey likes it."
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know a fourth movie.
So let me tell you some of the movies I've not seen.
Okay.
No Godfathers.
What?
I've seen none of the Godfathers.
That's shameful.
Goodfellas. Never seen it.
Oh,
What are some other?
you should not only watch The Godfather, but you should watch The Offer.
Never seen
That's
it.
what it is. Which is
Casino. Not seen it.
Oh man. Well, you're just going down like all the mobster movies you haven't
Yeah, I
seen.
was
How
gonna
come
say,
you haven't seen
think
any
it's-
mobster movies?
I don't know. I'm big into like mobster stuff. Like that's one of the fascinating things about Vegas to me. But I've
Like
just
you
never.
dress up for Halloween as a mobster. But
No, I don't dress up for Halloween.
I'm
That's
just
a lie. I dress up for. I don't know why I said that. I act like I have disdain for Halloween. I don't. I dress up. Me and my wife do matching costumes. We're adorable.
we like to we go all out. And this is where John Bull and I have a connection. John Bull
You
and
guys do
I
Halloween together?
no, but we do love Nightmare Before Christmas. And so John actually I got the Jack the Skeleton King, the big like 7 foot tall animated thing you put out in front of your house. And then John Bull ended up having he had got Sally. And so then I had to go get that. And then Oogie Boogie came out and we got that. And then this year they came out with a 13-foot tall Jack. That's all animated.
I've seen it.
I've got it.
Oh,
It's still in the box. It's still in the
Come
box.
on.
It hasn't gone outside yet, but you have to rope these things down. Like it's not like a 5-minute adventure to put one of these things up because number one, you spend big money, and if it tumbles, it does
Night.
horrific damage. Like my Jack head flew off last year in a windstorm.
I'm sorry. I need you to repeat what you just said.
Yeah, Jack the Pumpkin King, his head flew off. Like he fell, hit the ground, head popped off, broke the collar.
Just chaos.
I had to I put him back in the box, said I'll get to you next year. And then maybe I will, maybe I won't, because now I have a 13-foot tall one. I don't know. This is what we bring you here on the Insiders, just so everyone knows. We go weird and take you off into tangents, and but typically we've been pretty focused. Kyle, we do have a huge night. It's a huge night in the sports world. Chiefs Lions, and I for one am confused why the Lions are on opening night of the NFL. I get they're like the darlings, but we can talk about all these incredible AFC teams, and I'm just confused why we aren't seeing, like a Bills Chiefs. There's so many.
Because it's a Thursday night.
Okay.
And I get wanting to put like a marquee matchup to start the year, right? I totally get what you're saying.
Yeah.
I think that the NFL is trying to project out a little bit here. And maybe right now, because the Lions are in that space that we just talked about with the Raiders, where I don't care how fun they were at the end of last year. I'm not buying them until I see a full season of them being good.
I'm not buying them at all. I mean,
right. Okay. So that's right.
Going into the season with Goff as quarterback.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure. And that's fine. But their offense was fun as heck last year. And Dan Campbell is a character. And then they go get Jahmyr Gibbs, who is a guy that fantasy players are all about. And I think going to be a really talented player as a receiver and as a runner. They get Sam Laporta, tight end from Iowa. And all of a sudden there's these pieces and you go, oh man, because Jared Goff was good last year. You're going, man, they're going to run up a ton of points. They're going to score like crazy. Let's throw them up against the Chiefs. And that way our Thursday night football game to open the year is this 48-45 back and forth shootout and fireworks to begin the season.
Oh,
I think that's what they're hoping for.
conspiracy theory.
Ooh.
Have they asked the Chiefs not to bring Chris Jones back for week 1 so it can be an over under of 90?
Oh man, maybe we're getting. In fact, you know what? I wrote down.
The player.
Yeah. Hey, Chris, come back later. Also, Travis Kelce is going to play. No, I don't know that for sure, but that would need to happen if they wanted to run it up. If they really wanted to run it up.
No, that's very true. So what
theory
they said with Kelce was that they were going to have a workout this morning. If everything went well, he would play tonight. If it doesn't go well, they'll reassess for next week.
My bet is he suits up, but is not the typical super effective Travis Kelce.
My bet is that he doesn't suit up because it's a Thursday night game, which means you got another 9-10 days until you play again. Like, why risk a knee injury in week 1?
So I was thinking the opposite. Was you play him tonight, maybe he's not super effective, but he's on the field. They got to defend you a certain way, and then he gets 10 days off after. But I think your line of thinking is probably more correct if that's really a worry.
Yeah, two sides of the same coin.
Yeah.
Interesting. Are there any weird rule changes we need to look out for in this first game?
Nothing weird. Speaking of this game, we're going to do some picks on in the next segment. The only rule change that's really notable to me, well, there's two. There's a new emergency quarterback rule.
Okay.
Where a team can designate an emergency third quarterback.
We'll call this a 49ers rule.
The 49ers rule. Well, and yeah, teams looked and went, this has not been a problem for a while. The emergency QB rule, was it the early 2000s, got taken out, where you no longer designate an emergency quarterback. But you can now have a third quarterback who is designated as the emergency QB, but he cannot enter a game unless both the quarterbacks ahead of him are hurt.
Are ruled out.
Right. So starter ruled out, backup stinks, and is 0 for 15 with 6 interceptions. You are SOL. That emergency QB cannot come in. But if both are ruled out with injuries, the emergency third QB can come in. Here's the other caveat. They have to play quarterback.
Oh.
So as I understand the rule, if you have like a wildcat package, you can't do it with your emergency third QB activated.
Oh.
But
that's
once,
weird.
Yeah. So it doesn't have to be that the player is ruled out, by the way. If your backup is in and hits his head on the turf and needs to go into the into the blue tent, your emergency quarterback can come in. If that guy gets cleared, emergency QB comes out. Has to come out. Even if he's 10 for 10 for 500 yards and 10 touchdowns. He has to come out of the game.
That would be a heck of a performance.
Yeah, that would be. If Brandon Allen did that, we would talk about that all week.
Yeah, and then we talk about, is Brandon Allen the next quarterback? Yeah, no, that would open up a can of worms. All right, we're gonna take one more break. When we come back, we're gonna talk about a bunch of the betting odds for tonight's game. It should be a really entertaining opening night for NFL football. They had a real dud a couple of years ago, and then they had a bunch of duds on Thursday night. So hopefully we're going to see some excitement, something we haven't seen before, something new, something different. You're listening to The Insiders on ESPN 1320, 98.5 HD2, and the free Odyssey app. We'll see you in just a minute. Kenny has arrived. We got Kenny making the rounds, kissing babies, hugging it out. Russell Hunt, you're all over the chat today. The Fifth Element is strangely underrated. What's up, my man? What's going on?
I did thumbs down Forrest Gump because I have not seen it. Not that it was bad.
You've never seen Forrest Gump? What? What is happening, Kyle?
What?
You've never seen Forrest Gump?
Correct.
Oh, now we've got the happiest.
Dang it. Yeah.
Kyle's
No,
learning.
I've seen like bits and pieces of it, but I've never sat down and been like, I'm watching Forrest Gump today.
It's pretty phenomenal.
Oh yeah, fair catch rule on kickoff. Good call by Ramsey. You can fair catch on a kickoff now and get the ball at the 25.
Oh, okay.
I believe that's right. Help me out. And then fourth down conversion attempts are all automatically reviewed now.
Wait. Okay. All automatically reviewed. Cool. Okay.
Facts.
Tyler Jennings brings up Bronx Tale.
Remember the Titans is when I get asked what my favorite movie is, I just say Remember the Titans.
Have you actually seen it?
1,000,000 times. When that movie starts, I could quote it bar for bar. Same thing with Miracle with Kurt Russell.
Okay. Oh yeah,
What
yeah.
about it? About the 1980 U.S. Olympic hockey team?
Yeah.
Dodgeball, great movie.
Dodgeball is a great movie.
Hereditary, that's a negative. Not a horror movie guy.
I'm not a horror
Have not
movie
watched
guy.
Tommy Boy.
You've never seen Tommy Boy? That's
another one. I've seen like bits and pieces of it, but never like sat down and been like, I'm watching Tommy Boy.
Someone asked, what's the best Chris Farley movie? It's probably Tommy Boy.
Yeah, that tracks.
Him and David Spade are incredible. But
I've
Rob
seen
Lowe is
Happy
good, too.
Gilmore, but I was very, very intoxicated while watching it.
I did like Chris Farley as the security guard who knows too much in Wayne's World.
30 seconds, by the way.
Con Air and The Rock. Come on, Russell.
Great movie. Here we go.
Welcome back into the Insiders here on ESPN 1320. I am James Ham. Joining me, Kyle Madsen. Kyle, we're gonna have to do like going ham or going mad on these segments where we start talking about betting. I don't know. The Chiefs tonight, -4.5. Are you down?
Oh, I don't think so. I can't. 4.5 is kind of a weird number, and
It is.
And I can't decide if this is going to be a Chiefs in case you forgot game, because there's a lot of people that are like really high this year on the Lions. They're like, yeah, Lions, they're going to be really good, and the Chiefs are just going to throttle them. Or if the Lions are really good and the Chiefs struggle a little bit without Travis Kelce, and this is a really close game, that the Chiefs win 30-27, or maybe the Lions win outright.
Okay, so I think 4.5 is probably fair. I mean, I would, if I were predicting, I'd say Chiefs by 7. So I mean, I would take the over on that. Just in looking at it from my point of view.
So you're taking the Chiefs -4.5?
Yeah, I would take that.
So I was looking at BetQL today, which is an Odyssey company.
Yep.
Go to betql.com, and what they do is they run like thousands of simulations to get what they believe their numbers are, and then they take numbers in sports books and rate those like each prop or each total on a scale of 5 stars. So if their projection has a point total of 54 in this game,
Okay.
and the over under is 53.5, which is what it is, that'll be like 1 star, because the line is right about where it should be. But if they run their simulations and they believe that Patrick Mahomes is going to throw for 5 touchdowns, and his over under is 1.5 touchdown passes, that'll be like a 5-star bet. Like, this is the one to go after.
Okay.
And you just go to betql.com, you sign up, and then you get access to, like I said, it's like money lines and totals and player props. They run a bunch of them. It's really, really cool. So I was looking at that today, and there's actually a bunch of Jahmyr Gibbs props that are 5 stars. And that's under 3.5 catches.
Okay.
And under 31.5 receiving yards are both 5-star bets. But Another 5-star bet is 73.5 rushing plus receiving yards for Jahmyr Gibbs. So hammer the under on the receiving totals, but over on the receiving plus rushing totals,
Okay.
according to BetQL.
That's wild.
That was a lot of words that I just said.
Do you think are you in? It's a lot of numbers too.
Yeah.
Do you think are you in on him that much? I mean, they brought in Montgomery, right?
Yeah, but I think Jahmyr Gibbs is going to be the like RB1, and I think their plan in a perfect world would be to use him in a way that the Niners use Christian McCaffrey, where he splits out at receiver sometimes, and David Montgomery is a running back in that situation.
Okay, so I watched a ton of the Lions last season.
Mhm.
I'm not sure. Well, I know why. I regret it quite often that, like Hawkinson, we had Hawkinson in fantasy football. We also had DeAndre Swift and Jamal Williams.
Mhm.
So I couldn't have been more frustrated with a head coach. I felt like he didn't have a good feel for his running back game at all.
Mhm.
And he would just do things that made no sense. And then we got late in the season when it's like crunch time. You guys have put up big weeks a week before, and he starts running like a third running back on, like in the first quarter. And you're like, what is happening? And
so you're out on the Lions because of Dan Campbell's management of your fantasy players?
Well, no. What my problem that I have is it like I don't know that Gibbs will have the opportunity to be as good as people think he will.
Sure. Yeah.
Because I don't trust him to not be erratic. That's what it felt like, like even trading
That's fair.
Hawkinson mid-season was like, what is happening?
Yeah.
Like you think you're a good team, you're competing, you have
Yeah.
a shot, and you deal like one of the better tight ends.
That
in
was
the
a
league.
strange move. That was definitely odd. See, if they had taken Jahmyr Gibbs in like the second round,
Mhm.
or even late in the first round, then I think I would be on board with that. But the fact that they used, I think, is the 12th overall pick on him, I think they have a plan for him. So
you would hope so.
That's my thought. But I definitely get the concern about especially from a fantasy or betting perspective on leaning on Jahmyr Gibbs until you see him get leaned on.
Yeah,
by the Lions.
I mean, I guess it's possible that Dan Campbell just never had the like confidence in either one of those players to run them out there to. I mean, and Jamal Williams still had 1,000 yards, 17 touchdowns, but it was just watching it in action. So few times did I think it made sense.
Sure,
and that team is a totally different team when St. Brown is healthy.
Oh yeah,
and
Amon-Ra St. Brown is excellent.
And then watching Hutchinson, he's a stud. Like he's a lot of fun to watch. He's like Nick Bosa light.
He was better out of the gate than I thought he would be.
Oh yeah. I mean, he's fun. He's energetic. He gives you I think he's sort of the embodiment of his coach.
Yeah.
Yeah. On the field.
Oh yeah. I could see that.
Yeah.
He's out there biting kneecaps and stuff.
Yeah. He is out there doing weird things.
I was also out on Dan Campbell. I was just kind of like, this guy's a weirdo. Like, I don't want to deal with him. I just don't. I think he's getting overhyped. And man, they finished really strong last year. So credit to Dan Campbell. Prove me wrong.
I get it. They finished really strong
because they started 1-6, I think.
It wasn't good, but then they flushed all their like star running backs down the toilet, and they went a completely different direction. Like at certain point, like if something's working, you probably need to give that more of a shot. And
sure.
I just thought it was a really strange direction to take, where you're just changing everything just to change. And that's what I felt with Hawkinson midseason. It's almost like no one is bigger than the coach. Like the coach is the one that is going to run everything, and like it's his world, and everyone else is living in it.
Yeah, so. I'm not familiar enough with their like scheme or whatever to know how TJ Hawkinson was going to fit for them long term, and maybe they just figured they weren't going to sign him, so get an asset for him in a year where they weren't going to win the Super Bowl. Maybe
he was really good.
Yeah, no, for sure. And then the Vikings broke him off a little check. Patrick Mahomes over or under 2.5 touchdown passes tonight.
Over.
Like the over. 5-star bet from BetQL is over 37.5 pass attempts for Mahomes.
Ooh. I
think I would. This is why I'm a bad sports bettor. That's a 5-star bet, so I would take it anyways. But because I trust the homies at BetQL, but I just want to. I know rooting for overs is typically the thing. I don't always do that, but with Patrick Mahomes specifically, I'm like, yeah, dude, run up the pass attempts. Give me the over, and I want to root for him to throw the ball every time he takes a snap.
I know my guy Pete Youngman always hates when I say this. He is a huge Chiefs fan. Pete, of course,
Oh, I
was
didn't know that.
the longtime trainer of the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah.
There are moments where I watch Patrick Mahomes and I think that he's like checked out. Like that he's going through the motions and his motions are still so much crazier than everyone else. But there are times where he just doesn't seem to be fully engaged. And I hope we see the fully engaged, because I also think that Andy Reid sees what I see and he pulls back and like, all right, we're going to try to win this one a different way, or we're not going to win this one and I'm not going to get him hurt and we're not going to do a bunch of crazy stuff.
Sure. I can see that.
All right.
Yeah.
Let
me see. Do I have any more here?
Do you have any more? You got any more bets for us?
Who are you picking tonight? You have the Chiefs. What's the final score? You said Chiefs by a touchdown.
34-27.
So you have over 53.5 points.
Yes.
Yeah, I think I'm going over 2, but I think it's definitely going to be closer. I'm going to go Chiefs 30, Lions 27.
Okay. So you're taking
I think
the under.
I'm leaning
Right.
No, it's 57 points. It's
but
over 53.5.
But the Chiefs by 4.5.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm not touching the spread on this one.
Oh.
I also wouldn't bet the Lions plus 4.5, because like I said, if you told me that the Chiefs just went out and steamrolled Detroit,
yeah,
I would not be shocked. No, if you told me that Detroit went out and steamrolled Kansas City, I would be stunned. If that happens tonight, we got something to talk about tomorrow. But I'm leaning toward a closer game more than I'm leaning towards the Chiefs boat racing Detroit.
I'm now upset. Kyle thinks we have nothing to talk about tomorrow.
No.
not first week.
God.
We have to have something to talk about on Friday.
Thank God we have something to talk about. No, more like we would have to then talk about the Thursday night game and where the Chiefs are either with or without Travis Kelce if they get boat raced by the Lions. And we would have to talk about the Lions as a threat to the Niners in the NFC.
Okay.
That's all.
Boy, the Lions as a threat.
I know, it's weird.
It's
weird as heck.
What did Kyle just say?
Weird as heck.
Kyle just say? We do have a pack show tomorrow. We have Faraz Siddiqui coming in to talk fantasy football, a Fantasy Friday here on the Insiders. Excited about that. And we'll recap what's going on after tonight's game. So thanks for tuning in to the Insiders on ESPN 1320.
I'm kind of leaning towards the Chiefs steamrolling the Lions now.
The Chiefs.
Like the more I think about it. Oh boy.
Now you're just
This is why I don't bet. This is why I don't bet on games anymore. It's also illegal in this state, but that's fine. We're fine. It's all fine.
All right. Thank you for tuning in to the Insiders. We will see you tomorrow.
What's up, Hammer?
What's happening?
How are you, man?
I don't know. We'll see if I can stand up. Oh,
There you go.
the lights went out at one point.
Yeah.
Or they at
It's
least
the motion detector.
faded. Oh, is that
Yeah.
what it was?
Yeah,
I sat there too still.
yeah. When that happens to me a lot when Kenny's not here.
Only one of them went out.
Yeah.
Like
There's
the
one. I don't know
the
which
can
one.
lights. The can lights went out. The track lighting stayed on.
Yeah, one of them is set to a motion sensor.
That's hilarious. I'm like, oh, what
set a
just
little
happened?
mood lighting.
Yeah, actually, it didn't look bad. I
Mhm.
looked totally washed out with the lights. All of a sudden, I didn't look washed out. I'm like, hey, this is okay. Maybe I'll just do this every day. All right. How did that go?
From what I heard, it was great.
All right.
I didn't get to hear Scott and some of the stuff I was hoping to because we had some extra recording to do. But
Oh, okay. He's good, man.
he's really good.
I
Yeah.
really like him, and I think we're gonna do his hit on Thursday every week,
Excellent.
and you guys have him on Monday, right?
Shoot. Sorry, guys. Tuesday.
Oh, I'm sorry to put that.
No, I'm just not as slick as you are.
Oh yeah, you don't need to. You just slide it.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to do, but I
I got hung up.
jacked the whole thing up. Sorry, guys.
I moved the computer as well, so
That's good. It looks great. It looks great. I don't know.
we got the thing behind you. Got change.
Let's see. It's a little too close.
Yeah, I move over and sit back. That's why. Oh no, not yet. Everything good with you guys?
Yeah, man.
Cool.
Yeah, man.
Pretty What'd you guys pay for window tint?
I forgot too, but we used the same place. Yeah.
They come to you?
Yeah. I can send you the person who did it for us.
Yeah, send me that. All right. Gentlemen, do you need me to plug you in?
No.
You're good.
Jesse, I'm missing a monitor, so I'm not gonna be able to hit the open. No, wait, I got it back, Jesse. We're good. Oh, man, be good. Thanks, Hammer.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We a number one spot. For some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We a number one spot.
Come on, man. Where y'all at? Where y'all at one more time?
Oh,
the new NFL season is here.
I'm charged up, baby. Let's go. Hey, they about to do it this year. Let's go.
Sharing the studio's hard.
Hey, look, it's
This
kind of
is really difficult.
It's kind of like Damien's over there sitting in Madison Square Garden and with the theater lighting.
Like I'm trying to like the
everything else is blacked out. They just got a center light over.
You're hella bright over there. I
What's the
feel like the
difference?
camera's really close to me. Like everything sounds weird. Like why am I so freaking high? What is going on?
I don't understand what the difference is today, though.
Something's different. I don't know what it is
All
either.
the lights are still on.
James
everything's
and
good.
Kyle setting the mood lighting. I don't know what it is. I don't think there's anything wrong with the lights.
It
Maybe
does
it's the
look
color of
It looks different though.
It's the camera's higher. I look like I'm Andre the Giant over here.
I'm gonna have to get a booster seat, man.
Yeah,
Be on the same level. It's crazy,
bro. This story's funny. I haven't had a chance to read the whole thing. This alert is funny. Strasburg's retirement ceremony is canceled as Washington looks to change the terms of his contract. Yeah, they realized how much money they owed him, and they were like, "Hey, player, hang on,
hold on, player."
It's funny too because Washington came up with the terms for Strasburg leaving too.
I'm sorry, sir. How much money do we still owe you? Oh, that's funny. Strasburg will continue to be paid $35 million annually through 2026. Oh, terrific. This is so funny. Hey, yeah, look, pal, you get $26 million or a retirement ceremony. I know what my answer is.
Yeah, you can keep your little ceremony.
Strasburg can tell the Nationals you can go straight to hell. Welcome in here to the latest edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
I don't feel like it today. He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we in here, baby. The new NFL season is upon us. Nick Bosa's a 49er for a long time. All of that is behind us. The two entities will be united here today. The 49ers will open up their season this weekend. The NFL season will open up tonight when the Kansas City Chiefs take on the much talked about Detroit Lions.
It's so cold in the deep.
Matt George is going to join us in the final hour of the show. We'll have our NFL season kickoff predictions. We'll have our Super Bowl predictions. We'll have player predictions. We'll have all of that good stuff throughout the day. Obviously, we'd love to hear from you a variety of ways. You can connect with us, 916-909-1320 on the phone lines. Of course, the Chatty House, also a tremendous way to hang out with us. Jump over there on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, and Twitter, and join the dopest community in all of sports media.
I'm hyped, man. I'm hyped. NFL. I told you yesterday. This is a little radio thing, right? Like only radio people really care about this. But I was just sitting here, and we were doing some work. I said, "Man, we made it through the summer. We made it. Here we are, man. Week 1, game 1 of the season, and I'm not.
We do that every year, right? And it never maybe it's romantic. It never feels that bad. Like I don't feel like the summer was boring.
Well, that's what I was just talking to Jesse about. I said, really, when you get down to it, it's like 2, maybe 3 weeks of the summer, like the beginning, maybe the first 2 weeks of August, because basketball's finally died down because basketball is an 11th month of your sport now.
Yeah.
So
that's running all the way through
it's going
mid-July,
through July,
late July.
Yeah. So basketball's finally kind of stopped. We also talked about this. There ain't no baseball team that's helping us out over here.
No.
Another loss yesterday from the Giants. So you got that. Training camp has started, but no preseason games have been played till like the second week of August. So, one of us goes on vacation. It's only really like a 2-3 week period.
Yeah.
The whole year where it's like, well, let's do a list.
Yeah. Let's create a list.
But now we got games to talk about. Chiefs, Lions tonight in Kansas City. I was hearing something about the Chiefs, and they actually get another opportunity as Chiefs Kingdom fans, all this other stuff, to really celebrate the championship. Remember, they didn't get a chance to do that before. That was COVID. Now they had people in the stands, but it clearly wasn't the same.
They had a packed house.
Oh, they had.
Kansas City was packed.
They had a lot of people. It was still like every other seat.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, bro.
Every other row, maybe. They all say that.
Okay. But I'm gonna have to pull up them videos again.
Right. They had people in there though. They did. I ain't gonna act like they didn't. It wasn't Levi's. I ain't gonna say that.
Shoot, the 49ers weren't even allowed at Levi's.
That is funny when you mention it because like we were all going through all kinds of
Bro, are you sick?
like that, huh?
What's wrong with you?
Just a little cold. That's it. Nothing crazy. We've been tested negative and stuff like that. Just a little cold.
All right.
Yeah. The NFL just said, yeah.
Checking up
to
the
hell
goose.
with it.
You don't get. Hey, brother, what's up?
Hey,
What's up, my guy?
Jesse's got his little COVID box over there. He's got his little light cold box that he's gonna stay in. And then when we go to say goodbye, it's like jail. You just put your hand to the hand to the screen.
Damn, I sound that bad?
No, it's just like you said something to me earlier in our little cafeteria area, and I was like, that was my imagination. I'm not paying attention, and but now hearing you talk on the mic, it's like, yeah, you got some nasal drip or something going on over there.
Yeah, it's a little cold. We're working through it.
He's sick. He's sick because of what I said about the Dolphins yesterday.
Yeah, see, blame D-Lo.
I said the Dolphins might not make the playoffs, and look, it sent Jesse into shambles.
Thanks a lot, Damian.
I didn't mean to.
Thanks a lot.
Cold world, no blanket.
He's going to take the D-Lo off his sweatshirt, and it's just going to say KC on it now in King's font.
Get the F out.
By the way,
an insider sweater.
I do want to be clear. I'm not confident in that take about the Dolphins at all. Like, that team's loaded. Like, that receiving core is loaded. My question is, can you get them the ball? I need to see how my man Tua does, and I wouldn't have even touched that take if they had landed Jonathan Taylor or Josh Jacobs. I wouldn't have. The Dolphins would not have been a part of that conversation. I probably would have gone to the Vikings for my 4 in and 4 out and found another NFC team to get in.
The whole thing was actually pretty tough. There's only
very difficult.
There's only like 2. I think we both agree on like the Bucks.
Yeah.
Like, I'm pretty solid about them.
Yeah, but I'm going to cheer if Baker get a couple things done.
I'm definitely not.
That's fine.
If Baker get a couple things done, I'll just be like, just sit there like Stephen A. Smith. Like, ain't no cheering going on for Baker Mayfield.
Well, that's for you. Here. I said for me.
I'm talking about me.
I'm rooting
ain't no
for
cheering
Baker
going on for Baker Mayfield. But Yeah, it was like that's the only one I really feel confident about. Even the Giants, who I don't really believe in, like I could see a scenario where they get in the playoffs. It's not inconceivable at all.
We'll talk about this later as the day rolls along. Like, I mean, I think the Lions are one of them, though I kind of understand why people are in on the Lions, especially the run that they had late in the season. I feel like a lot of people, I like Derek Carr a lot. They're really all in on the Saints. So part of the thing about the Bucs with me, it was pretty easy to rule them out of the playoffs. Part of the thing with the Bucs was like, wait a minute, that division isn't the best.
No, I want to say it's terrible because there's still a story to be told about Atlanta. I'm not completely.
I'm not buying it.
I'm not buying it either, but I'm not ruling them out the way I am Carolina. Sorry.
Okay,
Sheena.
yeah, Carolina.
Sorry, Sheena. Quick.
Yeah, no, well, all right.
I got the game pulled up from it was Texans Chiefs to start the season. Deshaun versus Patrick Mahomes. And like, look, there's more people than there probably should have been there. I'm not gonna say that. But they
do me a favor right quick. Go to week 17 and tell me what it looked like.
Oh, no.
That's what I thought you were talking about.
Oh no, I was talking about like open up the
ring ceremony.
Yeah.
I got you. You said
there's more people that should have been there, but they had like the first 10 rows blocked off. It is every other row. I think the rule at the time was like you couldn't sit next to more than like one person on each side or something crazy. But the whole point was they won the Super Bowl last year. They get an opportunity to really, celebrate the opening, raise the banner, all that other stuff in front of a full house. So
I'd like to point out, I look absolutely ridiculous on this camera. Like, I don't understand what's happening here. Like, I look absurd. Like, I don't know what's going on. I don't know why the light looks like this.
Crypto.com Arena Barley.
The lights went out on Ham like the Undertaker was coming in earlier, and I don't think he just fixed it.
But the lights aren't off. Like, they're on. I don't know what it is. Like, Kenny's got all this damn light shining on him like he's some sort of goddamn angel over there. And I'm sitting over here in this Carolina blue,
it's a nice shirt.
I look ridiculous in it right now.
It's a nice shirt.
Should have just worn my camo jacket.
Is that terry cloth?
No, bro. I think it's just cotton.
Oh, it looks like terry cloth.
I think it's just
nice
cotton.
Shirt.
I appreciate it. I wish it looked as nice on camera as it does in person. All right.
Who's the
why
isn't there a wrestler who would cut promos with the spotlight? Was it Kennedy?
Oh yeah. I think it was. Mr.
Kennedy.
Dude was so overrated. It's wild. The internet wrestling community fell in love with that dude. It's like, bro, he's okay at best. Y'all need to stop.
I love it. They're kind of doing the same thing with LA Knight right
They're
now.
They're really doing it. Like, I can't get into it.
Because I said I liked them from the start, but it's like they like going a little overboard. Like, settle down.
I don't even get the.
Yeah.
So bringing little John back. Like, what are we doing? We'll come
NFL
back.
season starts off today. Yeah.
Mr. Kennedy, LA Knight, Cesaro, this is what they do.
Yeah, that's kind of facts, though. That's kind of facts. We'll come back. We will. I genuinely would like an answer about the Lions. I want to get to the 49ers, talk about Nick Bosa, to talk about their season, and we'll do that. Can someone give me a genuine answer about the Lions? Why is everybody all in on them? I feel like I know, and I feel like it's more than the win streak. Or the win streak, the run at the end of last year. We'll talk about it. We're just getting started. Stealing with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Let me see what the Packers versus Bucks NFC Championship game looked like. Remember, they had them stupid noisemakers for that game, too. Aaron Rodgers really lost this game. That's horrible. Oh, they had a lot of people in Lambeau. They had a lot of people in Lambeau. What a bizarre time.
Yeah. One I'll be happy to not relive ever.
Is Niners Pittsburgh the game of the week this Sunday?
Um,
Besides the Dolphins game, that's the one I'm like mostly looking forward to.
yeah,
That's
I
gonna be a real
think
close
it's
game.
those two. I think
Which
it's
one?
Niners Steelers though.
Oh, for the weekend.
But it's those two. Those two are the ones right there. Bills Jets is really good. We
That's
talked
true.
about
That's a
that
good one too.
That's a good game. It's a good way to start off Monday Night Football.
I hate Twitter. These punk ass people getting in on our bit about your old tweets. Get your ass out of here. We wasn't talking to you.
Hey, all those people on Twitter getting in
Dummies.
about the bit, old takes exposed.
I'm working, and let me tell you something. At 6 o'clock, I will be.
That was funny.
I had to hit him with the the aggressive Triple H joint. Oh yeah, Michigan Wolverines. You know the vibes, baby. You know what it is. I mean, you know, you got to respect that UNLV team, though. It's a tough squad. A lot of true champions on that squad. You know, it's gonna be a hard fought battle in Ann Arbor, especially without our leader. But you know, we're just gonna go out there and take it one down at a time. That's all we're gonna do. Oh, 9 a.m.
Yeah, we had Colorado week 1. We got them on Saturday.
Yeah, I need to start adding that stuff to the rundown to talk about. I gotta go grab Charlie's looky email.
Was today the debut of the Pat McAfee show?
I think so. That's what it looked like.
Yeah,
And he's only on TV.
he's on TV. It's like on delay, I think.
Yeah, I mean, started the NFL season, I guess so.
Oh, where's Charlie? Charlie. Just a quick note about what we got going on this weekend over at ESPN 1320. Nebraska at Colorado coming up Saturday morning. It's prime time season over here at ESPN 1320.
Yeah, Coach Prime, his home opener. That's gonna be like standing room. Oh, you know, our guy Andrew Hoffner over at 13. He's a Colorado alum.
Okay.
He was really hyped up on Saturday.
Very good.
I told him, I said, you guys gonna be playing for the national championship in 2 years.
I like it. I like it. Texas Commerce at Sac State coming up on Saturday night as well. And then a triple header on Sunday. The Titans at the Saints, the Raiders at the Broncos at 1 o'clock, and then at 4:45, the Cowboys at the Giants. So we have a ton of live football coming your way, including that triple header coming up on Sunday.
Why they always put Cowboys Giants on opening?
Who cares? We have it here on ESPN 1320, and that's the point. Shout out to the Cowboy fans. Cowboys.
You know, this ain't nothing about the Cow. Like, no dig. Like, why does the NFL always do that?
I don't know.
Every year.
I don't know.
Cowboys Giants. How about Cowboys? They could do Cowboys Eagles. That'd be a good opener.
Yeah, that makes sense. Cowboys Giants, like that's not the NFC East rivalry to go to anymore.
It's still right. It's still all right.
At least not the top tier. Like Cowboys Eagles would be much better.
Yeah, it would. But man, for like 10 years straight, Cowboys Giants week 1. Every year.
Gets people going.
Oh well. We got it though.
I have no idea.
We hadn't talked about it all week. My bad. I'll take responsibility for that one. Stinger's up, man. What a way to start the season. Went down to Nicholls State, beat the hell out of them. 1-0 to start the season, man. Big up to the Sac State Hornets football program.
Yeah,
Coach Andy Thompson, his first ever win. Congratulations to him. Big ups.
Yeah,
win number 1.
Game was last Thursday.
Yeah.
And I shared with the staff the biggest failure of my radio career. We introduced the insiders that day and had an opportunity at 3:50 to say, coming up next on ESPN 1320, Jason Ross. And I missed it. I blew it. I didn't even think about it. It was such a hectic day. I walked in to check in on Charlie and I heard Jason's voice. And it dawned on me, I may never get that opportunity again. But we could have sent those people at 280 Commerce Circle into a panic by saying, ladies and gentlemen, the next person you will hear on this radio station is Jason Ross. And just left. Let everybody stick around and figure it out for themselves. Because, in fact, the next person you heard was J. Ross. I apologize for dropping the ball on that. It would have been my career highlight.
Man.
Now it's my biggest failure.
Well, there's nothing I can say to make you feel better.
No,
like you
nothing.
said, I don't know if you're going to get
gone forever.
that opportunity again.
Gone forever. Completely blew it.
You can come do a show on Saturday.
I also believe I said Sac State football is next. And if you want to run it back, that's coming up here on ESPN 13. Like I died.
I didn't even catch that, but you did say you said that.
I died the whole thing. Like not introducing Jason Ross was worse than bringing the insiders over to KSFM. It was worse than that. You got to be able to acknowledge your failures, folks, and I have failed you repeatedly. Man. And I'm wondering if some of y'all are failing us. All this talk about the Detroit Lions. Let me not frame this as if I have this big hot take on the Detroit Lions, because I don't. Mm-hmm. I'm genuinely asking a question. It's almost universally accepted that the Lions are in, that they're going to be an it team, if you will, this season. Mm. And I ask you and the collective, why is that?
Well, I want to start by saying I do see a lot of pushback on the opposite, like
against the Lions.
So in April, May, June, it was the Lions are next. They're coming up. Now you have pushback from that, where people are like, they're kind of like Damian Barley. I think you guys are doing too much with the Lions. You need to settle down. Not saying that that's why you're doing it. I'm just saying, like, I'm starting to hear more people like that.
Okay.
I think the Lions, shout out to my guy, Coach Chris. I think it's the combination of the way they finished up the season. They won 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. They won 8 of their last 10 to finish the season and almost made the playoffs. It culminated in knocking Green Bay out of the playoffs. And that was a situation where I think if a game earlier,
eliminating their opportunity to get to the playoffs.
Yes. But it was one of those things where I think if somebody had lost in the morning, that game would have been win or go home for both teams. Mm-hmm. And that's one of the reasons why it was on Sunday Night Football. Mm-hmm. So they almost made the playoffs last year. And you combine that with the fact, for the first time in a while, I don't think the Packers are the favorites in the North. Mm-hmm. The Vikings, they look a little vulnerable. They got some good ball players for sure, but a lot of people look at them as frauds. The Bears don't look like they're necessarily ready to win the whole division. And now you're left with a Lions team that, like I said, finished the season as hot as anybody in the NFL, and they're coming back to do it again.
Okay.
That's the argument as to why people
are
hyped up on them.
So part of me wonders if I want to bring Jacob Z's remark up here to the screen over there in the
Is that
chat
Kevin
house.
Martin? I think so.
Well, maybe that's little Jacob Z right there
Yeah.
getting an autograph from Kevin Martin.
Yeah.
Kenny's talking about his YouTube thumbnail.
Sorry,
by the
radio
way.
audience.
Dan Campbell is just the easy guy to root for. I think that's why the Lions are getting so much love. And I was wondering the same thing, but I was going to frame it a little bit differently. How much of it is Hard Knocks? I think that's where you know Dan Campbell out there doing down ups or burpees or whatever you choose to call that particular exercise, but he's out there working with his team and he's grinding and sweating and huffing and puffing, and he's pulling guys aside and he's talking to them, and he's talking to them in an endearing way. He can get fired up, he can get emotional, he can cover all the different aspects of a normal human being. And I agree with Jacob. He's extremely likable, and I wonder if that plays as much into it as, would you say 8 of 10 at the end of the season? Yeah. I wonder how much of it. How much of the Dan Campbell stuff plays into that, and compared to the 8 out of 10 that they won.
That has something to do with it as well.
You want good guys to succeed, and Dan Campbell is coming across as a good guy.
You talk about
the previous coach was a jackass.
Well, no cap. You talk about Hard Knocks, and one thing that I also remember from Hard Knocks outside of Dan Campbell is they have recognizable, charismatic assistants. What I mean by that is, if you follow football for a long time, you know who Deuce Staley is. Yeah. And you know who Aaron Glenn is. Yeah. And I remember on one episode, they had their back and forth offense versus defense. And, there was a lot of the episodes centered on, their interaction in training camp. So I think that helps. I think when you look at the Lions, I think a lot of people feel sorry for Lions fans in the city of Detroit. And they see this as an opportunity where it could be a feel-good story for everything. Like not only Dan Campbell, but Lions fans, city of Detroit.
I get emotional about this. I'm about to cry.
He may not be there no more, but
no, that was the one thing everybody loved at the end of the season last year. Because remember, he cried after they beat the Packers. And he was talking about like, yo, Detroit, we see you. We did this for you. He damn near said, Detroit, I'm never leaving again.
He had a line. Oh, what was that line? We got to find his. I got to find it. It's over. I'm gone. I've got to find his post game interview because you lost me until I find this.
But
Jamal Williams, right?
Yeah, Jamal Williams, and I think that team last year was really, really lovable. They had a mini Nick Bosa situation with what's my man's name from Michigan? Is it it's not Hawkinson.
Aiden Hutchinson.
And the way that he played as a rookie, shout out Go Blue. The way that he played as a rookie.
Calm down.
He's a great ball player for Michigan.
He is.
That invigorated that team and that fan base with the way that he played. So there's a lot of good vibes, basically, about the Detroit Lions.
Okay.
I think people.
I'm all for vibes. Sometimes you just be vibing out. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Unlike how the media is with the Sacramento Kings or was with the Sacramento Kings, I think the NFL media is rooting for the Lions. I don't think anybody was rooting for the Kings until it got popular. No, except for Mark Spears and Mark Jackson. Those are the only people. Mark Jones. Shout out to that guy, Mark Jones. Except those are the only two from the start. They were like, yo, I think this team can do it. I hope they can do it. They're going to do it. Everybody else is like, Richard Jefferson with his little 4 buttons down. When Mark Spears talked about it. So that's not how people feel about the Lions. They're actively rooting for them.
I feel like you mocked the 4 buttons down, which I'm not appreciating.
No, he just doesn't look good with the 4 buttons down. Looks whack.
Record, what does that mean to you?
My great grandfather died on me. I'll just dedicate this to him.
The same. Hold on.
I'm just proud. I'm just grateful to do this for him. My grandfather, he was 92, but I'm just grateful for him to be in my life, and I'm grateful to be able to play football and do this for him. So there's a lot of memories, a lot of emotion happening right now, but I'm just grateful.
In a
I'm
tear.
grateful to be able to play this game for my
That's what I was
grandfather, and I'm glad that he's looking down
Let's
on me.
go point out. Let's go point out for those who aren't. There ain't a tear on this man's cheek.
I'm proud.
You said this ball's for him?
Yeah, this is for him. Another thing, stop playing us, man.
Uh-oh.
We the Detroit Lions. We the Detroit Lions. Stop playing with us. I don't even watch TV, but I heard everybody already pick the Packers over us. Stop playing with us. That's all I gotta say, man. Don't let these tears fool you. It's all dog
No
around
tears,
this mug.
bro.
I'm good.
There ain't a tear there. What you mean don't let these tears fool you? Ain't a tear there.
Packer right
I
here.
just point out the.
Another thing, stop playing us, man.
I feel like the
I'm able to play
moment.
this game for my
Yeah.
great grandfather,
Yeah.
and I'm glad that he's looking down on me. I know I'm making him proud.
Then right
You said
here.
this ball's for him?
Yeah, this is for him. Another thing, stop
Hold up,
playing
wait a
us, man.
minute. Y'all thought I
We
was
the Detroit
finished?
Lions. We the Detroit Lions.
When I
Stop
bought
playing
that
with us. I
SM1,
don't
y'all
watch
thought it
TV,
was
but
finished?
I heard
Yeah,
everybody
his
already
whole personality
pick the
switched.
Packers over us. Stop playing with us. That's all I gotta say.
Yo, that's an all-timer.
Yeah, stop playing with us. It's the Detroit Lions. Stop playing with us, man. I saw what all y'all said. Stop playing with us. In related news, I'm signing with the Saints.
I'm looking. I'm just looking. Look at. Here's a close-up. No tears. No tears.
Guys are a little watery though. I don't think this is fake crying.
I think he was trying. He was like he was trying to force a tear.
He got emotional
out of the duct down to his eye, down to his cheek, and failed.
He got emotional.
He
was about to cry, but I don't know.
Well, that happens from time to time, as we've
I
learned.
get emotional about this. I'm about to cry.
Yeah. Didn't he? Oh yeah, they just talked about it. He broke a Lions record for touchdowns.
I appreciate him for my first 4 years in the league of just showing me how to be a professional. Love you too, buddy. Just showing me how to be a professional. And
Yes, all right, Jamal.
I like Jamal Williams.
Oh, me too. That's the one.
I like Jamal Williams. It's just bizarre. Stop playing with us.
Yeah.
With the Saints now.
Yeah, well, it's all right. That's all right.
I actually think I don't think it was necessarily his call. I think the Lions didn't. He got a better offer from the Saints. The Lions didn't match, or they drafted a running back or something like that. Or
follow the money, man.
Yeah, if you're a running back, get whatever bag you can get.
Yeah, follow the money.
Yeah,
nothing wrong with that at all.
No, not mad at him. I'm looking at it like the Lions should have matched that. I thought he's one of those guys. I thought he was more than just a running back for them. He was the heart and soul. Like he was their one of their dudes.
I don't disagree. I just don't think you're ever going to see a contract battle over a running back.
No,
it's not going to happen. Who deserves the hype more, Detroit or New Orleans? Because I feel like New Orleans is getting propped up a little bit. I don't know if that's the Derek Carr effect.
Well, I think part of it is Derek Carr. They didn't really have a quarterback last year, and that defense is the truth. The defense is the truth. I remember seeing it firsthand when they went up against the Niners. Niners, I don't want to say lucky, but they kind of, got close to, losing at the end of the season, going up against that Saints defense. That Saints defense also put a clown suit on Sirianni and the Eagles when they didn't have Jalen Hurts. So they're gonna be legit. Alvin Kamara is suspended for 3 games, I think. But I think Derek Carr is a better quarterback than what they had last year.
That's the assault.
Yeah.
I think the Saints hype also comes as a product of how bad their division is.
And that's the other thing I'm hung up on is that division. That division is just not good.
I still want to see Atlanta. I still want to see them. I don't think they're like some type of contender or anything like that. But I don't.
You buying their quarterback?
I want to see it. I don't want to say nothing until I see it. I got to see it a couple weeks from now. But I don't want to write them off yet. I will write off Carolina though. Sorry, Bryce Young.
I think 9 games wins that division this year.
I see that.
I think New Orleans is going. They're gonna have a record. Like they're gonna have a nice little record. I don't know if it's gonna be enough to be like 2 seed or something like that. But last time I checked, shout out Nip. I'll look again.
I might have misunderstood. I took that more as 9 games can win the division. If New Orleans wins 12, cool.
Yeah, 9 can.
I don't think second's going to be close.
Yeah, I think 9 wins will be like the baseline. If you get to whoever gets to 9 wins, probably wins that division. I don't think any team is really going to be above 500 in that division.
I think the Saints are going to run through that division, and their schedule is not very strong.
See,
their
that
schedule's actually, man. New Orleans might mess around and like, by virtue of their schedule, you may be like, yo, they might be battling for a 1-2 seed. And I don't even think they're necessarily that good of a team. Like, I don't think they're better, and I don't even think they're on the same level as the Eagles and the 49ers and maybe even the Cowboys. But I mean, the schedule, they don't have a lot of tough games.
Lizzie brings them up in the chat too. If Michael Thomas can stay on the field this season, like they'll have a pretty good squad. They got plenty of solid guys on the defensive side of the ball, and then offensively, I mean, you got Kamara coming back, you got Williams there to hold it down for 3 games, and the receivers are pretty solid.
Did you see who's back with the Saints? Jimmy Graham.
Oh, I did see that. Like I thought
said,
like
what?
Jimmy Graham was like 45.
Right. I said, what? You got a touchdown too. That's how I saw him.
I remember when
touchdowns.
I remember when the alert came through. I thought it like he was gonna like they signed him for a day to retire. That's what I thought it was. Oh, that's cute. Oh, he's gonna play for them. Okay, good for them. I guess
I was not a Jimmy Graham fan. Basically, just out of sports, like I don't want to even say hate, but sports competitiveness as a fan. Dr. David probably pulled up some crazy tweets from me and Jimmy Graham.
Well,
I didn't call him out of his name, but I definitely referred to him how soft he was out there on the field a lot of the times.
Not like Ramsey did yesterday.
No Ramsey. Ramsey a wild one for that. Just like I said, I just picture him saying that. Come on, man, you can't say it.
I'm not going to say his name, but it's Novak Joka.
Yeah. Can't say the last part though.
Hey man, I won't mention this guy's name. I'll give him his initials. OJS.
Okay. Thank you, Mitch.
Hey man, why would you use that man's name to call him that name?
Oh,
Come on.
Ramsey different. Ramsey got names for everybody.
San Francisco football team.
Oh, his Ben.
I don't know why I don't want to call him the 9.
His Ben stuff was so his Ben Simmons stuff was so goofy.
The San Francisco football team is my favorite because he'll literally call in and be like, "What's up, Jesse? I want to talk about the San Francisco football team." Like he doesn't call them Niners at all.
I don't know why. What's the problem with saying 49ers?
49ers are offensive. I'm not giving them the credit of calling them the 49ers. I do want to say something though. We don't have to talk about it right now. We can get to it. We can get to it later. So I want to talk about the Raiders. I think looking at schedules and determining records is trash.
No, I understand that.
I get the practice.
Yeah.
I understand. It's what we do.
Yeah.
I'm not criticizing that. We do it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying I don't think it's a barometer, especially as it pertains to the NFL. I don't think that's a good barometer. I was thinking about that with the Raiders. So looking at the Raiders roster, like, I get it. I get people's annoyance with them or being down on them. I don't agree with a lot of the moves that they've made. I still think they got some talent on the team.
Yeah.
I don't think they're loaded with talent. I think they got some talented guys there. I started looking at the schedules. Like this whole schedule thing is cap. Because we're judging off what we think this team is going to be. Not the Raiders, but their opponent. We're just like, I'll say Raiders going 1-0. I got them beating the Broncos.
They're not beating the Broncos.
I got them beating the Broncos.
They're not beating the Broncos. Y'all kind of tripping on the Broncos.
God, that man, when that picture of you in front of the mirror posted.
They not beating the Broncos.
Man.
Sean Payton, first game.
Look at you. Oh, you're a big fan of Sean Payton. I see you.
I'm definitely not.
I see you. Big fan of Sean Payton.
Definitely not a big fan of Sean Payton, but I can't dispute how good of a coach he is. He's a good coach.
Hey,
they won games.
Unless he's coaching that offensive line to protect their quarterback, which they didn't do last year. I don't think it's going to happen. Russell Wilson's hitting the ground 50 times again this year. They're not going to win.
He'll do enough to beat the Raiders. Like, no disrespect to them.
You disrespecting the Raiders.
No, but the Raiders are no juggernaut.
No, they're not a juggernaut, but the Broncos aren't either.
They'll do enough to beat the Raiders.
All right.
They'll beat the Raiders. Sorry, Raider Nation.
They're not beating the Raiders.
Scott.
They're going 1-0. Raiders are going 1-0.
But one thing that I will say, because I understand what you're talking about with schedules, and all of it is an inexact science. But one thing that I do kind of hold a little more stock in, and I know other people do this too, and it makes a little more sense to me, is you look at the quarterbacks you're going up against, right? So I'm just going to say like the Niners and say the Texans were on the schedule.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, all right, the Texans might surprise some people, but I don't see a rookie CJ Stroud lighting the 49ers defense up.
Mm-hmm.
Or if let's just take the Rams or Carolina, that's another rookie. Like, yeah, they may have some good players on there, but man, that'd be tough to see a rookie Bryce Young just going crazy on the 49ers. Once again, it's an inexact science as well, but I look at that a little bit more than just the teams because anything can happen with the teams. The quarterback, that's one of the things I'm looking at with the 49ers Steelers. I think the Steelers are a good ball club. I gotta see Kenny Pickett do it before I say they'll beat the 49ers.
Yeah, Kenny Pickett will be an interesting watch, and it's not just Kenny Pickett. What can he do? It's what can he do against that defense.
Mm-hmm.
It's not what can he do against the 20th ranked defense or the 15th ranked defense. We're talking like a 1, 2, or 3 defense right here.
Right.
At 3 probably, barring something horrendous. At worst, a 3rd ranked defense in the league by the time it's all said and done.
They had that. I remember the year Trey Lance's rookie year because he had to play that game against the Texans. They had Davis Mills. And Davis Mills had just beat the Chargers, who was like, it ended up being a playoff team no, they lost in the last game of the season. But like everybody's like, oh, Davis Mills, like he might be one of those guys. Like, and they liked this game. His game wasn't bad, but when he went up against the number 1 defense in the league, like there's only so much he could do.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where I look at with the quarterback. Yeah, not saying Kenny Pickett is a bad quarterback or whatever, but is he going to beat the number 1 defense? Or like you said,
Nick Bosa is going to make him a
defense.
bad quarterback.
Yeah, like that's just kind of how I evaluate it. But it once again, it's all in an exact science until we're
in the
right
season.
there in the season.
Yeah, and we're just hours away from the start of the NFL season. We're hours away from Kansas City kicking off with the Detroit Lions. I do want to talk about the 49ers as well. I would talk a lot more about the Raiders and their matchup against the Denver Broncos. I want to talk about the San Francisco 49ers as well. Jesse dug up a stat with the Nick Bosa news yesterday. The 49ers have 7 players that are the highest paid at their position.
Mm.
That is fascinating. Were you able to see, is there any other team that's even remotely close to something like that?
I'm not sure if there's any other team. This is sad. It's on Twitter or whatever.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
That's incredible. 7 players on the San Francisco 49ers are the highest paid at their position. We'll come back. We'll talk more.
November 9th, 2014. Flex on not being able to pick up that first, you little soft buster. # Jimmy Graham.
That's the best one. It's the # Jimmy Graham that does it.
You little soft buster. Sorry, Jim. I want to apologize to Jimmy Graham right now. I apologize.
That's why we can't get no interviews on this show. That's why athletes refuse to come on this show.
Well, check out this one about Blake Griffin and Jimmy. Them gingers, man. Him and Jimmy Graham. Soft as wet toilet paper tissue.
I'm sorry, Jimmy.
Just a couple of professionals here.
I apologize.
We'll come back. We'll talk about the 49ers, the structure of Nick Bosa's contract, what that means for next year, and we'll take a look at the overall, now that the Nick Bosa situation is behind us, we'll take a look at the team overall. Steelo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
I don't know, John Bull. I don't know, man. I wasn't a fan of Jimmy Graham. You know what really, I think I know what pissed me off about Jimmy Graham is I think the Saints played the Seahawks in a divisional round, and Jimmy was just terrified of the Legion of Boom. And obviously I wanted the Seahawks to lose. And I was like, oh, man, this guy. He's dunking every time he get a touchdown and want to scream and all this. And you terrified of it. Get him out of here. But that was young Casey. Don't mind him.
You're in trouble if Rowan Sapp, Richard Sherman, and Jimmy Graham ever roll up on
you. Warren Sapp. I mean, I didn't do nothing to Warren Sapp, so I don't know what his problem is. Warren Sapp is the one that said, "I love this meat in here." All I said was pause. Richard Sherman and Jimmy Graham, I do apologize to you guys, though. I mean, I might, you know what I'm saying? We could talk about it all, man. We could talk about it. Once again, I would tell them everything that I've said. I would explain it. I'd say, hey, man, this is how I see it. We wouldn't hide from anything. By the way, if you're in the D-Lo and KC Pick'em League, get your picks in. Mine are in. Richard Jefferson went with the furry slide-on joints. What brand is that again? It's I don't think they're Louis Vuittons. Those shoes are trash. Those shoes are garbage.
NFL kicks off tonight. Chiefs and the Lions. Of course, 49ers made news yesterday. Nick Bosa signing a massive 5-year, $122.1 million contract extension. And later, some news came out that the 49ers, in fact, restructured some contracts, not just to help facilitate that deal, but really to facilitate the effects of that deal in the years to come. Those contracts involving both George Kittle and future Hall of Famer Trent Williams. I believe the move's cleared somewhere in the vicinity of 23 and some change, $23 million.
Mm-hmm. About 23 mil.
So the 49ers have now put themselves in a position because everyone was worried, well, you signed this deal. Boy, it's going to create some problems for you next year. Well, that's the thing with this NFL money. All of a sudden, a contract you signed 2 years ago, your current salary can become a signing bonus. And instead of making $15 million this year, you get a check for $10 million or you get a check for $14 million and your salary is now $1 million. I don't know how the NFL has the ability to do this.
I don't even know how that works.
But somehow they do. They do it every year. Teams do it every year. And as you see, teams do it during the season.
Yeah.
But it's all within the rules of the collective bargaining agreement. And the 49ers were able to pull it off.
And I feel like I was telling Jesse this before the show. I feel like this is what they're gonna do next year too.
$18.2 million of Trent Williams' base salary this season turned into a signing bonus. I'm sorry. Did Trent Williams sign his contract this year? No, they just decided, you know what? The original $20 million we gave you to sign this contract, that wasn't enough. We're going to give you 18 more. We're going to take it out of your salary, but we're just converting it to a signing bonus. Like this
sounds crazy.
This feels like rich people stuff.
Yeah, that sounds crazy. It sounds like this. I know it's more than this, but it sounds like if I ever wanted to not go over the cap, I would just turn all money into signing bonus money. Now, one of the things that what come of that is I think you have to like pay that right then, right? So Trent Williams got $20 million from Jed York this year. Jed York essentially might be paying, I don't know, an extra $80 million outside of the cap money to these guys. So maybe nobody wants to do that, but yeah, if I'm ever in trouble with the cap, I just take one of those guys and they're all but $2 million of your contract is turned into a signing bonus. Here. Now we're $18 million under the cap. Feels like that's what you should be able to do every time.
Yeah, it's so confusing to me. Teams were required to become cap compliant by yesterday at 1 p.m. our time. And that means teams had to get under the $224.8 million cap for this season. And the 49ers, what the 49ers did, they weren't the only ones. They're the only ones we care about. George Kittle was the same thing. George Kittle had $10.6 million converted to a signing bonus. $10.6 million of his salary this year was converted to a signing bonus. So I think the way that works, the signing bonus things, like I think he gets $10.6 million yesterday at 1 o'clock. I think that's how it works. And then his paychecks now, instead of being for $10.6 million, they'll be for whatever the remaining salary was. So he better be, he got to be on a budget. Because his checks just went from, $700,000 a piece to $50,000.
And the funny thing about it is, off the top of my head right now, if I was a player and they came to me saying, "Hey, we want to renegotiate your contract so we can get another cap or whatever," I'd be all for doing it that way. Like, yeah, it's like winning the lottery. Don't give me a 75-year installment. Give me all my money right now.
Well, part of it too,
I'd take that.
Well, there's probably tax reasons. That becomes
true
complicated for the athlete, especially in a sum of money like that.
Let's sign the deal in Texas.
Well, it's also there could be. It's probably also thought like when you sign these deals, like Nick Bosa, for example. Nick Bosa, him and his agent and Jed and John and whoever is in charge of this stuff, I'm sure they sat down and say, "Hey, here's the money. Here's your guaranteed money. Here's your money that you're getting right now, this second. In 3 years, there may be a situation where this, what's the $34 million, we'll say. With that $34 million for the season, that might become like $20 million at the start. That might be a $20 million signing bonus. Like we have room within your contract to restructure. I'm confident Trent Williams, George Kittle, their respective agents, representatives, they've discussed all of this in advance.
Yeah.
They set up contracts that they knew would help work with the team later.
Right. So, I mean, this, like I was talking to Jesse about, it's like I and a lot of other people feel like, they're going to be in cap hell next year. Well, why wouldn't they just do this again? No, why wouldn't they just do this with a Deebo Samuel? Why wouldn't they do this with Moody Ward or something like that to free up enough space to keep all these guys?
So there could be, and I don't expect this to be the case, but the answer could be in situations like, and I'm going to use Deebo as an example only because his name came up yesterday with you and Kyle, where Jed or perhaps John Lynch and members of the respective front office say, hey, the only way we can keep Debo here and sign so-and-so is if we convert $17 million of Debo's contract to a signing bonus.
Mm-hmm.
And we'd have to do that today. And Jed could decide, I don't want to do that.
I don't want to spend $17 million
I don't want to spend $17 million on him.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, that could be how you decide, I'm not willing to invest that in that player anymore because I don't think they're going to give us what we're looking for. So that could be why.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. So that would be the same as,
and I'm sure the restructure number, sorry to cut you off. I'm sure the restructure number has something to do, or, the signing bonus. I'm sure it has something to do with dead cap money too.
True.
Where how that stuff, like factors into whether a player is on a team or not.
Yeah.
I'm sure that plays a part in how those numbers are decided.
Yeah. I mean, you make a great point with that. It's just,
it's a 6-year course to understand the NFL salary cap.
It's just more, it's still on whether or not you want to do that.
Right.
As a front office.
Yeah.
If you want to, you can find a way to make it work. And I think that's probably going to be the premise of next season when they got to deal with all this. Like if they,
who's the biggest thing?
Keep around,
who's the biggest person they have to deal with next year?
I don't think there's any free agents, but a lot of people's money starts in a major way.
I see.
So, like obviously, Bosa's money starts next year,
right? Because that $30 million that's not this year.
Yeah,
it's like 11 or something like that this year.
Debo starts this year, I think. Brandon Ayuk is eligible or a free agent or rookie extension eligible, whatever.
So the money spent's going up.
Yeah. So I think Fred Warner. I think Fred Warner starts this year.
Will Z, our numbers guy, chimes in. I just live under the impression that the NFL salary cap is a lie and doesn't actually exist. That might very well be true. It certainly doesn't exist for teams like the Los Angeles Rams.
No, hell no. Not only doesn't exist, every dollar they spend, they get another draft pick.
I've seen that. That is
them and the Seahawks.
The Seahawks. That's in fact accurate as well. What's your biggest concern with the 49ers headed into this weekend? Nick Bosa stuff is done. Brock Purdy's your quarterback. Trey Lance is gone. No controversy. Kyle Shanahan was as much as Kyle Shanahan can be all smiles and jokes, that's what he was yesterday. But there's got to be something.
You tell me.
Okay. What's your concern with this team?
My concern would be the offensive line still. I say this, we say it all the time. We are concerned with the offensive line, and they usually take care of business. So I don't know if I'm ever going to feel comfortable, supremely comfortable with the offensive line, but every year under Kyle Shanahan, they find a way to be good enough to run the ball, to win games. So I'm kind of taking for granted that that's probably what's going to happen again. But you're going up against TJ Watt and, Mike Tomlin's defense, and they're going to be ready to play in Pittsburgh.
Is there a particular, what exactly is the concern with the offensive line? Obviously, you got Trent Williams, you got the Hall of Famer on the left side.
Yeah.
But is it center? Is it right tackle? Is it Colton McKivitz?
Colton McKivitz at right tackle is something that I want to see. I don't want to completely write him off and think that he's not a good ball player yet. But he's going to be in a new role. He's going to have a lot of pressure on him to take care of business on that right side. So I want to see what goes on there. Jake Brendel, Spencer Burford, Aaron Banks, I'm okay with. I think Aaron Banks played well. So
it feels like you feel really good about the left side of the line.
Yeah. The further right you go, the less confident I get.
All right.
So I want to see that. The injuries to Talanoa Hufanga.
Yo, that's 5 buttons down though. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. That wasn't 4. Oh yeah. Your boy.
Richard, like I said,
that was 5.
He filled
I'm not
today.
sure he had a button buttoned.
He got the
look at that.
Like it don't.
Look,
Come on,
come on,
come on,
bam. Hey, Richard, what you doing?
Like it don't look cool on him.
No,
it just doesn't look cool.
No,
on him.
it doesn't work on television. Richard's got his whole chest. He got both pectoral muscles out. That's why we can't have a TV in here. That was very distracting.
But like, he has the same number of buttons down that Dr. Buss has, but Dr. Buss looks cool.
Yeah, it was 1980.
Richard doesn't.
Well, I don't think it works on television, and I don't think it works like when you're trying to, bro, that is just all chest out. It doesn't work like in a business like environment. Like
I agree. But I also think the person has something to do. Richard Jefferson can't pull that look off.
I don't know. I don't think, bro, this is terribly distracting. He needs to fix that. How is no one pulled? Like if a woman did that,
look, it's out of the picture,
bro. If
in the picture you don't see a button.
If a woman had done that, they'd be pulled to the side like, hey, that's too much chest. And then Richard Jefferson damn near got his nipples out on television. Bro, what you doing? Like, I think this was a funny bit, but this particular segment is completely out of control.
They're talking about it right now.
They got to be talking about it. Ramona pointing at him like, yo, button your stuff up.
He can't pull the look off, man. Some people,
it doesn't work with that. Like, I can't show up to your wedding like that. It doesn't work.
He could go to the club like that and he wouldn't look good.
It would, but it wouldn't.
He doesn't. This man, there's nowhere he can go dressed like that. Well, it doesn't work.
I need to see it differently. Like, I need to see it differently. The whole presentation doesn't work.
Some people just don't like. Some people
you also
got their own looks.
You also can't be flat chested. If you a dude and you got to have some pop.
Not necessary.
Yeah, you got to have some pop. I get tired of you skinny dudes walking around like you and Usher talking about, oh, look at these dudes. Oh, they all no, y'all are skinny. You're not in.
You can have the chest out. You know what I'm saying?
All little flat chested skinny dudes walking around like
chest out, man. There ain't nothing wrong with that. But you
gotta
have the aura to pull it off.
If you can't make your pecs pop, you've got to cover up.
Well, then you go to the complete flip side. The big guys, they were rose.
Yeah, I guess when you meet a certain amount of money, though, you just once you hit a certain amount of money, you just do whatever.
But see, then you look like money. Like I haven't hit Rick Rose level money, but so I gotta look like money.
Your knees ain't giving out on a diving board.
Oh no, they're not.
For the record, I don't think Rick Ross looks good when he does that. It don't work.
Hey man, it's all about the individual being able to pull it off.
100%, and I don't like the way that it looks on him. Skinny dudes walking around with your chest out. Y'all don't stop it. I don't even know what we were talking about. Richard Jefferson's boobs distracted me.
Wow.
This dude running around television with his shirt just wide open.
There's the show title for today.
It's ridiculous. What were you saying?
I don't even know.
Something about the offensive line.
Oh, no. Ufanga's knee.
Dress like Trent Williams. That's Trent Williams and Fred Warner. That's how you dress.
He can dress.
Ufanga's knees concern you?
Yeah, man. He's got I think there was like a cyst.
Does your boy's leg concern you?
Who's that?
Your boy from Michigan.
Oh, yeah, the kicker. Yeah, the kicking situation does concern me a little bit.
I feel like I
do think he's going to be okay. Like I don't think he's going to be an issue. One of the things that I heard that I wasn't even really aware of is like, I know it's Carlson and Tucker, and there was somebody else that they mentioned. They both got cut before they got with their respective teams. So sometimes that's the way it is, right? Like you're just in the league or you're with the team, you stink it up and it doesn't work out. And then you go to the next team or the next situation and you're a star. Like Justin Tucker is the greatest kicker of all time. It's hard to imagine he got cut. Like he was on a team, didn't perform well and got cut.
Yeah.
Now look at him. So, I say that with Moody because you see, especially young, and they were young in their career when this happened, kickers struggle, right? Sometimes the team has enough patience and firepower to let him work through that. Sometimes he gets cut. I think he's going to be okay, but I'd be lying if I said it wasn't concerned. Like, I need him to get comfortable with the league ASAP. Like, I think he'll be fine. I like for it to be with the 49ers.
Let's grab Brandon here. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Connect with us on the phone here, 916-909-1320. Brandon, what's going on, man? Appreciate you.
What's going on, guys? Happy Kickoff Thursday.
Yes, sir.
Happy Kickoff Thursday.
Hey, quick question. With the money being spent to Debo last year and then signing Hargrave and paying Bosa, are we looking at possibly Eric Armstead's last year with the Niners? I'd hate to see it, but it seems like he might be the one who might have to go after this year. What do you guys think?
He's one of a couple guys that are.
We tiptoed around that yesterday, and he's if there's a list with tiers, he's probably at the top of he's near the top with probably a couple of other guys. There's guys who may be done with the 49ers. We'll say this though, and I do believe this stuff is important. NFL's a business. They do cold-hearted things every year, or things that we may perceive to be cold-hearted every year. This man Eric Armstead's like man of the year nominee every year. This man's voted as a captain by his teammates every year. At some point, maybe your first approach is, hey, how can we work this out with Armstead to make sure he's here? I don't feel like that often happens in the NFL. I feel like with Armstead, he's a guy that you should consider doing that stuff with.
Yeah.
Having guys that are like Eric Armstead is universally respected in and out of the locker room. That means something. If we're just talking from a pure, cold-hearted NFL salary cap business standpoint, Brandon, yeah, like he probably is. I think the 49ers should avoid that situation at all costs.
I agree with you. The cap, the salary cap in 2024 is projected to be $256 million. As of today.
Is that sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead.
Is that 20-something million more than this year? I feel like I just read the number.
It might be because in 2025 it's projected to be 282 million.
Yeah, I feel like I just read the number. I closed the tab. I'm sorry. I think it was somewhere around 223, 224, something along those
sounds
lines.
about right. It's going up significantly.
Cap's going up.
Cap's
All right.
going up.
Across
now,
the league.
The problem with that is, as of right now, the 49ers have in total cap allocations have $257 million like for next year.
Forgive me.
With 44 players under contract.
You said 255?
For
allocations?
257.
257. And what's the cap number projected to be?
256.
And they're short 7 roster spots.
Yeah, that's only with 44 players under contract. That's not rookies, nothing.
All right. I mean,
I don't know, man. I feel like they could.
I guess.
I feel like they can. And you brought up a good point with the dead money and all that. However, you're able to do it. I do feel like somebody like Armstead, maybe somebody like Debo, would do this whole restructure signing bonus thing to stay around.
Yeah,
I think that's a possibility.
I think a lot of that falls on the player and their willingness to do it. Obviously, the organization has to offer it, but I think it falls on the player and their willingness to do it. I hope this is something, again, we're projecting, we're guessing, we're kind of pointing out the obvious here when it comes to salary. And that's all it is. That's all we're talking about. We're not talking about anything else. We're just talking about salary. That should the 49ers find themselves in a predicament next year, and Casey just gave us the numbers how that could be possible, you got to figure out a way, in my mind, to work things out with Eric Armstead. You got to find a way to keep a player that is as universally respected as him on your roster.
I am 100% with that. Obviously, this is NFL stuff, but his base salary next season is supposed to be $17 million. He's making 15. So he had a spike with this whole thing. He was making 2.5. They backloaded the contract is what happened. He's making 2.5, 6.6, 1.1. This year it skyrockets to 15.8 million for a base salary. Next year is 17.4.
Jesse says if they cut Armstead after June 1st, they save 18 million in cap space. 7. He's got, with the numbers that you just provided, 7 million in dead cap next year, 6 million the following year.
Yeah.
Which, with the numbers that you just gave us, creates a savings of $18 million.
Yeah, and that's if they
signing
choose to go
bonus.
that way. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Come
like,
on, man.
If it feels like it's the new wave. The whole signing, the signing bonus is the new wave. And if they can work that out with him, I'd absolutely love that. Wow, this is crazy. Debo scheduled to make 20 million next year.
His new contract kicks in this year, or it was already.
It looks like
did it kick in last year?
It looks like it kicks in this year. That's what it looks like to me. And this year is maybe it's next year, but it's he's making $1 million base salary.
Well, yeah, that's not gonna help us because guaranteed he probably it could have been this year, but he already
Total guaranteed was 58 million.
Yeah, he total guarantee overall.
Yeah, guaranteed at signing was 41 million.
He might have gotten, so that might be why his salary is $1 million this year.
Let's do it again.
Nick Bosa is in Santa Clara, but he's not on the field with his teammates right now. This according to both Matt Mayoka and Nick Wagoner. According to Nick Wagoner, he's in the weight room. Team says he'll probably work on the side today. But
I'm back.
Nick
Sorry
Bosa's
for
here.
the scare.
What voice is that?
That's a Nick. I can't do it good. Nick Bosa, but I'm back.
Yeah, let's
Sorry
not
for the scare.
Let's not do Nick Bosa impressions. Let's just.
That's what he said last night when he hopped off the PJ.
Yeah, let's just not. Let's just leave Nick Bosa impersonations to everyone's imagination. Any other concerns? I feel like with the 40, we'll give our predictions later. No one has moved me yet to get away from the 49ers and the Eagles. When it comes to the conference, Lions, Saints, these are these teams with different levels of hype, Seahawks, all of this stuff. I'm inclined to I still think the Eagles are really good. Kyle Matson's remark about Jalen having, potentially another level was super compelling. And obviously, I think this 49ers team is loaded.
The same way, I haven't seen anything to make me think it's not going to be 49ers or Eagles. Dallas, once again, I respect Dallas.
Yeah, I think Dallas very good.
Yeah. I think they've got an opportunity. But outside of that, and then I talked earlier about New Orleans. I do think New Orleans is pretty good. And by virtue of that division that they're in, you're probably going to have to play a home game or play in the Superdome. I think New Orleans is a team that could move into that category throughout the season. I don't see it right now, but I could see them being in that conversation as the season goes along.
Okay. We'll come back. Matt Stafford had to address his wife's comments at a press conference yesterday.
Oh, no.
Well, nothing harmful. It's just funny. And your boy Luka, your boy.
Not my boy.
Luka Doncic at it again.
I thought he got eliminated.
Well, I read about a variety of different things that he did in the game yesterday. But I missed one, and apparently it's his new go-to. We've got that coming up here. Stilo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. TC. What's up with my two brothers? Yeah, Sean, USA versus Canada would be fun. See our man Jordy up there. Jordy really waving the Dylan Brooks flag. Ramsey, the crankiest old dude in existence, man. Ramsey fading TC before my man even get to cook. Y'all hit the thumbs up while you're here. Sorry. Hit the thumbs up while you're here. Hit the notification button in the upper right-hand corner as well. That way you get alerted when the Insiders goes live every day at 10 o'clock. Don't want you guys to miss any good local sports talk.
Chiefs elevated a tight end from their practice squad, so I'm assuming Kelsey's not playing.
No Chris Jones, possibly no Travis Kelce.
BV50, that shirt is indeed on the D'Lo and Casey website. Go to shopdeloandcasey.com or deloandcasey.com. Check out the tri-blends. I'm sure it's labeled Giants color or Giants or something along those lines. But, yep, it's definitely there for you. Should have named it Orioles colors.
Yo's.
Lazy, I hope so. I like both those guys, man.
If there's a way, and I think we have shirts, don't we? We have shirts, 49ers colors and Raiders colors.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So for football season, anybody want the color of Niners or Raiders? We got that for you.
Yeah, great. Dave Garcia knows he created all those. Yeah, Black Bottle label. Tri-blend shirts, but they over there. We could do a kickoff. We do a kickoff sale if you want. If y'all go buy something. Do a sale.
Let's do it.
Stand by. Sale loading. Hang on. Let's see. Sorry, guys. The layout's a little bit different. Give me a second here. Oh, they put a pop-up screen. No wonder. Discounts. Here we go. NFL season kicks off tonight. Kansas City and Detroit. Take a phone call if you want to hang out with us. We'll talk some hoop as well. 916-909-1320. Let's get our brother TC in here. TC, what's going on, baby?
Yes, sir. What's up with my two brothers?
TC, my man, what's going on with you, bro?
Oh, man, just chilling before we get started. Hey, D-Lo, that's the homie Ronnie that you ran into in Vegas, bro.
Oh, I know who it was. I know who it was. He said, hey, see, that's how big TC is. I'm out in Vegas going to see Beyonce, and I got people coming up to me, man, hey, next time TC call, ask him about his football game.
Oh, there we go. It's all good. Hey, but Kenny, look, check it out. Hey, here we go. Hey, it's off to the races now. Ain't no more excuses. Bosa signed. Win it all this year, Kyle. Let's do it. Win it all.
Nah, man. Look, man. I'm not really interested in the moral victory of anything less than the Super Bowl championship this year. You know, I'm the main one that says all the time, like, you can have a successful season, you can have a fun season without winning it all.
Mm-hmm.
This year in particular, I don't think I would feel that way. I don't. And then 49ers didn't win the Super Bowl. I don't feel like I'd be like, man, this season was fun. It was a lot of fun. Remember how I felt after they 2 years ago when they got into the playoffs on the last game of the season, beating the Rams, and then I think I know they beat the Cowboys the next round. I was like, man, I've had so much fun this year. This is dope. Like, this is a great experience. It's something I'm always gonna remember. Right now today, I don't see a scenario where I feel that way about anything less than a Super Bowl with this particular 49ers team.
Is the season a failure if they get to the Super Bowl and lose, or it's just like, do they need to just get to the Super Bowl for it to be successful, or they have to win it for it to be successful?
I hate using that word as a failure, but I think they have to win it. I think they have to win it. I would not see the bright side of them getting to the Super Bowl and losing. I wouldn't. They've for an ultimately satisfying season. This year, I'm not saying this is always how I feel, but this year they got to win a Super Bowl.
Okay, let's expand on that for a second, because I'm always curious by that line of thinking.
Mm-hmm.
They don't.
Mm-hmm.
Then what?
This, to Jesse's point, the season was a failure. Now, I think a lot of times
I got you, but that's reflection,
right? But I think a lot of times, like, you ask that question and people see that and they're like, "Well, something got to change. Somebody got to go." Well, no, you just run it back again next year and you try and win it again next year. I don't think, and I'm not saying this is what you're asking, but I'm not saying Kyle's got to go, John's got to go.
No, that is what I'm asking.
Yeah, well,
to
that's
me,
not it. You run it back and you try and win again.
Well, to me, when you say like the season is a failure if you don't win the Super Bowl, okay, you've got to pinpoint why you didn't win the Super Bowl, and don't you have to correct it?
Yeah, but it's like we talked about a long time ago with De'Aaron Fox possibly being traded. There's a bunch of things. I'm going to assume they don't win the Super Bowl. There's a ton of things that need to be corrected before you get to Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch.
Well, I'm not. In my question isn't, do you fire Kyle Shanahan if you don't win the Super Bowl? My question is, you don't win the Super Bowl in a season you must win the Super Bowl. Then what? Then what do you do?
You look to improve the team any way you can. Like, for instance, let's just say this year ends the same way last year did. I'd go into this next offseason, man, you got to work on this offensive line. You know, you weren't able to protect your quarterback. You lost a couple of quarterbacks throughout the season. You got to work on this offensive line this year. You probably got to work on this secondary, or I don't think it'll be as much of an issue, but Hargrave is there. And you guys got Philly just schooled you guys in the running game. You got to find a way to stop the run against a team like Philadelphia. Like, there's little things around there. If Jake Moody isn't good, man, you got to figure out what you're doing at the kicking spot, because he wasn't good this year. So there's little areas on that roster where you look to improve, but, you know, or maybe you draft a tight end. They draft 2 tight ends, I think, this year, but you try to find a tight end, because maybe I'm just projecting. Maybe Kittle doesn't look the same. It's like, man, he's not the same dude anymore. You need to look for somebody to lighten the load off of what he's got to do every game, or for his replacement eventually. Not that he's off the team, but a guy that, all right, you're next. Like, Kittle's here for another year or two, but you're next as the tight end. We're going to start working you in. Little stuff like that. You look to improve the roster, basically, to answer your question.
Okay, I think that's always the thing that I keep getting hung up on when I think about the 49ers, and it's almost like what you were talking about with the Chiefs yesterday. You're just going to do it again, huh? And, like, the team, I think Patrick Mahomes, best quarterback in the NFL, still think that team is very good, despite, you know, the fact that it almost feels like a certainty that Travis Kelce's not playing tonight. We know Chris Jones isn't playing tonight. Chris Jones probably isn't playing anytime soon. But I believe in Andy Reid, and I believe in Patrick Mahomes, so I believe that team can be, you know, back into the playoffs. If they lose to the Bills, to the Bengals, to the Ravens, whoever, okay, I'd be a little bit surprised. But, like, okay, that's the nature of the NFL. With the 49ers, it's like, man, just back in the NFC Championship again, huh? It's really just Kyle Shanahan ain't been eliminated anywhere but the NFC Championship or the Super Bowl as the San Francisco 49ers coach. Like, if they get into the playoffs, they going deep into the playoffs. And I just have in the NFL, I just have a difficult time with, man, no one's found a way to knock them off. With their quarterback staying healthy, no one's found a way to beat the San Francisco 49ers. No one's found a way to beat the Kansas City Chiefs. Now, a lot of teams didn't find a way to beat New England over 20 years. A handful of them did, but a lot of them didn't. So it's not like it's not doable. It's not like it's not possible. Right. It very much is. The Philadelphia Eagles, a previous incarnation of the Philadelphia Eagles, they were going to the NFC Championship year after year after year after year. So again, it's not impossible. It's not as common in the NFL as it is in the NBA. But I just keep getting hung up on like, man, Kyle's not going to lose a division round game. Like he's just going to lose in the NFC Championship every year, the Super Bowl.
So that's the thing. We've talked a lot this offseason about them getting into the NFC Championship or the Super Bowl, and they're my pick to make it out the NFC. But what if, say, they get bounced in the wild card or divisional round? Like, is there retooling after that point? Do we look at Kyle a little bit funny? Like, what happens if that happens?
It's a good question.
I'm sure people do. I mean, I don't like as much as I'm saying, for me personally, and I think a lot of the fan base feels the same way, to be happy with the season has to be a Super Bowl season. It's, you know how I feel about football and one game. Like, they could very well lose their first playoff game. And it's not necessary. It doesn't mean, and I'm not saying either one of you is saying this, but it doesn't mean that they're bad or there needs to be major overhauling going on. It's a one-game situation. You know, anything could happen. We saw last year in the NFC Championship game. Would the Eagles have beaten the 49ers anyway? I don't think so, but I'm sure there's a large amount of people that feel that they would have. But Nick Bosa tears his elbow up, Brock Purdy tears his elbow up in the first play, and the game is over. Like, the game is done at that point. I guess even pass.
I guess what I have a tough time like computing is you say you can't draw any joy out of the season if they don't win the Super Bowl. So regardless of what happens over the course of the next 17 weeks, or potentially 18, 19, or 20, you get to that 21st week and they're not holding the trophy, all of that's wiped out.
No, I mean, along the way you enjoy it. Like, they went on Sunday, I'm going to be hyped on Sunday night and Monday. Like, you're going to enjoy it along the way. But the ultimate conclusion is, like, I could take positives and, you know, great things out of the last two seasons. It would be a lot harder for me to do that this year at the conclusion.
Okay, I see.
Right? Like, when it's all said and done, I'm just going to be focused on, man, it's another year they didn't win.
Yeah.
Another year they didn't get it. And all these guys that have been part of this group and that's the other thing too. A lot of the guys that's been part of this group, it may be coming to an end. The Kittles, the Juszczyks, the Armsteads.
Yeah.
Fred Warner's not going nowhere, but he's another year older. Dre Greenlaw,
is older.
Trent Williams. Like, this 49er fan base, they love these guys. You know, it's almost like I talk about with the Kings. Like, they love this group of guys. It's not just the Kings are winning. They love Fox and Sabonis and Monk and Davion and Keegan. They love this group of players. That's how I think these 49er fans are with this group of 49ers. And they're getting closer to the end of their little run and these guys not being here. And they'll be like, man, I think a lot of people want to get a ring, especially I'm thinking of somebody like Kittle. They want to win a Super Bowl with a guy like Kittle. Kittle was here in 2-14. Like, he been here through it all. And a lot of the times he was the shining light, the only good thing about this team, his energy, his leadership. They want to see him win with a guy like George Kittle. And if they don't get it done this year, you're one step closer, 1 year closer to that not happening.
916-909-1320. We'd love to hear from you as the NFL season kicks off tonight. We'd love to hear from our man, Mike. Mike, what's going on, brother?
Hey, how you gentlemen doing, man?
Good, man. Good. What's going on with you, Mike?
Man, I got to agree, though, man. I'm a diehard 49er fan. I'm from the city. It is Super Bowl or bust. It got to be. We can't just keep being satisfied with NFC Championship. And I'm going to say something that's unpopular. Y'all ready for this?
Let me hear it.
And Shanahan got to go. What is
Mike? Is this Mike or this TC? Who's this?
Hey, nah, this is Mike. I'm being serious. Hear me out. Hear me out.
All right.
Hey, great coach, right? Great coach.
Yeah.
I'll never, ever dispute that. But y'all, I'm saying it right now. Remember me. We never going to win it with Shanahan.
Okay, Mike, here's the rules, Mike, though. Here's the rules. I hear you. I'm listening.
Okay.
I appreciate it. Who do you replace him with?
So this is the thing. Y'all ready for this one?
I'm ready.
Harbaugh. I'm telling you. Hey, who the better coach?
Mike out here podding, bro. Mike,
you podding? Mike, you podding?
He said, "Who's the better coach, Harbaugh or Kyle Shanahan?"
Hey, Harbaugh's a good coach.
Harbaugh's a really good coach. I don't have nothing bad to say about Jim Harbaugh.
Is Mike still there?
Mike's out.
What if maybe he met the other Harbaugh? Maybe he may go to Baltimore.
Oh, he ain't leaving.
They tried to get rid of him. Like
Jim
3
is
years
leaving.
ago. Yeah, Jim is in fact leaving.
Jim is gonna be afraid. That would be a crazy story. We talked about like
For the record, to Mike's, I wouldn't hate it. I don't think
there's no chance in hell. But
I wouldn't hate it.
What I'm saying, me and Jesse were talking about, like we're here. We cover the Niners, we cover the Raiders as well, but we cover the Niners since this show has started. Man, and we talked about the summers and stuff like that. The Niners have been great for us when it comes to Trey Lance draft, Debo drama, Nick Bosa drama, Trey Lance like
nonstop Jimmy Garoppolo stuff.
Jimmy G,
Yeah.
like they have been content gold.
Yeah.
And it would probably get no more golden than if Kyle Shanahan was fired and they brought back Jim Harbaugh. That would be.
We're gonna get Jim Harbaugh and Jed York burying the hatchet on Monday Night Raw.
On Monday Night Raw,
like Brett and Sean that night
with a simple hand out there.
Brett gave Sean the worst hug because he like patted him on the back while they were hugging. Like, it was the fakest hug ever.
Oh, that would be crazy. I like Harbaugh. I don't think he's ever, unless he's playing for or coaching for another NFL team or playing in a national championship game that isn't even at Levi's.
National
he ain't never stepping foot in Levi's Stadium under Jed York's watch. So I don't think that's ever happening.
Well, the other thing is too, you're gonna bring Harbaugh in to be your coach for 3 years until he gets bored and goes somewhere else.
Yeah.
Kyle's fine. I'm curious with like Mike and TC, like why can't the 49ers win with Kyle Shanahan? Like you're good enough to get to the NFC Championship. You're good enough to get to the Super Bowl. Some would say you're a drop pass away from beating the Kansas City Chiefs. That man's not good enough to win.
It clearly is.
I disagree. I don't stand for Kyle the way that others do, but I had to acknowledge after that this dude is a good coach. Like I saw Robert Griffin III call Kyle a control freak.
Yeah,
and okay,
yeah,
I don't have an issue with that. That doesn't mean he's not a good coach,
right? No, and to be fair to RG3, I didn't necessarily take that as a diss either. Like I thought he was just talking about this is the type of coach he is, and this is what he's looking for in a quarterback. I maybe I'm wrong, but I didn't. A lot of people were talking about, oh man, he throwing shade at Kyle Shanahan.
Well, it's like game manager.
Feel like he was.
The term control freak isn't going to be looked at as a positive,
right.
But I'm a control freak. Like I want to control. You agreed way too quickly, but I want to control everything that happens in this studio for the next 5 hours. I want to be in firm control of that.
A lot of people are control. It may not seem like it, but I'm a control freak. Like there's a way.
Oh boy, it does not seem like it at all.
But there's a way that I envision things happening, and I try to make sure they happen a certain way. Now, whether I'm willing to be lenient in certain way, there's a vision of how I think things should go and how I want them to go. And along the way, like maybe I'd let somebody scramble on a play as opposed to saying, like, make this play here. Ask my little 10-year-olds if they think I'm a control freak.
Oh, they've already told me.
You know what I'm saying?
They complained about you something heavy when I talked to them.
That's coaching, man. Like I think all these coaches, and if you're trying to navigate through something and produce something, like you have a vision, and you're trying to get that vision out the way you envision it to go. I don't think there's anything wrong with it.
Well, it's like Sean McVay is a control freak in the sense where when you had Jared Goff, he was letting them know, hey, we're going to be looking for this guy on this play. Like, make sure you look for him. Make sure you try to hit him or whatever. Like, that's all coaches.
And what coach goes out there and says, just do whatever? Don't nobody say that. They were like, hey, we're running a play at the very least. This is option 1. If he's not there, there's option 2. If he's not there, there's option 3. Like,
again, I think the common use of the term control freak is not looked at as positive. Nick Wagoner reported that 8 49ers did not participate in practice yesterday. 7 of those 8 did today. The one that didn't, our man Ufunga. He still missed practice. Because, I'll rephrase that. Nick Wagoner says he does not see him on the field. So there's a little update from our man Nick Wagoner. We were talking about Ufunga there a few minutes ago. Ufunga's a guy that 49ers fans seem to absolutely fall in love with last year.
Yeah, he's a playmaker. He's a playmaker.
He busts his ass.
He's all pro, right?
You mentioned all pro? Was he?
I think he was an all pro. I believe.
I'll take your word for it. That's
last year he was all pro.
He was thought of very, very highly by 49ers fans. Jesse mentioned Sean McVay. Rams are an interesting team. We'll talk about them in a little bit. Matt Stafford had to address his wife's podcast comments at a press conference yesterday. She was podding. Though Matt didn't deny anything that she said. He was asked, again, this was a completely lighthearted thing. No one, I don't think, appeared to take this too seriously. I do think it's funny when professional athletes have to address things that their wives or moms or dads say or tweet, or in some cases just not address them at all. But Matt Stafford didn't deny any of this stuff. He said those young guys know where he's coming from. He knows where they're coming from. It's nothing that needed to be talked about in the locker room, but that's a team that I'm just kind of looking at with a side eye. That's a team that I think needs a strong start because I feel like it could fall apart pretty quickly. That's not a team that I see rallying. We talked about the Detroit Lions earlier. That's not a team that I see rallying in weeks, 7 and 8 and really, they're cooking now. I think they needed to get off to a good start or they could have some, I think it could crumble pretty quickly for the Rams. To be completely fair, I think they can. I still think they have the talent that can do it. I just have a lot of concerns, and most of them lie with Matt Stafford and not his ability, but more his health.
I could be proven wrong. I don't think the Rams are any good. I don't think they can get off to a good start. Combination, and once again, this is something that we talked about that isn't necessarily tried and true, but I mean, the early start to their schedule is kind of tough.
They'll be without Cooper Kupp as well.
Yeah, no
At
Cooper
least
Kupp
for the first game, maybe more.
Yeah, and apparently they just hate throwing to Allen Robinson. So I don't know who they're throwing the ball to.
Yeah, that's a bizarre.
Yeah, I just don't think they have the established talent to make any noise this year. They got some young guys.
Talent.
Yeah, they got some young guys. They got some draft picks, but they're unproven.
Well, Matt Stafford's an established talent.
Who are you throwing the ball to?
Well, maybe it's like the De'Aaron Fox dunk strike. Maybe they end the strike to throwing to Allen Robinson. Maybe they actually throw to him. I don't know.
Even then, Allen Robinson was part of like 3-win teams with the Bears. It's not like he's changing the game. I just don't think they have enough talent.
Well, that's not Allen Robinson's fault. Hang on.
It's not his fault, but they didn't have enough talent in Chicago. I don't think they have enough talent in LA.
They got the greatest football player that's ever lived on their team, from what I heard.
That's what some people say.
I feel like that's the biggest concern with that team because I don't think the offense is putting up 30 points per game how they used to. Like, can the defense keep them? Yeah, can the defense keep them in games to where Stafford can put up 20 to 24 points? And
I mean, if it's close, Stafford can win you a game. Like, I don't. At one point, I don't know if this is still true, but at one point, from his time in the league to currently, he had the most fourth quarter comebacks in the NFL. Again, I don't know if that's still true or not, but at one point, it was him.
Hey, this is news to me. Allen Robinson's on the Steelers. I didn't know he wasn't on the Rams no more.
I didn't know that either.
Well, now they really stink.
Well, wait a minute. Who's their second wide receiver then?
I don't know. I didn't know.
Well, this is like Jimmy Ward being one of the best 49ers. That was an inside joke. I apologize to everybody for that. That was an absolute
I
inside
missed
joke.
that one. I ain't
Van
even gonna lie to you.
Jefferson or Demarcus Robinson. Those are Stafford's top two guys,
Who?
I guess. Van Jefferson and Demarcus
I
Robinson.
know
You're
Van
making
Jefferson.
those names up.
Van
Stop
Jefferson,
it.
his dad is a coach was a coach for the Cardinals or something like that. I don't know. I didn't know.
Oh, they might be cooked.
Yeah, I didn't know that. Well,
When the hell did he go to Pittsburgh?
That was talking about under the radar.
I don't
Jesus.
remember that at all.
Hmm.
Oh God.
They were really dedicated to not throwing Allen Robinson.
What depth chart is this? Oh, they might be cooked.
They got Puka Nacua as a wide receiver.
Who's Ben Skwarnick?
These are some Madden generated names right here.
Oh, bro, they are cooked. They got no one to throw the ball to.
They do have Tyler Higbee still.
I mean, they got Cam Akers in the backfield.
But they can't run the ball traditionally. They can't run the ball.
Yo, this is
They
tough.
got
Why they got two players? Why does the Rams depth chart have two players at center? Is it you can't have two guys first on the depth chart. Yo, that's wild.
They got Cam Akers and Tyler Higbee as
Hold on.
established offensive weapons.
I need to see Allen Robinson signs with Steelers.
Yeah, man. When did this happen?
Did this happen an hour ago?
Didn't Cam Akers leave the Rams at one point because they were kind of done with him and now he's just back?
Yeah, it was like.
I could tell you.
Yeah.
I could tell. They traded him in April.
Oh, well, we didn't care nothing about football in April. That's
What
anything
nobody
could have happened.
What nobody thinking a damn thing. See, this is the one downside to me not doing fantasy stuff. Is this type of stuff I'd be caught up on. You making a trade at the beginning of the first time the Kings have made the playoffs in 16 years, and it's Allen Robinson. Yeah, I'm gonna miss that.
We didn't care nothing about the NFL in all of April.
He was acquired in most of May. He was acquired for a 7th round pick.
Damn, the Rams hated Allen Robinson.
They really did.
Wow. Yeah, no, they're terrible. They're even worse than I thought. Watch them start off 3-0, beating the Niners.
Yeah, that's a tough squad right there, though. That's a tough, that's tough. That roster's, whew.
I think Stafford's retiring after this year.
I think, yeah, I was kind of leaning that way too.
Stafford might retire after week 1.
Stop it.
He said, I'm done with this stuff.
He started 10 games with the Rams, he being Allen Robinson. He started 10 games. He finished with 33 receptions for 339 yards.
And this is 49ers included.
Did have a foot injury.
This is the 49ers included, right? This is why can't really get too high or too low with anything that happens in the offseason. Because remember the narrative when they signed Allen or traded for him or whatever, they got Allen Robinson. Yo, Rams might be unstoppable now. You got Kupp and Allen Robinson. Oh man.
Yeah.
It's never that happens every year.
Yeah.
Like I said, Niners included. We may look at the Niners and be like, how are you stopping these guys? And they average 17 points a game. I doubt it, but
happens every year in the NBA with the Los Angeles Lakers.
Christian Wood.
I mean, I keep looking at all of that they're doing, going, you know what they're going to do? They're just going to, and maybe this is an unfair stigma to LeBron James led teams. He's going to blow it up at the trade deadline. They're going to completely retool the team at the trade deadline.
They got
That's what they did last year. Cleveland had one of the most notorious retools and headed into one of their finals years in history, where they traded 3/4 of the roster. I think that's what we're seeing this year. This is just a hodgepodge of players on this team.
Did you see that somebody brought it up that D'Angelo Russell's contract matches up dollar for dollar with Kyrie?
No, I did not.
And they had to sign D'Angelo Russell to a contract. They had to do that purposely.
We'll come back. I mentioned the Luka stuff. Want to touch on that. Also want to touch on The sale is live over at DLoandKC.com. Get 25% off your order to celebrate a new NFL season. No code needed. Just go to DLoandKC.com and buy some of your favorite gear. Hoodie season right around the corner. Stock up on those hoodies while the sale is going on. Again, go to DLoandKC.com. You won't even miss the show. You can watch or listen to the show right there on the website. We'll come back, mention the Luka Doncic stuff. Want to touch on that. Want to talk about the Raiders and the Broncos as well. That's all I had here. Matt George coming up at the top of the 3 o'clock hour on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I got Sky River after the break, I see.
I'm curious, for all the Super Bowl or bust fans, like 49ers fans and all that, does that just pertain to Kyle Shanahan? Or does that, like, are we fixing the roster after that?
For me, it's just a team-wide thing. Like, you got to cash in. Like,
See, but like you, I don't even think you're Super Bowl bust because it's like you're saying run it back. Like I feel like when people say Super Bowl bust, it's like something needs to happen. Like Kyle's got to get fired or something. Like is it just
consequences and repercussions?
True,
like
true.
49ers just a coach away? Is that what they're saying?
Yeah, and they'd be wrong. You gotta find a way to win. Like it, I know people want things more salacious than that, and people have to, be held accountable or pay for not winning. You got to find a way to win. And if you don't win, you tinker here and there and you try again next year.
You got to tinker.
Because it's like you bring a new coach in. Like, what if Brock doesn't fit his offense?
Right.
Or he's just not a fan.
That'd be a mess to me. That would be a mess.
Hey, Jesse, we forgot to tell you. Another one bit the dust.
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
And another one down, and another one down. Another one bites the dust.
Oh, man.
That's 3 in 3 years.
Jeez.
Just said, fuck it, I don't want to do it no more.
Oh, my gosh. What are we at, like 6 people now?
6. Yep.
It's like the Royal Rumble.
And another one down, and another one down. Another one bites the dust. No one looks internally like, hey, maybe we're really doing this stuff wrong.
It's not that hard, I promise you.
There's only, am I right that there's only one person that's been around for all of this?
Yep. Well, 2.
One with control, though.
WCW in 2001 was a wild place to be. And man, it's playing out in some of the local media outlets, boy. I tell you that.
Oh man. Well, yeah. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know if I don't quite know how to answer this.
That's all right. I'll tell you how to answer it. With football season here tonight, the place to watch your favorite team is 32 Brew Street inside Sky River Casino with over 70 TV screens and special game day menus on the way. It's one of the dopest places to hang out. We're going to hang out there come September 21st. D'Lo and Casey live again from Sky River Casino. We had a tremendous time. That show we did back in March, St. Patrick's Day, the start of the NCAA tournament.
Yeah.
That was the day, James. and Kyle Madsen took the stage with us.
Yep.
That was 3 days after Kyle was let go by 95.7. Kyle walks in to Sky River Casino to do that show with us, meets Stacy and the HR woman who had given him his release 2 days prior. And he still came in there, smiled, laughed, did the show. And I told him that was a big deal. That's going to go a long way in us being able to get something done.
Yeah.
And, of course, the insiders took the air earlier this week. Took a little longer than we thought.
But we're here.
But it got done.
Yeah,
it got done. So what sort of monumental things could we set up on September 21st? Well, you got to come through to find out. 32 Brew Street inside Sky River Casino. If you're not a member over at Sky River Casino yet, go become one. You'll get $20 in free play. You can go to skyriver.com. Sky River Casino is the place to be with 2,100 of the newest slot machines and over 80 table games. Sky's the limit if you're 21 and over at Sky River Casino.
I might go to Sky River this weekend.
Sky River on Sunday is going to be legit.
Oh, it's going to be lit.
Oh, it's going to be so legit. Yeah, I if it wasn't a tad bit of a drive for me, I'd love to watch it.
It's definitely going to be lit. I was even just
their
talking
food
about,
is so good too.
I was just saying I might just go, just play, a couple games on Friday night, Saturday night. I might just pull up, man.
There you go.
Play. You don't need a certain occasion to go to Sky River Casino.
You don't.
I might just, want to play a little baccarat.
Katrina's dragging Ramsey out there. Hey, Ramsey, stop driving by Marie's Donuts. Let's go to take me out to a nice dinner for once in your life, would you? I heard Katrina threatened to forget it. I'll go by myself if he acts up. Katrina coming through to hang out. Can we get the first couple to come to the live broadcast,
Come
please?
on, Ramsey, stop doing that, man. Pull up. Stop playing. I went to Cane's last night.
You
ever had
started
Cane's?
something. I haven't. Is that the chicken place? I haven't. How is it?
I've been there before. I like Cane's.
Is there a hook to what's the?
There's really nothing going on except the chicken tenders and their sauces.
At some point.
Yeah.
They only have 3 menu options, right?
Yeah, it's not a lot going on. It's like the In-N-Out for chicken.
Oh.
In-N-Out gives
chicken
you
and fries or chicken and a biscuit.
Chicken
What
and
is it?
fries. I think they have coleslaw. Their toast is crazy. That's
Okay.
That's one of them ones right there. The toast is crazy.
Okay.
But I hadn't had Cane's in maybe 6 months. It was good though. Shout out Cane's.
Okay. Very good.
Yeah.
Shout out Luka Doncic. He has a new gimmick. He threw a major temper tantrum that most people are aware of.
That ain't new.
No. That's not new. The gimmick is, you may recall during the regular season, ? I don't think it was during the playoffs. They didn't make the playoffs. It was during the regular season. He looked at an official and gave him the money sign.
Oh, yeah, I do remember that.
He did that to FIBA officials yesterday when he didn't get his way. He looked at the FIBA officials and gave the money sign, insinuating because I didn't get what I want and the foul wasn't called against me, that there's clearly the fix is in because I'm Luka Doncic.
Why is he like this?
I don't know, man. I don't know, but he deserves every bit of the hate that James Harden gets for being whiny little jackasses on the basketball floor.
Hey, I don't even think I'm trying to think. I don't even think he James Harden whines like this. James will quit on a team, but from play to play,
you're right. I don't think he whines like Luka does. He whines. I don't think he whines. You're right. I completely agree. He does not whine like Luka does, but he whines.
It's so frustrating, man, because he is a supreme talent. He's super talented, hell of a ball player. But just when things don't go his way, his innate thought to start complaining or think that somebody's against them or swag.
I love
that the new one, the money thing. You have to be paid off not to be giving me what I want. That's crazy.
It's $1 million man, Ted DiBiase.
That's wild.
Everybody's got a price. I learned something about myself during this FIBA run for Luka, because I saw some highlights pop up. Like, man, I really like watching Luka Doncic. It's cap. I really like watching Luka Doncic highlights. I do not like watching that man play in a game. Cut all that other garbage out and just put together a highlight reel. Dude's bad. That dude is nasty.
He's very good. I'm just me. I'm not saying this how others should feel. Just me. I don't get any particular joy watching him play, watching his highlights. None of it.
No, I think he can go.
I think
he
I
can
don't
go.
look in awe with him the way I do, say, Kyrie. You guys know how much I love watching Kyrie play basketball.
Mhm.
I don't feel that way about Luka. I can acknowledge the greatness of a move or a step back three. That was dope. But yeah, Luka, for me personally, he doesn't get me running to a TV screen. And I think some of it is also it's just the perception. I remember one time they were playing the Kings and he made a pass, which was a sick pass. It was a dope pass. It was he was on the left wing and he was posting somebody up beyond the 3-point line. Not even really posting him up, just had his back to the basket. And in one motion from dribble to one-handed pass to a guy in the corner on a line, on a perfect pass. He gets it to, I don't know, Maxi Keeber, and he hits the three or something like that. And oh my gosh, look at that pass. Look at that vision from Luka. I mean, this is why he's one of them ones. I can't believe the Kings didn't draft. This is why. Bro, De'Aaron Fox made the same pass 6 times this past season. It's dope. It's not exclusive to Luka Doncic. And I think that's what gets me. Is they talk about some of the things he does as if it's exclusive to him. And it's just not.
Okay.
Super
I was
talent.
gonna
He's a great
elaborate on some more, but it might just be best to just leave Luka Doncic alone.
Great talent. Super talented. Like I said, people talk about fat Luka, skinny Luka, or whatever. I look at it.
That could be part of it. Hey, look at a fat guy doing. Look at that.
Did you ever see that clip of the guy at the park, the really heavy set guy at the park who was just unstoppable, and they called him Jokic or something like that? And he was dropping dimes, hitting threes, could barely move at all, but was just dominant.
I think the reason people do that is because he's white.
I
was
think
trying
that's
to
got a lot
avoid
to do
saying
with
that,
it.
but that's ultimately what it
That
is.
absolutely has a lot to
if
do
he's
with it.
doing exactly what it's it's different when a white guy does it. I don't know what to tell you. When he has moves, he's got handles, he's got the tools to be one of the greatest we've ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
And he looks different than Kyrie
Mm-hmm.
or LeBron or any other list of players in the league that you can put in that category.
That's just the reality of what it is. There's just what it is. Like you said, that doesn't mean he's not who he is as far as talent.
Mm-hmm.
It's not fabricated. He's really that good.
And I don't think that's the case with Jokic, though. I think Jokic is kind of like the anomaly in Luka's that he's white.
Mm-hmm.
I think the anomaly with Jokic is he's a center.
Mm.
This dude's just racking up triple doubles, 40, 50-point triple doubles. We saw that from Russell Westbrook. We saw that from James Harden at the 1 and 2 spots. We're seeing it at the 5 spot, though.
Right.
That's his anomaly.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
And Domas, who gets the most double doubles in the league, is just overrated.
This guy's overrated.
He's just, he ain't nobody.
Supremely overrated. Speaking of Russ, I saw the latest Rico Hines video of the pickup. I saw Russ out there. So it's you'll never see Russ in the pickup games, but he was out there. Davion and Kevin Huerter were out there. Davion Mitchell, man, salute to this guy. I don't know how he does it. I'm very specific with what I have on when I work out or play basketball. This guy was in 3X sweats.
His workout
super
attire.
Big cutoff.
His workout
graffiti, of
attire
course,
is wild.
and was cooking. I was I don't know how he's doing this.
I swear, if that's not Davion Mitchell's brand, he's just, bro, start a graphic or hype the one that you wear, because I don't know that I've ever seen Donovan Mitchell in anything but a graphic tee. And I'm not trying to be funny. I mean, a Kings uniform, Kings uniform and a graphic tee.
And man, this dude be working out. And like I said, what really got me today was he was in the sweats, the big sweats, That's it. And he was just cooking somebody up, like between the legs, crossover, step back, cash out. I was like, he's amazing. Like, you want to talk about being in awe? I'm in awe of that. I don't know how he's even able to get up and down the court in the regular clothes he puts
The difference between Davion's graphic tees and his workout graphic tees and his outside graphic tees are usually sleeves. If he has sleeves on him, he's just outside. No sleeves? Oh, that man about to put in work.
Dude, man. But yeah.
Do you think he like hangs them up or fold them and put them in the
folds them
in the dresser?
Yeah, he folds them.
You got to have a big dresser. You got to have like 5 dressers.
Do you hang up your t-shirts or fold them up?
It depends on the shirt. It depends on which one it is.
I always have that conundrum.
most are folded. There's less than a dozen that hang up.
Because for me, with t-shirts, like it doesn't. I know you're supposed to get a certain hanger. It doesn't matter. I'll buy that hanger, and it'd still pull up here, and so I just gave up. I said I'm folding them. Just iron all the time. It's okay.
Yeah, understood.
I used to hate that.
I don't really like it. T-shirt. I'm so picky with t-shirts, though. That's my thing. Like they have to fit a certain way, and I've learned I hate the way t-shirts look on camera. I hate everything about the way the camera looks today.
Oh, you're still in Madison Square Barling, as they were calling you earlier.
MSB in full effect. The Mecca, right here, baby.
MSB.
And there's the lights that James was talking about. The lights went out on them. The lights are still on. They're on. I don't know why you got this damn halo over you. It infuriates me how good. Like if you sat over here, we wouldn't even see you.
Yeah, it's been all bad when I was over there. It was all bad. And the hat to go with it. It'd be crazy.
Following our story on Delta Airlines yesterday, they hired Tom Brady to be their strategic advisor. Now, to be clear, the timing of these two stories is funny. The incident on the plane involving Delta and the signing of Tom Brady as their strategic advisor. I don't believe these two stories have anything to do with one another. It's just the timing of the announcement is awfully funny, given that Delta was in the news regarding a incident.
And you're probably right in this one. I took it as they were related, or maybe not. Well, they were related. I'll just leave it at that. I took it as that. You're probably right. They're probably not related. I think it's ridiculous either way.
Hey, someone pooped all over our plane. What do we do? Let's get Brady. No, I don't like. How does it? Hey guys, how do we fix this? I don't know. Get Tom Brady.
Brady never pooped himself in the Super Bowl.
Well, maybe that's it. Maybe that's it. I don't know. I have to believe this has long been in the works, and just the timing of the announcement. I mean, maybe you could have I get why you don't push it off, because tonight is the start of the NFL season.
Yeah.
If you're doing something with the greatest quarterback in history, you announce it at the start of the NFL season. Like, I get that.
Right.
Just really unfortunate timing for our friends at Delta.
Yeah, man. I don't know what they're doing either way. Like, why are we signing?
I don't know.
Why can't he just be a spokesperson?
I don't know. Maybe he doesn't want to be a spokesperson. Maybe he's going to appear on commercials and promote Delta and do all of that different stuff. Maybe he's going to do all of the things that a spokesman is going to do, but he just was like, I don't want that title.
Yeah, he's already got that. What hurts? Let's go.
Oh, is that a shoot?
You never seen those commercials for the last 3 years?
With Brady?
Yeah.
He's with her. I just thought Hurts
for like
might
the
have
last 3 years.
Which one was your boy with?
Who?
You know who. Cam and Mace's recent guest. Was he Hurts?
He might have been Hurts way back in the
I
day.
might have just passed. I might have just been like, you know what? I'm cool.
Let's go. And he's got one of the commercials is with they're acting like it's a talk show, and it's with
I have seen that.
From, Insecure.
Yeah. I have seen those.
Yeah, he's got those. He's got where he's like charging up. He's doing like electric vehicles, and he's like putting a charger in his chest or something like that. And like, let's go.
Okay,
like he's Iron Man or something.
I think I missed that one, but I do remember the ones with Molly.
Yeah, so maybe he doesn't want to do that. Maybe he's like, I already got that.
Maybe he's a strategic advisor for Hurts.
Could be.
No one's ever pooped in a Hertz car before, so maybe that's what it is.
Yeah, did you see? Did you see that meme they sent Jesse?
Yeah, you guys need to stop with the Paul Pierce pooping.
Oh,
himself,
that
all
was
right?
funny. Yeah,
I think that
was
was
funny.
Soren who sent that yesterday. You guys aren't funny.
They were wheeling Paul Pierce off of the Delta Airlines.
He didn't poop himself. He tore his ACL and then magically was healed after.
Oh, that was it.
Oh man,
that was a top 5 meme. That was a top 5 meme.
Oh, there's that medical issue.
Why is my favorite player got to be the guy who pooped himself, man?
Hey,
who came out? Did he come out? And
he
say that?
did.
Somebody-
And by the way, he's capping. That's cap.
He came
Like
back. I think he told Paul George he sprained his MCL or something. Like
that was a lie, and y'all fell for it. That's because like Beatles sold it if it was real, and that's like, man, you guys are ridiculous. Why don't you just sit on the podium, sit across from him, and say, Paul, why are you lying to a national audience right now? I can't read Alfonso's message on YouTube, but that's a really funny way to frame Tom Brady as the spokesperson for Delta. Hi, I'm Tom Brady, and I've been through a lot of stuff during my NFL career.
All you have to do is throw a bleep button on that cuss word.
Oh,
and
that's
Delta has business forever.
So good. If the Super Bowl rolls around and Delta doesn't take advantage of this story, they failed. You could make a commercial out of this.
No, they don't need to make a commercial, but they need to stop. They need to act like this didn't happen and go on with their life.
I hope the guy's name wasn't released or anything.
My man got back on the plane. Can we salute that brother for like, hey, I know y'all are upset at me. I got to get to Barcelona.
Sat there like, what are y'all looking at?
Sometimes you got to thug it out.
Can you imagine the stewardess bringing that man a cup of coffee and everyone on the whole plane just,
oh, hell no.
Hey.
If you're Delta, do you seat him next to the bathroom to be funny?
Man, you seat that dude in the bathroom. Not to be funny. It's like, sir, this is your seat for the entire flight.
Oh, man. Yeah, Delta, don't lean into that, bro. Let's move on with our life.
Dave Garcia says, Delta Airlines, we're taking the Browns to the Super Bowl.
Wow.
All right.
Wow.
All right.
Wow.
Delta's got to pay for these too, by the way, if you want to use these.
That story's never not going to be funny. It's D'Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM KRX QHD2 Sacramento. ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app, live on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, wherever you are. We appreciate you so much for listening. Matt George is going to join us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. NFL season gets underway tonight. The Kansas City Chiefs, of course, part of the AFC West. We'll see 2 AFC West rivals get at it this weekend. And, of course, here on ESPN 1320 as well, when the Ravens take on the Broncos. I had told you. Raiders. I'm sorry, I said the Ravens. The Raiders take on the Broncos. Broncos got to protect Russell Wilson.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care how good of a coach Sean Payton is. I don't care what an offensive genius he is. I don't care how good Russell Wilson is. If he's running for his life like he was last year, he ain't going to make it. And that's the number one thing they have to correct.
For sure. And I think Sean Payton, as much of a jackass as he can be, he's a heck of a coach in the regular season. He's a heck of a coach. And I think he sees the same things.
Has he been a postseason failure?
I mean, he has a Super Bowl, so you can't never take that away. Championship, they can't erase what we were.
No, they can't.
All right, so there's that. But I mean, he has a lot of home losses, 1 seed losses in the playoffs.
They lost to 7-9 Seattle that 1 year, right?
Yeah, lost 7-9 Seattle. Lost to Harbaugh and the 49ers.
Who did the pass interference call go?
The Rams.
Did that went against New Orleans? Like that was against New Orleans, right?
Yeah. That was at home. They lost in overtime. Drew Brees threw an interception in overtime that game. He lost to Kirk Cousins at home in the Super Bowl or Superdome. It's the same thing we talk about Aaron Rodgers. Like for you to like be a top team every single year, and then no Delta, but crap the bed when you get to the playoffs.
Yeah,
gotta wear that a little bit.
Okay, that's fair. It's perfectly fair.
So, but my whole point was, I think he sees the same thing, and he put an emphasis on making sure that offensive line blocks. And I do think the Broncos are going to be a better team than a lot of people think they are. I'm not married to that. I wouldn't be surprised if they weren't. But I do know, unfortunately, for Raiders and Raider Nation, they ain't losing this game. They're not losing this game. It has nothing to do with the Raiders. I mean, this is Sean Payton's first game. Everything's supposed to be different. They're at home. There's a heavy emphasis on starting this season off the right way in this situation. And I think they're
Well, I think in different ways, you could say some version of what you just said about every team in the league.
Right, but do you think,
including the 49ers,
who would
and the Raiders?
I don't even know if you could say this about the Niners. Who would be ringing the alarm more in a loss on Sunday, the Broncos or the Raiders?
I don't think the Raiders are ringing an alarm if they lose. So the Broncos
you can't
would
say
be.
the same thing about
Well,
because it
no,
doesn't mean as much. So they're not ringing no alarm if they lost.
But you just gave like this pep talk about getting off the season on the right foot and winning games at home and being different. Like the Raiders can say the same exact thing,
but they're not playing at home.
Well, you don't have to. It doesn't matter about playing. It's playing a football game.
But what I'm saying, I'm factoring that in. Like the Broncos are probably going in like, yo, we can't.
And the Raiders are going in, we're not who we were last year. We've got to fix this.
That's fine, but there will be an alarm sounded in Denver if they lose. You just said there won't be an alarm sounded if they lose in Vegas.
Yeah,
I don't. Sean Payton's head.
I don't think there'll be an alarm sounded if Denver loses. I don't.
Well, you also don't think they're going to be very good. I think in Denver, and in the organization, in the city, they feel like they got Sean Payton. They should be better than what they were last year.
I don't care what those people in Denver think.
Well,
they got your head up Sean Payton's butt.
They'd be the one ringing the alarm. So that's
ring it all you want to.
We'll be wrong.
Ring it all you want to. I don't know that. Like you can ring alarms locally all you want to.
Mm-hmm.
Nationally, are they ringing the alarm on the Denver Broncos? I think there's only a handful of teams that lose week one where you're looking like, okay, wait a minute. And probably the way in which they lose sparks some questions. No one's ringing alarm till week 2 or 3.
They would look.
Antennas go up, but I don't know that like we're Nate Dogg and what record? Ring the alarm.
Well, I'm thinking of Beyonce. I
No,
almost said Rihanna.
not that one.
I almost said Rihanna because they tried to say that song was about.
There was one with Jermaine. I think it was Jermaine Dupri, but it was Nate Dogg on the hook. Ring the alarm. The girl has just been sighted.
Yeah, I vaguely remember that one.
I think the only person they're ringing alarms for in Denver, if someone has a bad game or whatever, is Russell Wilson.
So, but
like if
it goes into what I'm saying though. Like even if
the
even
point
if they
that, no,
lose,
I get your point. The only point I'm trying to make is I don't think that's a factor in them winning. They're either better or they're not. Maybe Denver is better, but I don't think like some sort of pep talk is going to matter in this game because 31 other teams are given the same exact pep talk.
Yeah, I understand that. But do you think that some teams come out more focused than others in different games? Do you think that's a possibility?
Sure.
I think that's a possibility.
But I don't know that I think everyone's focused in week 1.
They may not be ready to play.
I think Sean Payton, he's got a free year this season.
Well, he's certainly been setting himself up for a free year.
Whatever happens, I don't think he's catching any blame this season. If like say Russell Wilson's not playing well, then the conversation's gonna be about Russell. He just doesn't have it.
Oh, he's already set that up.
He's
already like been on.
Yeah.
Throwing Russell's name out there already to make him a fall guy.
I don't think anything's coming Sean Payton's way.
Yeah, he's been blaming, and that's part of that. Ring the alarm. That's part of what maybe this Broncos team isn't good. Why is Sean Payton blaming everybody?
He's setting that up. The whole point is if the Broncos lose to the Raiders on SVP, like not the way they wanted to start in Denver at all. If the Raiders lose to the Broncos, he would not be saying not the way they expected to start the season at all.
I get your point, and I don't think that matters.
I don't
think it matters.
I think that matters. I would, if I have money to bet, I'd bet on the
do?
Broncos because of that.
Don't act like you don't have money to bet. You just said you was going to Sky River Casino.
Broke,
Stop
baby.
We'll come back. Let's shift gears here a minute and go back to the 49ers.
Okay.
We're going to talk with Matt George at the top of the hour. We'll talk Kings basketball with him. We'll talk some football with him, but we'll talk a lot of Kings basketball with Matt George. We got our NFL predictions coming up. Let's talk about Brock Purdy. Now that the Nick Bosa thing is done, we'll talk about Brock Purdy. We'll do that when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. This show has been a Delta flight. The shits. Can't get in a flow. Ring the alarm. Yo, I know Beyonce. Where's the other one? I know there's a song called Ring the Alarm. I played it. Oh, it's just a... It is Nate Dogg and Jermaine Dupri. Y'all don't know nothing about that. Y'all don't know nothing about that.
Oh. Hey, for the 13th round today, you guys can ask me whatever you want. There's not a real topic to talk about right now. They're kind of in their off season.
Can we get Oscar to stop talking about Canelo, please? That dude is the biggest hater in the world because he don't fight for him anymore.
Hold on, we're recorded again. Wait, he's talking about Oscar again?
Yeah. Well, Oscar was talking about Canelo, saying Crawford's gonna beat him up. He's gonna make him look dumb and stuff like that. Like Oscar's just a bitter ex at this point.
I mean, Oscar's the worst thing going in boxing. And I have no problem taking this time to talk about how bad Oscar De La Hoya is. He's the worst thing in boxing.
He's worse than Eddie Hearn. He's worse than what's the old guy on Top Rank?
Oh, Bob Arum.
Yeah, he's worse than Bob Arum. Like he's horrible.
He's awful. So, he's always going to take shots at Canelo because Canelo got from under his promotional company. And Canelo, in his own way, tells him to shut the hell up all the time. He talked about Ryan Garcia, I think, Canelo one time. He's like, I told Ryan what was going to happen. He needs to get up out of there. I'm telling you that right now. So
he's in it for himself.
Trash.
Yeah, he's in it for himself. And he's not even doing anything like Ryan Garcia right now.
Yeah.
He's just wasting him away. I'm not a big fan of Ryan, but he's a draw still.
Oscar trash. Dr. David says, Kenny, you think Boots would be ready for Spence or Bud? I don't think so. Sure. I mean, I think he can be ready. I think Boots is as you guys heard me say before, I think he's going to be the best pound for pound fighter in the world in 5 years. So yeah, I think he can be. I look at Boots and I don't see why he wouldn't be ready. He's got it all. He's got it all. He's got all the tools. He's not super green. I don't see why he wouldn't be ready, Dr. David. He's that good.
What's the next dream matchup to make in boxing?
What's the next dream matchup to make in boxing?
The next Spence Crawford, Davis, Garcia type fight.
It probably would be Tank versus Shakur. That's probably the next matchup.
You don't think it's Canelo Crawford? I feel like that's the biggest fight to make right now.
It might be, but there's going to be a little bit of a cloud over it. Canelo Benavidez would be huge, by the way. But there'd be a little bit of a cloud over it because of the weight difference. There'd always be that caveat of, fair or foul, Canelo fighting the smaller guy, weight class wise, or Crawford having to go. Like there's that built-in excuse for Crawford.
We're coming back in a second. I think we want to see Benavidez Canelo, but I don't think that's like commercial wise. Like that's a big fight.
Back here on D-Lo and KC, I was talking a little boxing with my man Jesse during the break, like I normally do with the 13th round. And I know, boxing, but we got to talk about this. So you don't think, and this is boxing fans for sure, but I'm talking specifically the Mexican boxing fans. They're not clamoring for Canelo versus Benavidez.
I don't know if anyone's clamoring. Like I just don't think like the casuals is what I'm saying. The casuals, they wouldn't be in there as much unless it was Crawford and Canelo. Like Benavidez and Canelo, like that's probably the fight boxing fans want to see most. But as far as the casuals, I don't think that would have that much hype. Not that much hype, but as far as like big fights and stuff.
Tank versus Canelo would be huge.
We're back. This is what y'all talking about?
Yeah, we came back.
It's just 30 seconds, okay?
Came back. I had to finish a little quick conversation.
I got distracted by my man Jim out there.
Shout out Jim. Yeah. But yeah, I think Tank Shakur is the next big fight. So there's that.
Okay.
Ramsey's here. He wants to talk about Kim Mulkey if you want to.
God, Randy, I swear to God, Ramsey got his nerves talking about fade, Jesse, bye, and this man want to talk about Kim Mulkey. Go ahead, Ramsey. You could cook.
Yeah, I mean, she got a bag last night. My question is she deserving of it?
Absolutely.
Yeah, she won a title. And was that year 1 or 2?
Year 2.
Yeah, I mean,
and she's probably gonna do it again. Well, I don't know. She could do it again. She has a great opportunity to do it again.
Ramsey, I feel you. I'm not a Kim Mulkey fan, but it's
Neither
hard.
am
I can't. I mean, she's
one of the great
she's
coaches
a good
of all
coach.
time.
Yeah, she's a good coach.
Regardless of all other.
You don't have to
stuff
be a good
aside.
person to be a good coach.
She's one of the great accomplished coaches in recent.
Was it 32 million?
32 million.
32 million for 10 years.
Yeah, I think that puts her above Dawn. I assume Gino's the highest, but I don't know who's at 3. I don't know that anyone's above 3 million. I felt like Dawn was above 2. I know Gino was above 2. I knew Mulkey, even though they never, Baylor was a university, they didn't have to disclose it.
Yeah.
She was pretty high up there, but now average annual at 3 and some change, close to it. Man,
Gino's near 3 million and Don Staley's about 2.5 per year.
Bar's been set then.
The bar's been set.
Bar's been set.
Yeah. I mean, he brings up women's college basketball. This is going to be a very exciting season. Very exciting season in women's college basketball for sure, man, because you have, it's going to get a little crazy and quite frankly stupid. But I think it's already lined up that Iowa's playing LSU. I mean, that's going to be a huge game.
Caitlin
and Angel. And then the fact that they're both good, like those are probably 2 of the top 5 teams in the country. Then you got South Carolina lurking and doing what they do. Stanford's always good. UConn, Paige is back. Paige just signed a deal with Nike, so Paige is back. And then in Durham, they're gonna be doing what they do over in Durham as well.
You think
I hope so.
Because college basketball, women's college basketball, I feel like it's at its peak as far as the names and its popularity. You think this is the boom that the WNBA needs, like when Angel Reese, Haley Van Lith,
well, I think the WNBA is experiencing a boom now. Like but the good thing, like they're climbing, like they're still in the middle of it. Like it's not over. And the reason it's not over, Jesse, is because of exactly what you just said. There's, household names joining the league soon. And I think one thing that's really helped, and some people, is the NIL stuff.
Absolutely.
Like that stuff has helped a lot. And truth be told, Angel Reese probably making more money now at LSU than she will, at least solely as a WNBA player next year.
Absolutely. I agree with both of you guys. I do think Angel and Caitlin specifically can take that league to another level because they are household names. And while they're household names in
you say the
our
league,
house,
they could take the WNBA to another level?
Yeah. They're household names in our house. But Asia, Stewie, even Sabrina to a certain degree, I don't think they're the sports stars Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark are today. Once again, we you know how I feel about all 3 of those women that I just talked about. Like they're superstars. Angel Reese and she out there doing music videos, that Cardi rapping about her, like they are superstars right now. And they're coming into the league.
Yeah, I think they're kind of the type where you don't have to be like this big women's college basketball fan. Like you can know them and not be like that into it, stuff like that. Like that's how big I think they are at this point.
I can't decide whether I agree or not. So this isn't going to be like riveting. So I don't know what to do because I understand your point completely. I feel like Sabrina was that. Maybe she wasn't.
I don't think
like Sabrina had the Kobe cosign.
Yeah,
like that was a really big deal.
She's like the pioneer of it, I feel.
Yeah.
She was like the one who
maybe that's
the pioneer.
it.
She's a star. She was the first.
Maybe that's it. Of this generation might not be the right word, but this crop of players. It's invigorating a resurgence or a surge in some energy into the WNBA. Yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe that's what Sabrina's role in.
And the thing about it, maybe it's a little nearsighted, but for a lack of a better term, Angel has crossed over.
Angel crossed over.
The culture is like, yo, Angel Reese, let me get an Angel Reese jersey. Let me have her in this video. She's crossed over to a whole nother. She's on the shade room. Sabrina not on the shade room. You know what I mean?
Sabrina's white too. Right?
Yeah, but that plays into it.
There's a lot of and I'm not discounting. There's a lot of things that went into effect with Angel, and it just added to that. Like, it was Angel versus Caitlyn. I'm sorry, but it was black versus white, and then it was the stuff with Joe Biden.
Absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
you're inviting both of us? Forget y'all.
Yeah.
You invite the winners. We won.
Yeah.
That sparked another thing. And so, isn't she like a Wingstop?
Yeah. She got a bad, but I mean,
strategic advisor. She's a strategic advisor for Wingstop.
Right. But to that point though, I understand why Sabrina wouldn't be on the shade room, but whatever pop culture version of the shade room is, Sabrina not on there.
Sabrina was a hooper.
Yeah. And
Angels more than that.
Yeah, she's a pop star almost. So I only say that to say that could just elevate they're in a resurgence.
The question
right
is,
now.
what does that mean for the WNBA?
Yeah.
Do people buy tickets to see Angel Reese? That's what it boils down to.
Mm-hmm.
Do people buy tickets to see Angel Reese? Because some really good player is going to get cut when Angel Reese gets drafted, because this freaking league hasn't expanded yet.
And that's the
NBA is going to expand to Seattle and Las Vegas before the WNBA expands.
Yeah, that's the real killer. Primo J asked a quick question, because I actually think there is. He says, "How's there no pro women's softball teams?" I think there is a league. I think it's that Athletes Unlimited or something like that. But it's not as big as, I agree with Primo, as big as it should be, because college softball is crazy right now. And I think they could, that's a lane that they could really build on and get a pro women's softball team in. And I also feel the same way about volleyball. Obviously, we saw what happened in Nebraska with 92,000, but I feel like volleyball could be a big professional sports, especially on the women's side. And I don't know if there's a league or if there's a push for a league or anything, but I feel like that could be big.
I think
I'd watch.
Is there a professional men's league?
I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, I'm sure. Actually, I take that back. I'm sure there is.
Not that there has to be. I
watched
was just like, is there? Go ahead, Jesse.
I feel like what's the issue with college softball as far as making a professional softball league work is that college softball is the NFL in a way where they promote the teams. I know about the Oklahomas, I know about the UCLAs. They don't really promote and market their players.
Right.
And that's something women's college basketball has done a great job of doing, is promoting their players. You know the names, but the teams, I should say. But you also know the coaches: Gino, Kim Mulkey, Dawn.
Yep.
There's value in all of that. The NFL season kicks off tonight. Chiefs and Lions get things underway. Of course, we've got 3 games here for you on ESPN 1320 this weekend, beginning with the Titans at the Saints, the Raiders at the Broncos, and we conclude our Sunday tripleheader with the Cowboys at the Giants. So if you can't be in front of your TV, be in front of your radio. We've got you covered. That's a weird sentence. Be in front of your radio. Be with your radio. If for some reason you can't be in front of your TV, we'll have those games for you.
Yep.
Brock Purdy. I saw a lot of predictions this week, and so much of it seemed to be, when talking about the San Francisco 49ers' success or lack thereof, based solely on Brock Purdy's health. I feel like that's a little bit simplistic, but I will ask 2 questions. Question number 1, Your Honor. I don't know why you're asking a judge question, but still. Question number 1. Do we know who Brock Purdy is?
I don't think so. I'd say no.
Okay, interesting.
No.
Okay, so we don't yet know who Brock Purdy is.
No.
Are you more confident he gets better? More confident he regresses? More confident he's about what we saw last year?
I'm most confident he's about what we saw last year.
Of all of the answers, for me, this is speaking for me,
Mm.
that's the one I'm least confident in.
Mm.
I feel like he's going to either be better or worse than we saw last year. Now, of course, part of it is it's a small sample size, difficult circumstances, and I think part of that, and of course, his first experience in the NFL.
Mhm.
I said all offseason, I think the situation of being the guy. Not only are you the guy now you've got the added, we traded the number 3 overall pick that we traded up to get. Like, that's gone.
Mhm.
There's no question on earth. This is your team.
Mhm.
And the idea, Brock, is this isn't your team in 2023. This is your team for the next 10 to 15 years.
Mhm.
That's our idea right now. That's a different type of pressure than, hey, we're already in the flow of the game. Go out there. They're going to run to the light post and you throw it to them. That's a lot different than that.
Yeah.
And then next week, it's like, okay, now we're going to run to the car and do a button hook back. And then, oh, by the way, we just got Christian McCaffrey for you. He's going to help you out. And then on this one, we're going to expand the playbook and you get like a little bit more reps, a little bit more reps, a little bit more reps. Now it's like, you're the guy. You're the focus. You're the target. You've got a little bit of film. You're either going to rise above it or you're going to suffer like some setbacks along the way. The one thing that I rationalized in my head is he's not going to be exactly what we saw last year. He's either going to be better or he's going to be worse. And I'm stuck on the Tony Romo example. Tony Romo took over for Drew Bledsoe, played really well, took the team to Seattle, had that unfortunate ending against the Seahawks, but played really well. Next year, T.O.'s there. You got a loaded roster. Wade Phillips' first year as head coach, I'm pretty sure. 13-3. Little fallback the next year for Tony Romo. Part of me is leaning towards he's going to follow that model. There's some film, not enough. There's some film, but man, he's been in those books through all of that rehab and all of that stuff this offseason. He's been in them books. I think he could potentially be really, really good this season. And then we'll wonder perhaps what it looks like in the third season. But I think he has the potential to be, I think there's a strong likelihood he's really, really good this season. Much better than we saw last season.
Well, that's you're almost a one-man wolf pack, it feels like, in that situation, because all I ever hear about Brock Purdy is, oh, now they got film on him. Let's see, he's going to regress. Or, it was a small sample size. That's not really who he is. I don't ever hear anybody say he was a rookie that got thrown into the fire. And maybe now with more preparation and understanding of the game, maybe he gets better.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody ever looks at him like he can get better. And I'm like, well, why can't he get better?
I don't know how anyone could confidently say he'll regress, but can't confidently say he'll get better. I guess it's easier to say someone will fail than succeed.
Yeah. I mean, because the odds are that's what's going to happen, whether it's a player or team or anything. Like when I say 49ers are going to win the Super Bowl or on September 7th, the odds are they probably won't. Like if you said 49ers on the field, the odds are better to go with the field. So it's easy to be like, no, they won't. You know what I mean? Like, you're not even telling me who's going to win. You're not going to tell me. No, they won't. You're wrong. Same thing with Brock Purdy. He's probably going to regress. They got film on him now. Usually that's what happens. We've never seen anything like Brock Purdy in the respect of the last guy picked turns into Mr. Irrelevant, turns into, a franchise quarterback.
Yeah.
We've never seen that. So
and make no mistake about it, he's a franchise quarterback.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's already done, right? Like,
yeah, he is a franchise quarterback.
So I think I'm most confident in that he stays the same. And when I say stays the same, he was pretty damn good.
Mm-hmm.
Like he was really good in those 5 games and in the playoffs last year. And if he does that again, like I thought a lot of the times, and I don't know if the numbers back it up, but just watching the game, I thought he was more than a quote unquote game manager in the term of just hand it off or throw it 3 yards past the line of scrimmage. Like I thought he was making throws, he was making decisions, he was making plays out there and reading the entire field every time out there. And I believe he can do that again. I would even lean towards him getting a little bit better as well. It's the preseason. It's the preseason. I'm not saying everything is gold or trash because of the preseason, but I just know how I felt with what I saw with him in the preseason. He moved that offense perfectly.
I think he'll be
Perfect.
better. I think he'll be better this season than he was last year. I mean, last year he kind of just showed it. You do with the tut thing and this pocket presence on. He just does stuff that rookie quarterbacks normally don't coming into year one. And one thing that kind of makes me fully believe that he'll be better is Kyle Shanahan's confidence in him. As soon as he played or whatever, and as soon as we got to the season, Kyle Shanahan's like, no, this is our guy. And Kyle Shanahan, say what you want about him and the quarterbacks, he knows what works for his offense. The fact that he was so confident about Brock Purdy and all that makes me feel like, they got a guy.
It's a good call.
Let me look at this real quick. Brock Purdy, 210 yards, 2 touchdowns, one interception. 185, 2-0. 217, 2-0. 234, 2-1. 284, 2-1. 178, 3-0.
That was the Seahawks game. That was the tut game.
That was actually the Arizona game. Week 17 of the season. 38-13, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions, 178 yards. He was 5 of 20. Completion percentages in all of those 67, 76, 65, 68, 62, and then in that Arizona game 75. Those are just, I'm not going to get into the postseason. Those are just the regular season stats. They're good. They're not eye-popping. They're not like, oh my God, these aren't Patrick Mahomes numbers. But he's finding the right play to make. He was throwing at a relatively good percentage. Finished the season at 67%. Finished that stretch of games, I should say, 67%. Though he did play a little bit in the Kansas City game. 13 touchdowns, and I'm going to say 3 interceptions because he did throw one against Kansas City. So 13 touchdowns, 3 interceptions when he was the quarterback for this team. Those are all very good numbers. I think they're going to be better. And part of the reason I think they're going to be better is because I think this team is really good, and I think the team can contribute to. Said this with Russell Wilson earlier. I'm not going to change my tone because we're talking about Brock Purdy. I may be wrong in my assessment of the Raiders and the Broncos, but I'm not going to be wrong if they're not protecting Russell Wilson from Max Crosby. I'm not. If the offensive line does their job, if Debo does their job, Christian McCaffrey does what he does last year, offensive player of the year caliber type season for Christian McCaffrey. They do that, Brock Purdy's going to have a phenomenal season. I think they all have to work together for now. Now, there might be a time in Brock Purdy's career where he can lead a team, I don't think, no matter what happens, barring an MVP season, which I think is the most extreme circumstance, even a really, really good season, the 49ers, because of their collection of talent, are going to be looked at as a whole. There might be a time where a Brock Purdy team you look at and go, that team got to the Super Bowl, got to the NFC Championship because of Brock Purdy. No matter how great he is this year, I don't think that's going to be the conversation. It's going to be how great this team is, how great this roster is. If everyone on the roster does their job, like they did last year, when they were in when Brock Purdy took over, I could see numbers significantly higher than that.
Yeah, I think you can get to.
You could have a 4,000 yard plus season.
Yeah, 30, 35 touchdowns on the season. A lot of people always point to, he got lucky with the interceptable balls that weren't caught or anything like that. I mean, that happens all the time. That happens all the time. People talk about the Seahawks game, and they're like, "Whoa, the one in Seattle." And they're like, "Oh, the game could have been a lot different if he threw a ball that should have been intercepted." And I think like Diggs just dropped or something like that. Oh, if he catches that ball, he's probably going to the house, pick six, and all this other stuff.
Probably.
Right. Well, even then, Geno Smith threw a pick six that got called back on a bad holding call later in that game. If that isn't called back, Niners might win by 3 touchdowns. So it goes both ways in those situations. I look at, and he's going to throw some interceptions because he's going to try some things. He's going to maybe get fooled every now and then. He's not going to go the whole year with no interceptions.
Foamy can't get fooled again.
It's going to happen. But Brock, I agree with what Jesse said. And when you really look at the way Kyle feels about this team, I just feel like he's the perfect quarterback for what Kyle Shanahan wants to do. And I think it's a match made in heaven. I don't know if Brock Purdy is great everywhere. I do think he can be great with San Francisco.
Interesting. It's because of Kyle, because of the roster.
A little bit of both. Kyle more so than the roster, but the roster's got a lot to do with it as well.
Okay.
You guys put any stock into they'll have film on him talking point, and then that's why he might struggle? I feel like that's one of those kind of basic talking points that you
maybe
roll around.
It is basic.
It's basic. One thing I will say though is Seattle in the playoffs, they tapped into something that he had to deal with, and especially in that second quarter, of how when he doesn't see it, he starts to move to the left. And I remember specifically because I think the announcers were talking about it. And Seattle kind of saw the tape, figured that out, and they started to it's been a while since I watched that game, but I think they started to overload that left side. So when they had everything bottled up, he usually would escape to the left and maybe run or make a play on the run or something like that. Well, now they're like overloading that left side. He tries to escape. He's running into 2 or 3 guys and starting to run for his life. And that's an example of film and tendencies, right? Like them picking up on, oh, he likes to do this. We're going to take that away and make him make an adjustment. So those things can happen. But Brock Purdy, Kyle Shanahan, by the start of the second half, oh, that was not an issue no more.
See, that's the thing. Like Shanahan and those guys, they got film too.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, I think both things are true.
Yeah.
It's a basic talking point, but there is some validity to it.
And to your point, because what you're saying is right about, just throwing in there and there's not a lot of pressure, go in there and play.
Well, it's a different type of pressure.
Yeah.
I definitely think he had pressure, especially with the expectations that team had. I just think it's a lot different. Like, you don't have time to overthink stuff. Like if something happened to me right now and you had to do the KSFM show by yourself, you might not be 100% ready to do it. Right. You might not be 100% ready to do it.
Yeah.
But you're going to do it.
Yeah.
You have to. You don't have a
figure
choice.
out a way.
And you don't have time to overthink it.
Yeah.
Like, whereas, hey, I'm not here next week. You have time to like overthink. Oh, I don't know how to do this yet, or I don't know how to do this yet. That's what I think. Hey, Jimmy's out. Where's Brock? Get your helmet.
Right.
We'll make this as simple for you as we can. Get out there. And it changes each week. Where it's like, hey, Jimmy's not coming back. Like you're our quarterback. We're gonna get you as ready as we can for this game. Not for the season, not for the Super Bowl. We're going to get you ready for whoever the Dolphins. We're going to get you ready for the game against the Dolphins.
Right.
And that's what you do. And then week after week, like you get ready for the next week and you get ready for the next week. Now, like Brock is a part of the expectations. He's a part of the Super Bowl expectations. That stuff might not have hit Brock Purdy till the playoffs last year.
True. And then on the flip side, what I would say to that though is like we talk about with the Kings and De'Aaron Fox, and I haven't been to the belly of the beast. I might not play a defense better than the Dallas Cowboys team that I played in the playoffs last year. And I beat them. Like, what the Rams gonna do to me? Like I'm those type of experiences breed confidence for the Eagles, right? Those type of experiences breed confidence going into this season. We're like, man, I've done it on almost the highest stage. The only thing left was the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And I can handle week 4.
All right, we'll come back. We'll give you our predictions for the season. You ready to make a Super Bowl prediction?
Sure.
He lying. He ain't ready. It's going to be the 49ers versus – I already know what it is. Kenny's going to give us his yearly prediction of the 49ers versus the Ravens. We got that coming up. Matt George, also at about 3:15 or so, the host of the Locked On Kings podcast will be with us. It's D'Lo and Casey, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Dolphin. Oh, Mike McDaniel versus Kyle Shanahan.
Oh, that would be storylines galore. Raheem Mostert, Jeff Wilson.
Me getting my redemption for my tweet.
Top defense in the league, my ass. That was an all-timer.
That was the best.
That was an absolute all-timer. Okay. Gotcha. Let's see. Got it. Yeah, James, I think it's a good test for San Francisco for sure. Travis Kelce out. Yeah, that was pretty obvious.
Bryce Braun Breaker might be next. That's the only guy in NXT. I don't watch NXT, but like as far as highlights, I'll tap in with Braun Breaker. That's Rick Steiner's kid.
That's Steiner's kid, right? Yeah, they love that kid. Michigan, yeah, I'm watching the U.S. Open now. I wasn't invested. I got a little more invested a couple of nights ago. Spectre, I know Casey ain't got the Bills. He's got the Bills missing the playoffs. Yeah, Dr. David J got that crowd up for sure. Yeah, it was pretty obvious. Travis Kelce was going to be ruled out.
What a collapse by the Rangers. How embarrassing.
They might not even make the wild card now.
Oh, it was the Eagles and Chiefs. I think I'm gonna do the read at the end this time. Okay.
This is great. Good for these guys. How long they been doing this? 25 years?
Oh, yeah, they've been doing this a long time.
This is awesome.
This ESPN's best ever show, PTI?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. Probably easily.
You know, I used to like the sports reporters. I was never up early enough to watch them, but I like that show.
This is probably the most replicated show in sports media.
This is what First Take in those shows should have been.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Bryce, you can wear whatever you want to on Thursday the 21st, my man.
Wear the merch so our bosses can see.
Yes, it does look good if you wear the D'Lo and KC merch, but it's not a dress code. Here's him. Boy, Ant-Man nasty.
Ant-Man with one of the great athlete appearances in a movie. He killed Hustle.
Yeah.
Ant-Man gonna be in his own movie like Kyrie Irving at some point. I'm predicting it now.
Yeah, no doubt. Hey, I hope everything's okay with Chandler Jones. We talked about him with our man Scott Gulbransen on Tuesday. The situation doesn't seem to have gotten any better. I think I read this morning that the Raiders have sent maybe a crisis team, a crisis response team to his house. I'm not sure what the follow-up has been to that.
They sent a team to his house, but he posted it on Instagram and later deleted that. Like, he basically saying, like, they're sending a team to my house. I don't need this stuff, this, and that. That was the basis of his Instagram post.
I just hope he's okay.
Now I understand.
Seems strange. Definitely seems strange. So I hope
yeah, he's posting. Yeah, I hope dude's okay. This is it's certainly uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable. I hope Brody's all right. Back to on the field stuff. Travis Kelce officially ruled out for tonight's opener against the Detroit Lions. If you've been following the story, not even slightly a surprise. I don't think there's any long-term concern as there is with Cooper Kupp. Like, there could be a injured reserve coming, but Travis Kelce, I know, was on the field earlier today trying to get some work in, but I think it became pretty obvious a few hours ago. Jesse was giving us some notes that were being relayed around NFL circles. He probably wasn't going to play tonight.
No, I mean, hyperextended knee 2 days ago with a bone bruise.
Mm-hmm.
That's a tough turnaround.
Yeah.
And you got to be. I know he wants to be out there.
Mm-hmm.
They're raising the banner and all this other stuff.
You can still be there for that, by the way. You're not banned from the field. You can still be there for that.
Exactly. But you got to think about the long haul
with
a guy like Travis Kelce, especially how important he is to that Chiefs team. So he doesn't play tonight. That actually gives him another 2 or 3 days going into week 2. So maybe he can get going then. It sucks for him, but I think it's the right call.
All right, let's get into some predictions for the season. Again, our man Matt George is going to join us coming up in about 30 minutes. Excited to talk to him as always. Matt's going to be on the station a lot this month, man. I'm really excited for that. More than he already is. Let's start with the 49ers. How do you think the 49ers do?
This is anticlimactic. I think they win the Super Bowl.
Thank you. All right. How do you think the Raiders do this year? Are we still are we hovering around 7 wins? Are you lower than that? Are you higher than that? Where are you with the Raiders?
We're hovering around 7 wins. That's a good call. I mean, I
7 and 10?
They're 7 and 10, 8 and 9. I don't think they're a playoff team, but we keep referencing the USA Today prediction. I definitely don't think they're a 3-win team.
They can't be that.
I think they
that's in-season firing to me if you're a 3 and 14 team.
Yeah.
You fire Mark Davis too. I don't know who has the authority to do that. My guess is nobody. But this is not, from a talent perspective, a 3 and maybe that I don't know if USA Today is still actually a newspaper or if it's just online. I don't know if that was clickbait. That was 3 and 14 is wild to me. Absolutely wild.
One of the ways I think they got there too, and we talked about.
I'm not buying the schedule, dude.
Schedule. I mean,
I'm not buying it.
On paper, that's literally where the schedule is. But before the season, those are tough games. I just talked about how, and it doesn't matter, but I just talked yesterday about how you see the teams that are coming into Las Vegas and what those crowds are going to look like. They're barely going to play a home game. A true home game as far as like not a silent count, all that other stuff.
I don't think that matters. To me, like the Raiders, that's something that they'll have to get used to. If they start bitching and complaining about it this year, then yeah, this team is cooked. But I think when you talk about home field advantage, the stuff that matters is that you're home. The stuff that matters to me is that you're familiar surroundings. You're in your locker room with your chef. You have all your amenities nearby. If the crowd is for Denver or whoever, whatever, you knew that was going to be a problem the second you guys moved to Las Vegas. Maybe as a player, you haven't experienced. Jimmy Garoppolo hasn't experienced that yet. He hasn't been a Las Vegas Raider yet. But I don't think that's as big of a factor as we want to make it out to be. I just don't.
I mean, you silence it all by just playing well, but there's a little strategic stuff there. Like I know Arizona and I think it was Carson Palmer when it was happening. He was like kind of shocked and stunned that at home he had to go to a silent count, because there were so many Niner fans there.
Yeah,
like
but I just don't think that's going to happen. I think you're right about the crowds. I don't think it's ever going to be like that, where like it's so overwhelming you got to go to a silent count. I don't think that's going to happen. It might be more pro opponent than Raiders, but I mean, I don't think we're at the point. I don't think it's going to be at the point where we're.
It happened. Niners Rams 2 years ago. Remember,
but that's not the Raiders.
No, but
I'm just talking about the Raiders in Las Vegas. I'm not saying it can't happen. 49ers do that. Y'all are annoying.
Packers are annoying.
Yeah, y'all
Giants are annoying.
Y'all, see, the Giants I didn't know, but y'all travel and y'all do that. But this, I don't think that's. I don't think there's no fan base in Las Vegas for the Raiders.
I don't think that's going to be the deciding factor in whether they win or lose. It's just another element they got to deal with.
Sure.
And they're teams that I think are going to be good that they've got to play. Like it's not just like the Packers fan base. I think the Packers might be a solid team. I think the Giants are a solid team. I think the Steelers are a solid team. Like they've got to go against teams that right now we think could be pretty good. And it doesn't mean the Raiders can't beat them. It means their margin for error is very slim. So I think that's where the 3 wins came from. Once again, we're both in agreement. I think they're a lot better than 3 wins. I think they're hovering around like 8-9. That's if I had to make a exact number, I'd say they'd be 8-9.
They'll be that team that kind of when they put up the playoff graphic in the hunt, Raiders would be right there.
In the hunt in December.
They'll be in the hunt, but they're going to fall off eventually. They're not making the playoffs this year. They'll be 7 to 8 wins. 8
So
wins
that
at most, I think.
That last line, I think I'm 100% behind. Even if I stretched and got super bordering on hot takey, saying they'll be 9-8, that ain't going. I don't think that's going to get them to the playoffs. So I'm more on the side.
AFC.
Yeah, I'm more on the side of you with 8 and 9. I wanna believe in them and your boy Jimmy Garoppolo a little bit more. Your point about building leads and blowing them kind of lives in my head a little bit. Like, well, if you can build the lead, you've been focusing on defense all training camp. A handful more stops. Do you have them in you?
Yeah.
I love what I've read about their defense. I love what I've seen about their defense. Now you've got to execute it. And I think we're going to learn really, really quickly whether they can actually execute all of the things that they've been talking about all preseason. I still think Jimmy Garoppolo is a fine quarterback. I think they have enough pieces with Devontae Adams and some of the other guys there on the offensive end. I'm a huge fan of Josh Jacobs to kind of put this together. I'm 8 and 9 with you, but I'm probably leaning closer to 9 and 8 than you are.
If that defense, because we've been saying it the last few years, if that Raiders defense steps up, we say it every year. But if this year is the year and they have a solid defense, maybe top 10, top 15, I could see them getting 10 wins.
Sure.
That offense.
It feels like a big if, given what they did last year, though.
Yeah, I don't think they have the personnel.
That's the problem.
The issue is also that
I think Marcus Peters is a. I know.
He's a playmaker.
Okay, I'm glad you said that. I thought you were going to say he's cooked, but
no, he's not cooked. But he's just a playmaker and a gambler. And
okay, can I hit you? I'm sound like Jerry Jones here, but he is a leader.
I wouldn't want him to lead me.
Have you seen the rest of that defense though?
Yeah, I wouldn't want Marcus Peters to be a leader.
Oh no, I'm okay.
Like
with that.
If Marcus,
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I'll push back on that. Marcus Peters is a leader in your locker room. I
think he could be a leader for that defense.
I wouldn't want it. I just wouldn't want him to be a player. He's erratic as hell. There's no way he should be a leader.
Nah,
unless he's
I'm okay with
changed
that.
himself in the last 2-3 seasons that I'm not aware of. Just play the game. Max Crosby will be our leader.
I don't think he. I mean, was it last year? I don't think he played a ton last year, did he?
I don't remember him.
I think he was hurt last year. I think that's part of why he's. I think that's part of why he's on the Raiders. I think there's some questions about whether he's cooked or not.
Yeah.
Put
No,
it in
there's real
simplest form.
Real questions about that.
You
But
got a hot
I like
take
him for the Raiders, though.
You got to. I think it works. I think he's that. I think he's that attitude guy that the team needs to rally around. Jesse.
Marcus Peters played and started in 13 games that season. He had one
For
pick.
the Ravens?
Yes.
You said 13.
Yeah. I think Kenny's pretty spot on with him too. Marcus Peters is the guy. He's either getting an interception or he's getting burnt with the way he gambles.
He plays off of vibes.
Anyone you know play off of vibes? Who could be a little erratic?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Is he a leader?
He is a leader.
Okay.
Malik Monk ain't never kicked the basketball into the stands, though.
Not yet. Not yet. You have a hot take for this season? Let me mention while you think of that. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app. We welcome all those listening right now. We appreciate you so much.
The Bills not making the playoffs.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that was pretty fire.
Yeah.
That was pretty hot.
It's
pretty hot.
I wrestled with another one, though.
Oh, my God. Because you originally had the Bengals out.
Yeah.
You switched it to the Bills. Now you got another one?
I don't know, though.
Skip Caraway over here.
I don't know. That's why I can't really say this one.
Okay. Well,
I mean, I'm gonna say it, but I can't.
We're admittedly calling this hot takes.
a little bit.
We podding.
a little bit.
What is it? You've been podding a lot today, by the way. Y'all find that out later.
Does this go on the little guarantees notes that I've been writing down?
No, I don't want to put the guarantee on.
Okay, we'll put it on there.
I'm flirting with the idea of the Chiefs not winning the division.
Wow, Broncos fan Kenny Caraway? Is that what we're talking about? Or is this your Chargers? I'm sorry. You have the Chargers
I got him out. That's the conundrum about it, right? That's the conundrum. I got him out.
Pod. This man is pod.
Casey and Sean Payton. What are you doing with him?
We gotta get that sound.
That's my favorite when Jesse does.
We gotta get that sound on the board. What are you doing with him?
But I just Kansas City. I don't want to go far to say they would miss the playoffs because when I said they might miss the playoffs, I asked the question about Brady and how many times he missed the playoffs, and it was like none, basically. Might have been one. So I look at Patrick Mahomes like that. I can't imagine, especially with an extended playoff field now too, him missing the playoffs. So I don't want to go that far, but I'm not just like, I think people have them in Sharpie that they're winning the AFC West. I think it's going to be a little bit more of a battle than people are giving it credit for. I do think the Broncos will be engaged. Ironically, if I had to put money on who would overthrow them, I'd probably put the Chargers ahead of the Broncos, even though I have the Chargers not making the playoffs. I also told you yesterday, I only believe half of what I said in that 4 and 4 out. It was really tough.
Dude, pardon.
Man, you can't be here with him. Don't you know what Heenan's done to me, to these people out here since you've been gone?
Yep. That's just Kenny Caraway
You
right here.
can't be so Andre.
Yep.
Listen to me, day one, man, when I set my eyes on you.
Day one. What are you doing with him?
Listen, man, you can't be here with him.
You can't. That's Kenny Caraway right there.
So don't put it in the notebook, Jesse. I didn't guarantee it.
You're really out on why? So
I promise. If it happens, I'm not gonna say I told you so. I'll just be like, man, I kind of had a feeling, but I didn't have the Coco Jones to go all the way there.
Don't have the Coco Jones. Turns out we didn't have the Coco Jones either. We thought we were going to have Coco Jones. We did not have the Coco Jones.
A lot taller than I anticipated her to be.
I'm just glad I was close enough to at least make that judgment.
Security was only blocking her trailer.
One and only. The one and only trailer that was being blocked. I don't think I have a hot take this season. I'm not really a hot take guy, period. I can't even pod. Like, I can't fake one. I don't have one. I feel like there's a lot of, saying the Bears, have a chance in that division. That's not crazy. I'm predicting the Raiders to miss the playoffs and hover around 500. That's not. Maybe my Cleveland take is hot.
That is a hot take.
Is it really?
Yeah.
I don't think that's that hot. I didn't even predict them to win the division.
What was your Cleveland take again?
That they're making the playoffs.
I don't think that's hot.
Yo, that roster is talented.
Cleveland. I don't think Cleveland's better than any of those other 3 teams.
What about Pittsburgh making the playoffs? Is that a hot take?
No, a lot of people think Pittsburgh gonna make it.
No. I mean, Mike Tomlin making the playoffs isn't a hot take.
No,
it's just not. Like,
I think the Browns is a hot take.
Okay,
I don't think
I guess I'll own that one then. I think the Browns are making the playoffs.
Maybe
I need to stop spending time with people from Cleveland, but I think they're making the playoffs.
Maryland better than Fox still.
I think the Saints are going
Oh
to
my
the NFC Championship. How about that?
Oh, that's fire.
I hear you.
That's fire.
I hear you.
They'll win that division.
Kind of the same thing I talked about earlier. Just the path might be there for them.
I could see Carr having a type of like a Ryan Tannehill type of year when he left Miami and went to the Titans. So they went on a run and all that. I could see because the division is horrible for the NFC South. I could see, and I think I'm with Casey. The Saints got good players. Like I'm gonna go, yeah, they'll make the NFC Championship.
So I like that. That's not the Saints are going to be good. That's not the Saints are going to win the division. That's the Saints are. I don't even know if that's a hot take because the Saints are good. That's a bold take though. They're going all the way to the
I don't
conference
think anybody
championship.
has them there. So it's a hot
Yeah,
take.
because that means either the 49ers or the Eagles aren't.
Yes.
And I've got the 49. Like I'm Monty McNair. I'm running it back. I got Philly and San Francisco back in that NFC championship.
What do we think about Dallas? I know we show them the respect.
Oh, very
I think
good.
that they're good.
Dallas is very good.
You think
Dallas's issues don't come to the playoffs.
They're James Harden.
Mm.
Dallas Cowboys are James Harden.
Even with my
Hollow points.
not believing in him, don't do that to Dak.
I didn't say Dak Prescott. I didn't say Dak Prescott was James Harden. I said the Dallas Cowboys are James Harden.
Oh,
Because the Cowboys go through the regular season like this is
Yep.
it. This is their
every
year.
time.
And then they
every
get to
time.
the playoffs and they just like fall for no reason. Like nobody even touched them.
Got scared by a bump box.
Quivering in their boots.
They got scared on their home field by Super Gremlin. Bruh, that's inexcusable. It's James Harden. Hollow, non-consequential regular seasons. That's what the Dallas Cowboys are. James Harden is a good basketball player. The Dallas Cowboys are a very good football team. Very, very. No one happier for Nick Bosa than Micah Parsons.
Yeah. Some say they have a argument to end up being the best defense in football.
They absolutely do.
Got Stephon Gilmore on the
They
other side now.
absolutely do. And then they'll lose in the divisional round.
The worst part is I think their leader is scared also. That's Mike McCarthy. If your coach is scared and you can feel that, you ain't got no chance.
Yep.
Well, McCarthy said he's going to take over more of the control over the offense. Did Kellen Moore go somewhere?
He's with the Chargers, offensive coordinator for the Chargers.
Yeah. So now McCarthy said, "Don't worry, I've got this." And he's more of a
Who
runner.
called the last play of that? Who called the Ezekiel Elliott at center play? Was that Mike? Or was that Kellen?
Mike will tell you it was Kellen.
Bro, the Cowboys got to bring Zeke back like people do, like teams do for like with a one-day contracts or whatever. Let him do like one more different play. He can't go out like that as a Cowboy.
What team is he on again?
He's on the
Patriots?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
The Dallas Cowboys are really good, but like I don't know how anyone could say they're going to win the Super Bowl, how they're going to win the NFC Championship, how they're going to go to the Super Bowl based on anything they've ever seen. That team, it's same thing with James Harden or any team that he's on. I won't believe it till I see it.
Here's one that we haven't talked about much. What do we really think about the Jets? I think the Jets might be pretty good.
Yeah, I think the Jets are good.
Actually, I guess I picked them to make the playoffs over the Bills.
Okay.
And
I guess you did.
I've said
and the
before
Bengals.
that, I think Bengals got in.
No, you put the Bengals back in. You basically put the Bengals back in to take the Bills out.
Yes. That doesn't mean I think the Jets are better than the Bengals.
Mm.
You know, you kind of cracked the code a little bit earlier.
Thank you.
I flirted with a Niners Bengals Super Bowl. Flirted with it. But at the end of the day, I did go Niners Ravens.
Yeah,
Now,
that's not cracking the
a little
code. I've
bit,
paid attention to
that's
you
a
for
little bit
3
of a
years.
hot take, though. Nobody else looks at the Ravens like that. I think Lamar about to go crazy.
Yeah, I don't think I can't call that a hot take though.
Nobody liked the Ravens like that.
It's not. It's not shocking if the Ravens get to the Super Bowl.
I think people are a little higher on them now because they got that Todd Monken offensive coordinator. So they're expecting to move the ball. It's not going to be the same 3 plays from Greg Roman.
Yeah, like I don't think you could be surprised if a Harbaugh-led team with Lamar Jackson gets to the Super Bowl. Like, can't be.
Well,
if I said Cleveland's going to the Super Bowl, that's a hot take. Not Baltimore. Not Baltimore.
It's happened. I see Cheryl in Baltimore is in the chat right now. It's going to be Tell Tuesday. That's one of the homies Tuesday. Tell Tuesday. Get ready because in Vegas it's going to be Niners, Ravens, and we're not losing this time.
Okay. Beyonce performing at halftime?
I hope so. I wonder what direction they do go this year at halftime.
Yeah, I think Kamara was floating all sorts of lies recently on.
It should be Usher.
Instagram. They said that was. I think that was one of them, but I couldn't find any evidence that was real.
It should be Usher. I don't know if there's anybody else that can do it right now that hasn't already done it.
Well, Taylor still hasn't done it. Oh, Taylor, what was Taylor's thing? She's with Coke or something like that. That was it. Okay,
that's why I kind of ruled Taylor.
Well, wait a
out.
minute. It's what was the conflict? It was Pepsi.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was
Pepsi
Apple.
Halftime show, unless it changed this year. But
who was halftime last year?
Rihanna.
I feel like that was Apple. I'm almost positive it was Apple. Jesse's researching. Who's the biggest disappointment in the league this year? Hold on, Jesse. Go ahead.
Taylor Swift just said it's not big enough for me.
Is that what she said?
Yeah, look, it's not a defining moment for her right now. It's a quote.
Well,
but she didn't say that.
She didn't say it. But
okay,
yeah.
I got you.
Well, with all due respect to Taylor, I don't want to see her at halftime.
Well, you said big enough. I mean, I'm sorry, Drake hasn't done halftime yet.
That'd be crazy if Drake did halftime. That'd be crazy.
What if they did Drake, Lil Wayne, and Nicki Minaj?
Yeah, that'd be hot.
Fire.
Yeah, that'd be hot. They'd be watching Nicki very, very closely. they would be hawking Nicki to make sure she abided by all rules. Here's a question. You asked about the Jets. We got a couple minutes before Matt George joins us. How do y'all feel about Jacksonville?
I want to see it again. I like what they're building out there.
Obviously, you got them in the playoffs.
Yeah.
You didn't rule them out yesterday.
Yeah, they're in a terrible division.
Yeah, they're winning the division almost by default, it feels like.
A little bit more than that, because I do think Jacksonville's going to be good.
We won't really learn about them until they get to the playoffs, I think, unless they go like 13-4 this season.
They had their comeback win against the Chargers. People kind of forget they were kind of there with the Chiefs. I think it was something like an interception. Like that was a 1-score game, wasn't it? It was like they had the ball down
Jacksonville. I feel like that's
7
right.
or so late in the fourth. I think it was they marched down the field, and I don't think they got a fourth. They missed a 4th down conversion on Kansas City's 20. It feels like I could be wrong, but
yeah, they ended up losing that game 27-20, so just 1 score.
What team? Real quick. Okay, so you've got the 49ers and the Ravens. Man, I don't think I even have an original thought on this. I've been hung up on this one all week, and I think I'm just going to ride with it. I got the 49ers there.
Chiefs?
But I do. I do. I don't like the Bills. Not as much as you don't like the Bills. I haven't liked the Bengals since this all started. I don't know why. I don't know beef with them. I just haven't liked them since all of this. I guess. I guess. So of the upper tier teams, I'm certainly not going to pick the Jets to be there. I don't think it would be crazy to pick them to be there, but I ain't going to do it. Bob Salah against Kyle Shanahan is a hell of a storyline.
Who picked the Jets again? Was that just on Hard Knocks? One of the players?
It was Hard Knocks. They had some hypnotist or something like that.
It was 49ers Jets. in the Super Bowl, and Jets won the Super Bowl.
And didn't like betting spike after that?
Sounds right.
Yeah, like betting spiked on a 49ers.
They might do that stupid dog again. Remember they were doing that
Oh,
in the NBA?
I remember the dog.
I think the Jets will be the disappointing team this season.
Yeah.
Ooh.
All right, we'll come back. Let's talk some Kings basketball with our man. We'll get his thoughts on some NFL stuff too, as the season is just a few hours away from getting underway. Matt George joins us with Dilo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino. Exclusively at Sky River Casino from September 1st to September 30th, you can play select Aristocrat slots for a chance to win a trip to the Formula One Heineken Silver Las Vegas Grand Prix. It's the $100,000 Las Vegas F1 race to the finish. That's going on the entire month of September. The only way to be a part of it, head over to Sky River Casino. Get in on the action. Sky River Casino is the place to play. With 2,100 of the newest slot machines and over 80 table games, sky's the limit if you're 21 and over at Sky River Casino. Matt George with us next on ESPN 1320.
Jets are getting this Hard Knocks love this year. I'm not buying it. And Aaron Rodgers, worst kept secret, was not great last season.
I didn't watch a single episode of that.
Hard Knocks?
Not one, yeah.
I stopped after episode 1. Jeff Pearlman said that season 2 of Winning Time ends with Boston winning, so he wants people to watch so we can get season 3. I'm not watching another episode for a few months.
That would be the year that I forgot what year that was, but when
it was like 83,
Bird
84,
called him
one of
out,
those, I think.
called his team out.
I'm not even
Said
sure.
They played like a bunch of sissies because they got their ass beat by like 30. And he said, yeah, we played like a bunch of sissies. And then they came back and won the next game in overtime. I think Bird hit a game winner in overtime. I think they won. I think that was 84.
When I first signed up for Hulu, it was $11.99.
$20 now?
It's $17.99 now. I gotta cancel this shit, man. This is too much. I don't need all of this. I'm doing this. That's my weekend. I'm doing an inventory of this nonsense, and I'm cutting some of it. If I watch one show on the network, it's gone. It's gone.
I had to do that with the Zone. Kind of mad I did that.
Oh, Funga missed practice due to a personal matter. All right. Hope brother's all right. Katrina says she got that premium Peacock. Well, all right.
Come on, man.
That's always
50 and Ja Rule at it again.
I saw that.
Wait, what happened to Ja Rule? Oh, 50 and Ja Rule going at it?
I think 50 was just going at Ja Rule.
Yeah, he said at the concert he's playing all the disses.
He said, what did he say? He said, what we gonna do now? 50 back around. How we gonna eat now? That's Ja little punk ass talking out loud. That song is cold, man. And he's still performing to this day. I might end up getting Paramount Plus.
So I could be wrong. I think Paramount Plus and Showtime like merge.
They are. Well,
okay.
Because Showtime is a CBS Viacom station. So
okay,
they moved all their stuff off their thing. To finish that thought, Showtime moved all the stuff off of their Showtime app on the Paramount Plus. And I only know that because they put like their whole boxing library on Paramount Plus.
I see.
So
I see.
I might have to get Paramount Plus.
Very
They
good.
also have,
Well, I had Showtime, so I was looking for something one day. I was like, I can't find it, and like I searched it, through the remote, and it popped up, and it didn't say Showtime anymore. It said Paramount Plus, so the two have merged. But I watched that, so that lives. Hulu might be on the cutting block. They keep raising these prices. It's like $17.99 for Hulu. I might watch one show. $20 for Netflix. I might watch one show. We're a bunch of dumbasses paying $20 a month for one damn show. I'm sorry. Y'all don't do that. I do that. That's $37 for some stuff that I might watch one thing. What's winning time on? HBO? HBO lives. Max lives. Some of this stuff it's got to go.
With Hulu, you got to do the bundle with the Disney Plus and the ESPN Plus. I think it's cheaper that way. But you got commercials that way, though.
See, that's...
I do it too. I don't have no problem with commercials. I probably should do that this weekend.
I
got all three.
I do the Disney thing.
Pay for them separately.
I do the Disney thing like annually. I don't know.
I don't know, man. What?
Yeah. Matt George is having some camera issues. I was going to say it's going to take a few minutes for him to join us, but I would be a liar because Matt George is in fact here with us. What's up, Matthew?
What up?
How are you, man?
Very good. Are we on the air?
Yes.
No,
sir.
we're definitely not. Say whatever comes to your mind.
Good, because I got to shoot on a couple things here. What's up, guys? How are you?
I love that we just use wrestling terms in every day. Oh, I got to shoot right now.
To this day, I'm familiar with the term. I always have to think about shoot and what's the other one?
Work. Shoot
is real. Work is fake.
You be working with some of the things you say. Some of the things you say, you be working. What? Just think, work is another way of saying pod. Kenny out here working.
It's a work.
Matt George, he want to shoot with us. You want to keep it real.
I'm mad because I'm mad the camera wasn't working because I was like, okay, I'm gonna get in early because I wanted to have a not good for radio conversation with you guys during the break because I've been on a WWE theme song fix. Because I watched an episode like Sheamus does this side hustle on YouTube where he does different gym workouts and basically interviews in the gym with different wrestlers. And he had LA Knight and they were talking about the music that they listen to. And LA Knight says that he works out to WWE themes, like some themes just like fire him up. So I started listening to I just started listening to some, and there's some WWE themes that are just such bangers. But anyway,
can you give me? I'm sorry. I need a few examples of a WWE song that's a banger.
The Usos theme song, Day One.
Okay.
Great song. I mean, that's the go-to.
I thought you might be going like Pile Driver by Coco Beware or something like that.
Sasha
Bro by Slick.
Sasha Banks had a banger of a theme song too.
Oh, Snoop Dogg on the right.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Sasha Banks was great. I mean, New Day has a great. It's not really a banger, but it's just a great theme.
That's a New Day. Yes, it is.
See, to me,
come on.
The WWE theme songs or intro songs. Like I remember when they came out with the CDs.
Yeah, WWE the music.
And for me, it was always like after 30 seconds, it's like, all right, don't want to hear this anymore. We're conditioned to hearing like the 30 seconds. But you want me to play the 4-minute version of Stone Cold intro? No. So I want to hear the breaking of the glass. I'll walk around the living room real quick, and that's the end.
That's the Usos theme. The Usos is 4 minutes of the same 30 seconds repeated over and over again, but that 30 seconds is so hype that I'm in. I love it.
Oh, that's terrific.
Shout out to Rob W. Val Venus is
hello, ladies. Wow. Now all I'm going to vision is Matt getting hyped up to WWE theme music.
Absolutely.
Enough is enough, and it's time for a change. Is that Bret Hart's music?
Yeah.
Okay.
Anytime I have an important meeting, I walk into Roman's theme. Every time, just walk in slow motion down a hallway.
Every time we have an important meeting, we just walk in with the one. So everybody knows exactly who we are.
The top
That's why
5,
everyone hates us.
Top 5 is Shawn Michaels.
Oh yeah.
Top 5. Now I know the words.
Everybody sings that. Yeah, you got to sing that.
He does this little.
Yeah, he can't dance.
White guy dance.
Yeah, he cannot dance for nothing.
I take offense to that.
Well, you're not unathletic.
Sir?
We gotta turn that look Matt just gave Kenny into a meme.
Sir?
That's terrific.
That's how I know Kenny has never done any kind of sporting event with me, period. Why don't you invite me over to play basketball in your backyard? You'll change that statement within 30 seconds.
I believe in your agility ability.
Homie, I played basketball the other day. I cut to the basket once and I was out for 3 weeks.
Come on, man.
I cut once. I did a hard cut off the ball. They didn't even feed me. And I was like, okay, that's it. I've had enough.
Oh, Matt. Do you have a Super Bowl prediction with the NFL season getting underway tonight with the Chiefs and the Lions? You got a Super Bowl pick?
I mean, selfishly for ABC 10 reasons, plus just I think they actually can do it. Like without being a Niners fan, I'm riding completely with the Niners this year. Like it's the highest of expectations I could possibly have for the Niners. I know you guys were having a conversation. I don't know if it was earlier today or yesterday talking about if it's a bust or not. If they make the Super Bowl or rather like lose the Super Bowl or don't make the Super Bowl or whatever. I don't know if I'm going that far necessarily, but I'm just riding hard with this Niners team. And then the AFC to me, like the AFC is so stacked. There's like 4 or 5 different teams that I could see make it. And this hurts my heart from a Raiders fan standpoint. I'm really high on the Chargers. I'm just really, I'm a very big believer in Herbert. So I like the Chargers as a team. I have questions still, especially in the AFC West, which is the Chiefs division, but I think they're going to give the Chiefs the run for their money. So like you could tell me 5 or 6 different teams from the AFC made it to the Super Bowl and I wouldn't be surprised at all. I think my dream matchup, and a lot of this has to do with like my work environment, is probably Niners Bills. So that's what I'm hoping for.
Niners Bills. Okay. That's probably a popular pick unless you're Kenny Caraway, who's got the Bills out of the playoffs. But
yeah,
everybody else, that's a
I don't
popular
even have a
one.
problem with the Bills. I just I don't know.
Somewhat. I mean, when you think about it, though, Bills, Bengals, Chiefs, there's probably a pretty strong likelihood one of them won't make it.
Yeah.
Just by like, and we went over the records from 2021. There were teams that were 12-4, 12-5 that didn't make the playoffs next year.
Yeah.
Like it's not great. I don't think it's one of those 3 teams, but it's not crazy.
Yeah.
You seem to hate all 3 of them now that I think about it. Like
Well,
you got the Chiefs.
I only got one of them not making the playoffs.
You got the Chiefs losing the division. You originally had the Bengals out of the playoffs. You showed them mercy, put them back in, and took the Bills out. So by default, you hate all 3 of those teams. You literally hate the top 3 contenders in the AFC.
I really believe in the Dolphins and the Jets, and obviously I believe in the Ravens. I think the Ravens are going to the Super Bowl. So I don't think the Bills. Well, maybe Bills Bengals could still make the playoffs.
See, I'm with Kenny on the Jets, but it's completely because of Hard Knocks. I am the target audience for Hard Knocks because every single year, whatever the Hard Knocks team is, except for when it was the Raiders, like I'm completely on board with that team. Like I'm in love with Robert Saleh now as a coach. I think he's phenomenal. I thought Hard Knocks this year was really, really good, even though most of it was like a giant just PR job for Aaron Rodgers at this point. But like I'm really high, especially on the Jets defensive line. Like I'm very excited about the Jets this season because of Hard Knocks. So I'm a sucker. Like I was a huge Lions guy last season too because of how much I enjoyed Hard Knocks last year. So Hard Knocks will get me every year. Whoever is on Hard Knocks typically is going to get a fan out of me by the end of it.
Such a sucker.
Yep.
He said he's the target audience.
Hey, I'll take it. I'll take it. Well, I think we're all excited that the football season is here. We'll be even more excited in about 3 weeks when NBA training camp is here. Are you just chilling right now, Matt? Are you mellow or are you anxious for the season to get started?
I mean, I'm consistently and constantly anxious. What are you talking about? And there's no such thing as chilling when you're hosting a daily podcast. You guys know this is hosting a daily radio show talking about this team through August and September. It's like, damn it, give me something to talk about. So no, I'm definitely not chilling. I'm as anxious as ever to get this season going. Like a lot of thoughts running through my head this time of the year because there's nothing that we have other than time to overthink about things and thoughts from like how how the city will respond and like what the expectations are of Sacramento as a city. I had a conversation about this on my most recent episode of Locked On Kings. Like, now that the Kings have made it out of that playoff drought, we don't have to reference it anymore other than a trivia question at this point. Thank God. But people forget, like, when the Kings first came to Sacramento, they were bad for a long time. And then they finally got good, and that ushered in the glory golden era of the late 90s, early 2000s. Now that we've gone through 16 years of hell, 17 years, really, 16 seasons of hell, I don't think Sacramento, the fan base, is going to put up with anything less than another kind of golden age type run. Now, hopefully there's an actual championship at the end of this one, but I think the Kings need to be perennial playoff contenders, a perennial playoff team for 7 of the next 8 years, 8 of the next 9 years. Or, like, I'm not saying the fan base would necessarily tune out, because I don't think there's much that this team could do to get Kings fans to completely tune out. But now that we've made it through, like, expectations are high, and rightfully so. And I think they're only going to get higher as the team gets better and better. So, I mean, I'm on board for it. I think the Kings as a franchise, even though Monty hasn't been here the entire time, and it's weird thinking about it, like, guys like Kevin Huerter, guys like Malik Monk, even Mike Brown, like, they've never known Sacramento as losing. They've only known the Kings as winning, which is crazy to think about when we've had 1 year of winning. Fox and Barnes, the longest tenured Kings. But I think this entire team and organization owes it to this city to be relevant, competitive, and good for maybe the next decade. So those are the kind of things that I'm thinking about here late August, early September, before I actually have basketball on the floor.
Yeah, man. And I look at this team and I get more and more confident in who they are as a team. When I just kind of look at the roster, look at games from last season. I think they're a really good team. And they have a potential to be one of the best teams in the league, not just the Western Conference. I think they have that type of potential. You look at, the roster, and I also look at things that always jump out to me that I lose sight of. Kevin Huerter, 24 years, and now he's 25, but he's a young guy that's continuing to improve his game and going through stuff. I know he'd been in the playoffs, but he wasn't the guy in Atlanta the way he was one of the guys in Sacramento. So that experience might have been a little bit different, and he's, learned from that, hopefully. So I'm excited for this team. I really am. I think they're going to be really good this year.
One of the talking points every offseason is, like, who's going to make the biggest jump next year? And the reality is with this Kings team that they can be significantly better with multiple guys making realistic jumps, not significant jumps. It doesn't have to be Kevin Huerter turning into a 45% three-point shooter and averaging 20 points per game. But if Kevin Huerter can be like a 42% shooter over the course of the entire season, not a 40% shooter with a 50% month and a 30% month, like, that's a jump. That's a positive step for Sacramento defensively. We talked about Davion Mitchell last time. Can Davion Mitchell, in addition to his defense, make a positive jump on the offensive side of the floor? It doesn't have to be dramatic. I'm not expecting Davion Mitchell to become a 12-point per game scorer, but is he capable of being more of a contributor on the offensive end? Absolutely. De'Aaron Fox's jump might be more scoring. De'Aaron Fox's jump might be 48 minutes of defense, or as much as he can give on that side of the floor. Sabonis's jump might be just confidence and consistency with that mid-range jumper. Like, you could go through this roster and pick 1 or 2 things that realistically every guy can improve on. And that takes this team from where they're at, which is, I think people feel pretty confident in playoff team, to upper echelon playoff team, and eventually championship contender. So that's why Monty is betting on this roster, is because he doesn't need everybody to change who they are. He doesn't need everybody to suddenly figure out how to be good across the board overnight. He needs each guy to make 1 or 2 different improvements. And I have full expectations and full confidence in Mike Brown, and specifically his coaching staff, that they are all individually working with all these players. You guys remember, like, media day last season, so many of the players were talking about the meetings that Mike Brown had with every single player. And he talked about what he thought their role was going to be, what he wanted them to work on. Like, that was the foundation that Mike Brown set for himself with this team right away. Now he has most of this team coming back. So what are these meetings looking like going into this season, right? It's like, okay, we established this in this area. Now I need this. Like this entire coaching staff, I think, is capable of bringing one area of significant growth minimum out of each of these players. And you get that, the majority of this roster, you're right, Kenny, this Kings team is really, really good.
Have we had a chance? I don't think we did. Have we had a chance to talk to you since JaVale McGee signed?
Oh,
I don't think we have.
I don't think so. No.
Yeah, it did. It happened Thursday after we said goodbye to each other. What do you think about that and the battle of the bigs that's going to be erupting at the Golden One Center in a couple of weeks?
I think we have our front runner for the backup center.
Yeah,
I think JaVale McGee's that guy, and it's twofold. JaVale McGee has the ability, despite his age, has the ability to fit in the Kings system and provide what the Kings need out of that backup center position. And JaVale McGee has the experience that you want in that locker room and on that bench. 3-time NBA champion. I'm less concerned about that. I'm more concerned about like 70 games of playoff experience. Like JaVale McGee knows how to get there, and when he's there, knows how to hang, regardless of what his role was on the championship teams or playoff teams that he's had. He was a significant guy with the Denver Nuggets teams of old. He was a rotational piece, an important piece for like the Warriors and the Lakers at times. Like JaVale McGee knows how to fill different roles on successful teams in the postseason. I don't know if you can cut that. So to me, JaVale McGee is the absolute front runner for the backup center. And still, my question is, as the backup center, the number 2, if this makes sense, the number 2-5, you're still probably behind Trey Lyles. Like Trey Lyles to me is still your most of the time. Now, I think Mike Brown's not afraid to make adjustments based off of matchups, which is good on him. But if you're going to say like the majority of the time, who is playing or who is in that 5 spot when Domantas Sabonis is off the floor, I think Lyles is still that guy because you need to find minutes for Lyles and you need to find minutes for Sasha Vezenkov coming off the bench. So I wouldn't be surprised at all if the Kings only pick one of these 4 centers that they have. They might end up going with 2, which in that case, I think the favorites are JaVale McGee and Alex Len. But there's a very good chance that it could just be one of those guys and the other 3 are, hey, thanks for your services, but we're good.
I think I don't want to say that's likely, but I feel
like it is.
Yeah. Because it's, and I honestly think Nerlens Noel might be on the outside looking in.
I think so too.
You got a guy like JaVale that is the better
version of him.
Yeah, exactly. And he's the best of the backup bigs. Alex Len, I think he did enough last year that you want to keep him around.
Oh man.
And then Keita, you want to give him an opportunity.
Yep.
Doesn't feel like he's not going to get much of an opportunity though.
I know. But you still can. There's still an option to develop Keita.
Matt, refresh my memory. Or either he signed it. What did he sign again?
That was a 2-year deal.
But it's not a 2-way deal.
No.
Right?
No.
He signed it.
Keita's deal, it's a main contract, but it's partially guaranteed, and the full guarantees would be making the team. And I think opening day, like if he's on the roster by the first game of the season, I think it guarantees a good portion of his contract too.
So Stockton is not an option anymore, which I believe is the right call.
Yeah.
But it's either you made it or you didn't.
Yeah, it's not like the Scalabrine contract, and James Ham does a phenomenal job breaking this stuff down. But like the Exhibit 10 contract that Scalabrine signed is essentially, it's a training camp invite, but the expectation is that he's going to be playing for Stockton. And the Exhibit 10 gives the option for, I believe, it to be converted into a 2-way. I think that's how it works. Again, the CBA, I'm not a wizard like James Ham and other guys are. But as far as I understand, like Neemias Queta's contract is come to training camp. You're going to get paid a few $100,000 to come to training camp, which sign me up for that payday. And then compete hard, try and make the team. As soon as you make the team, more guarantees come on the other end of that. But I'm with you. As soon as JaVale McGee signed, I think Keita is deep on the outside looking in. But for Keita, the mission is still the same way. You're going into training camp, and you can rival everybody. You can beat everybody, maybe even Alex Len, in terms of this system. You've spent 2 years in this system. That's the advantage that you have, in addition to the fact that you're the youngest guy out there. So show that you're capable. Show that you belong. In theory, Keita can do everything the Kings need from that position. but you have to do it at a level to where you're beating proven NBA guys. I'm with you too, Kenny. I think Nerlens Noel is number 4. If there's a power rankings of these 4, I think Nerlens Noel is number 4 because Keita has the advantage of youth and Keita has the advantage of familiarity with the system. I think Alex Len is a safe pick always. No one's ever really going to turn their nose up at you having Alex Len on your roster. And then for the reasons we listed, JaVale McGee, I think, is the best guy for the job. So I think Keita has a tough task in front of him, but his approach should be the exact same as before JaVale signs and now after JaVale signs. It's, I need to go into training camp and I need to impress the hell out of this team that knows me better than anybody else.
Matt, Kenny brought this up a lot last year as the season was kind of going the way that it was going. And you have a new edition of the Locked On Kings podcast that I haven't had the chance to listen to yet, that dropped earlier today, that we encourage everybody to go listen to. But it's about like fan demands and Kings fans demanding long-term success. How different do you think this season is going to be? Because Casey was adamant last year as the direction became clear and it kind of was like, okay, we know the Kings are making the playoffs. It was enjoy this moment, enjoy how you feel right now, because next year you're going to feel a lot different. The expectations are going to be different. Your feelings entering the season are going to be different. Your feelings after a 4-game losing streak are going to be different than they were this year. Like virtually everything is going to be different. How do you think fans are like, what's your impression of how fans are going to react this year?
Yeah, I think personally, like short of falling on their face, I think Kings fans are going to be able to live and accept almost anything that happens this year. And like that includes good and bad. Now, I think what every single fan needs to ask themselves before the season starts, and then once the season ends, whether it's winning in the playoffs, losing in the playoffs, whatever, do I feel like the team got better? I think that is going to be the universal question that we'll have to, if there's a progress report over the course of the regular season, that's the question we're revisiting. Do we think the team got better? Because context can be different. 48 wins could look like the exact same, so you didn't go anywhere, but the team could be better and there's just outside circumstances. Maybe there's injuries, whatever it may be. So do we think this Sacramento Kings team got closer to their ultimate goal, which is, as Monty McNair calls it, like opening that championship window? That's the check-in mark. That is the metric that I am measuring this team by over the course of the entire season. And it might be we might have better context come the trade deadline. Yeah, Keegan is the guy. Yeah, Fox and Sabonis are the guy. Maybe this guy ain't it. Maybe Harrison coming back. Maybe that wasn't the choice. Maybe you do have to upgrade that position. Well, Harrison is now on a contract it's not too hard to move. So maybe you make that decision at the trade deadline. Maybe you make that decision next offseason. Like there are going to be so many different aspects of this team that I think are going to that we're going to get good context on for ultimately going from that good to great gap, like Mike Brown talks about, and how difficult that gap is. But I can say this, it is extremely encouraging to go into a season with expectation. It's fun to know that opening night, Kings Jazz, I'm not thinking the Jazz are going to be a pushover by any means in that road game. But the expectation is the Sacramento Kings win that game. And will there be disappointment if the Kings lose it? Absolutely. But then like one of the biggest expectations I'm setting for myself this season is every single time the Kings play a home game, regardless of what team is coming in there, if it's the defending champions or the worst team in the league, the expectation is the Kings will win that game on their home floor. Like I just think fans deserve to have high expectations. Fans deserve to hold this team to a high standard because that's what they're holding themselves to. And while it's going to be easy for us to overreact to anything positive or negative, God knows I do that on Locked On Kings 9 times a day, that overreaction is ultimately all based in the fact that this is a Kings team that is capable of, at the base level, being good and is on their way to being great. So I think Kings fans are going to hopefully have a patience with that, but have an absolute right to have the highest expectations.
Yeah, I've said a number of different times, man, my outlook, at least right now, maybe things will change if they make a deal or if they show that, in the regular season, they're a lot better than maybe we're giving them credit for, but just make the playoffs. Establish yourself as a perennial playoff team. And if you make the playoffs, and you lose in round one, it's going to sting. But that's when you say to yourself, all right, we've established we're a playoff team. We're not going anywhere from that. That's who we are. How do we get better to advance in the playoffs? Like, that's the next step. And sure, you could be asking those questions right now. I'm not saying that you can't. But my thought process of it all is that's typically not how things work. Typically, you make the playoffs. You feel great about making the playoffs. You think everything that you did last year was correct, and you go and try and make the playoffs again. You make the playoffs, and then you lose. And you're like, man, all right, well, we got to make some changes now. And then that's when the changes are made, and you elevate. So it's usually the pattern of an NBA team on the rise. We'll see if the Kings follow that pattern or not, but I'm staying consistent in the outlook for this team that I need you to establish yourself as a year in, year out playoff team. And that kind of goes a long way by making the playoffs next year.
And you know what I want to see from the Kings too is from day one, from the jump, shut some dudes up. Like Domantas Sabonis, shut the people up that are saying you're a tier 4 center in the league, even though you were just all NBA third team based off of one playoff series. De'Aaron Fox, as the leader, as the star of this Kings team, shut everybody up that says that last season was a fluke or that they need to see more from you. Like I think everybody on this roster has somebody out there, whether it's locally or nationally. Hell, it could be people like myself and yourselves who don't necessarily fully believe in a certain aspect of the team or whatever. I mean, shut somebody up. Like there are still not a lot of there are a lot of people that think the Sacramento Kings are fun. Hey, the Kings are a league pass team. Hey, I'm glad they're on national television. Hey, the beam is cool. There's a lot of people that acknowledge that the Sacramento Kings are a fun basketball team, but they don't believe in the Kings. Like shut those people up or change their minds. That's the attitude that I want to see this Kings come out the gate with, especially the people, the naysayers that are willing to discredit and move the goalpost every single time the Sacramento Kings take a step forward. Suddenly the goalpost gets one step further down. Like make it undeniable that not only are you a good basketball team, that you're well on your way to becoming great, and your general manager made the right choice for you and for the franchise to keep you all together.
I can't decide whether I think this team pays attention to that stuff or doesn't. Part of me believes that they don't. Like, I really don't believe De'Aaron pays attention to this stuff. Domas, the only thing that gives me hang up with Domas was the story he told about being on the plane to Sacramento. He's like, they're going to boo us. They're really pissed about losing Tyrese. And I can't decide. Like, I can't figure out whether the detractors, overrated, 4th tier, I can't decide whether they pay attention to all of that stuff. I'm leaning they truly don't. But I also, like, in my head, feel like by human nature, that feels like it's impossible.
Yeah, I think they see it all. They have to.
Well, whether your goal is to fit, like if you're picking someone on Twitter, or if you're picking a personality that said something about you that you adamantly want to shut them up, or whether you just want to shut up the general narrative about your team, it all roots in you doing what you need to do, handling what you need to handle. Like Domantas Sabonis knows that he needs to improve upon what he showed during the playoffs. Whether or not people are talking about him and his struggles in the playoffs or not, he does his job. People are getting shut up. So I don't know if I don't think Sabonis' motivation to hit that mid-range jumper is, man, I want to silence the people who are saying that I'm an overrated center.
That's for you, Bleacher Report.
I think his motivation is, I don't want Kevon Looney to outplay me again because I'm a better player than Kevon Looney and everybody knows it. Like that I think that's his motivation. Or maybe even take Kevon Looney out of it. I believe this team is special. If we're going to beat teams like the Golden State Warriors, hell, if we're going to make it to the Western Conference Finals, if we're going to make it to the NBA Finals, if we're going to win the NBA Finals, I have to get better in this area. I mean, it's all those players can say. Kevin Huerter, if I am more consistent as a 3-point shooter, anybody who's making fun of me for my 3-point contest performance, I shut them up, but my team is also better. So both are connected, whether their motivation is what people are saying or their motivation is winning, or both.
I'm all in on Kevin Huerter this year. Kevin Huerter got my attention.
I'm with that.
Yeah, Kevin Huerter got my attention when he was talking about not being in shape this year and, feeling like that contributed to his struggles. Like, okay, I'm riding with Kevin Huerter this season. Yeah. I think he's going to have a better year than he did last year.
I agree with you. I agree. Yeah. This is random, but I think both of you guys would appreciate this.
I always love when you start a sentence that way because I know an adventure is about to happen.
Well, this ain't really that.
Oh,
It's just, you guys, I just think you guys were here sitting here talking Kings. I think you'll appreciate this. I went on like a deep dive of the Kings Instagram page and went all the way back to the playoffs. They've posted a lot since the playoffs, like a lot.
Yeah.
But something that I didn't know, and that kind of like makes a little more sense, is I didn't know Terrence Davis got the Defensive Player of the Game chain for Game 6.
Oh, yeah.
And he got the chain, and that makes more sense as to why he was probably in there so long in Game 7. Like, they looked at what he did in Game 6 and was like,
well, yeah, remember,
yo, you did a great job. Like,
he was
you did this for
deflecting the
us.
ball all over the place. Like he was active in Game 6. Because remember the shots, he wasn't hitting until late. He hit some pretty big shots late. But yeah, Terrence was all over the place in Game 6.
I remember he played well defensively, but obviously they looked at what he did as super valuable by giving him the, DPOG chain. And I saw that. I was like, damn, I didn't realize that. That's why they went so long with them, in Game 7. Probably.
Still not a team, which is
That's
crazy.
crazy. That's crazy. There's only one play I wish Terrence hadn't have made.
Which one?
The end of the third quarter. It was a 6-point game. The Kings had fought and fought and fought to get that lead. They got their ass kicked in the third quarter, it felt like, and they fought to get that lead or deficit, in their case, to 6. And then just he fouled Clay on a made 3, and it was back to 10. And I think we all deep down knew it was over then. But that just deflated the whole building.
You know what's even crazier is if he didn't foul him, we maybe feel different. It's only 1 point.
Yeah, no, that's true. Yeah, no,
if he didn't foul him, he just hit a 3.
I mean, you literally can't score more points on a single play than that one. Like, it's going to have a little extra,
But if Clay would have just hit the 3 and Terrence didn't foul him, like, oh, that sucks. Well, down 9 going to, but down 10. Lord, this one's over.
Double digits, man. There's something about that some about 2 digits. It's terrible.
I watched that game 2 weeks ago.
7?
Yeah, I watched that game. They should have won that game.
Have you rewatched
They should have
Game
won
7?
that game,
Matt?
I've rewatched it once, and I'll be honest with you, one of the main reasons why I rewatched it was just to watch, this sounds terrible, but just to watch Steph again, because Steph was so unbelievable. And just to remember watching him in person. I remember watching him in warmups during that game, and I had my camera, so I was tracking him during warmups and tracking different guys during warmups. And Steph during warmups was just stone-faced, not normally he kind of does his antics, and he still did his dribbling routine and his fun little shots and stuff like that. But Steph during warmups was just go time, and you could tell it's like, oh boy.
Oh no! When I saw Steph, maybe I'm not thinking Game 7. I think he started doing the electric slide at one point. I was like, oh, this is a problem.
Really? Man, I missed that.
Check. Yeah, he was. You were probably you were probably working, Matt. We were goofing around. And I looked up. I don't even know. I know exactly what was playing. Cameo. Or Cameo. Candy was playing.
It's like candy.
And Steph, by himself, broke out into the electric slide. I was like, this is what we do before Game 7. All right. Domas, dance.
I have to find the footage because I tracked Steph for 2 or 3 minutes, just the camera on him the entire time. And he didn't miss a shot. And he was totally stone faced, didn't miss a shot, and it wasn't even trying. He get the ball, dribble a couple times, turn around, flip, high arcing, splash. It's just he just looked dialed, and how the game played out didn't surprise me at all. So
I was just gonna say it's crazy just watching that game. Man, they had it. They had the game. Going back and watching it again, it's like, damn, they had it. They had the opportunity. Steph was amazing, obviously, but. And the Kings had that Game 7. I went back and watched it because I just wanted to see the crowd, in that first half. And it was electric. People were going crazy. And they were hitting big shots to get the crowd to go crazy. And I was like, they were right there. They had it. And they didn't, we always say, they couldn't go from 6 to 10.
Yeah.
It was like 6-3. And
Yep.
they just
To
couldn't get
5.
there. Yeah.
To 2. To 6. Like they never. And then what was it? We looked this.
They were up
I
by
think it
2,
was 2.
I think, at the half.
What I remember from rewatching that game, I thought about this while you were just talking there, Kenny, is I was working and in the press box at the time, like of the game itself. So we kind of do our best to separate our emotion up there. But watching the game back, even though I knew it was coming, I was like seething angry with the amount of offensive rebounds, just seething. And some of them were like, yeah, Kings, you got to do a better job. But others of it were like, basketball gods, knock it the hell off. Because these like balls were coming off the rim at the most ridiculous angles and landing right in Looney's lap or Draymond's lap. And I'm just like, I don't care. You could have 6 guys boxing out in the paint. That ball pops out to where one guy is out of position and the ball's still coming to them. Right. Like that was just unbelievably poor by the Sacramento Kings to not secure rebounds in that game. And you talk about, like, you remember the 3-point play or the 4-point play, taking the air out of the building, the Kings trying to rally multiple times, getting defensive stops in key moments, and then second, third, fourth, fifth chance opportunities. Like that was what took the wind out of the building for me.
I'm not rewatching that game.
I don't blame you. I'm surprised I rewatched it.
Hey, you know what the offensive rebounds were? It wasn't like you give up an offensive rebound on a possession. Like, it's all right. Like, that sucks. Or the ones that Matt's talking about where the basketball gods lead it to Kevon Looney. My issue was when it happened 3 times on a single possession.
Yep.
Because the you could feel the crowd, like every, all right. Oh, all right. Oh.
Hell, the players were doing that. Like Domas was like flabbergasted. He's like, bro, what is going on? Like, what is the hell's going on here?
And then I felt like every single one of those ended in a made 3.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this was fun. This was great, Matt. Thanks for joining.
We're ending on a positive note. We're ending on a
very good.
Note too. No, don't you worry. Don't you worry, because game 2 of the regular season, the home opener inside the Golden One Center, the Sacramento Kings are going to kick the Golden State Warriors' ass. It's going to be a blowout. The Sacramento Kings are going to take their opportunity to show that every little defensive assignment that you throw at Domantas Sabonis, you think it's going to work against. Sabonis is going to have 6 mid-range jumpers in the first quarter. He's going to finish with a triple-double. Don't worry about it. Game 7, who cares? Game 1 or game 2 of the regular season, that's what matters.
We'll run it back. We'll run it back next on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, somebody.
Oh, good stuff, Matt.
Oh, boy, they're going to find this, Matt, and they're going to be on your head.
I don't care. Who cares? Who cares? They already all hate me.
Sacramento radio host says.
Who cares?
Jesse said to clip it.
Bunch of soft-ass Warrior fans anyway. Like they get bothered by everything. I could have a conversation about Sabonis that has nothing to do with the Warriors, and they all jump in. Jesus Christ. For a multiple time championship organization, like y'all have all the bragging rights on the planet. Why are you so insecure about any conversation that has to remotely do with you? Settle down.
Bunch.
It's a different group. Yes, it is.
There are also a lot of really cool Warrior fans too.
I'm going to end broadcast because I got to talk shit to Matt for a minute. So we love you guys. Hit the thumbs up. Tomorrow, 10 o'clock. Be here.